9 days of forced march through terrain that had shifted from open farmland to low hills, to thick pine forests dotted with bogs and streams. Without the imperial road, a mind-boggling feat of engineering comprised of stone bridges, wide flagstones, and ditches on either side to channel away the runoff, the army would have been helplessly mired days earlier, as soon as they entered the Thousand Lakes. As it was, the sons could travel only so fast on a road built more for commerce than military transport. Adair found herself simultaneously exhausted by their pace and chafing at the lack of progress, worried about what might be transpiring ahead of her in the darkness of the primeval forest, and behind, in the capital she had so hastily abandoned. In fact, the farther she marched from Annur, the more she doubted her decision. Facing Iltonja and meeting the Urgul threat, if there even was an Urgul threat, had seemed crucial back in the capital. But what had she sacrificed in order to march north? What opportunities had she destroyed? "If I'm going to sit the unhewn throne," she said, trying to keep her voice level, "there are forms to be observed, rituals, and I can't observe them here, stuck in the middle of a Kent-kissing forest." Nero blew out her cheeks. "Sometimes, girl, I'd swear you were denser than my brick-headed brother." She waved a hand at Oshi, who was staring at the palms of his hands as though they were intricate maps, oblivious to the movement of his horse beneath him. "You get a throne by taking it, not by asking for it." "I can't just take it," Adair protested. "Allegedly, I have Iltonja's support, and that means I've got the army too, but leaving aside the fact that the bastard murdered my father, that I intend to see him executed the moment we catch up with him, it is the historical precedent that makes a person emperor." "A historical precedent," Nero replied, "that is just going to bugger you right up your pretty puckered arse. Your history is all about men. Your ritual is all about men. Unless you're planning to strap on a terracotta cock and go back to Annur thracking people in the face with it, which I don't recommend, you need to tip the whole board full of history directly into the piss bucket and start over. You need people to see you, not the man you're not." Adair shifted to try to relieve the chafing in her thighs, the ache in her lower back. "But the authenticity," she said, "comes from those rituals. It comes from history. Otherwise, what makes the emperor the emperor?" Oshi turned, something about the question having snared his attention. "Ants," he said, "have an empress." He smiled broadly, encouragingly. "The little soldiers, they all serve her." "Unhelpful, you dolt," Nero snapped. "Ants do what they do because it's built into 'em. They can't not follow the empress." She turned back to Adair. "People, though. People'll follow anyone, anything. I wandered through a village once, a long while back, where the folk were led by a Kent-kissing tree. Asked it questions, thought they heard answers in the creaking branches and the rustling leaves." "Annurians aren't savages," Adair began, but Nero cut her off with a hoot. "Savages, is it? That tree was one of the best kings I ever saw." She gestured to the dark boughs of the pines. "A tree doesn't start wars. Tree doesn't raise taxes to build palaces. A tree doesn't kill the people who refuse to bow down." A sad note had crept into her voice, and her eyes had slipped away from Adair, first to the woods, then to Oshi, where he swayed in his saddle, light as a bundle of old cloth. "Could do a lot worse than a tree," she concluded quietly. "Well, I'm not a tree," Adair said, "and I need the people to accept me as emperor. I didn't have time for a coronation before leaving Annur, didn't have time for the 100 little ceremonies before and after, which means that right now I'm nothing. I'm not even the Minister of Finance anymore. Iltonja filled the role with someone else after I disappeared for Olon. The Sons of Flame think I'm Intara's prophet, or her saint, but a saint's a far cry from an emperor. A saint doesn't actually rule." Nero fixed her with that shrewd gaze once more, all traces of her previous melancholy gone. "You know how you get to run an empire, girl?" Adair shook her head in frustration. "That's what I've been asking." The old woman poked her in the chest with a stick. "You run it." "Meaning what?" "You see what needs doing and you do it. Everything else follows. The throne, the taxes, the title. I've watched a lot of folk try to rule a lot of land. I've watched men cling to their fancy titles while their people and their realms just Slipped away, and I've watched men who couldn't give a watery shit for the names and the titles rule half a continent. You just do what needs doing, and the people will figure out all on their own that you're the Kent-kissing emperor." Before Adair could respond, Fulton kicked his horse forward, forcing his way between her and a small group of men and women rounding a bend in the road, emerging from the trees 100 paces or so ahead of them. 2 other Idolians, part of the full guard Fulton had recruited back in Annur, nudged their horses forward until they were flanking her. "Keep well back, my lady," Fulton said grimly, limbering his sword in its sheath. Adair hesitated a moment, then shook her head. "It's a family," she said. There were 2 men, one old, one young, both bearded, both carrying axes in their hands. Behind them, a group of barefoot children slogged doggedly ahead, chivered along by 3 women dressed all in leather and fur. The children, obviously weary and bedraggled, perked up at the sight of the approaching army, shouting and pointing. The oldest, a girl of 10 or so, attempted to dart forward, but her father caught her by the elbow, dragging her off the road along with the rest of the family. When Adair reined in alongside them, she realized that the younger of the 2 men was wounded. His arm slashed viciously from the elbow to the wrist. Someone had made a feeble attempt to bind the cut, but the dirty cloth had soaked through with blood and pus. "Best hurry," he said, jerking his head to the north. "Why?" Lahav demanded, pulling in his horse beside Adair. The soldier had initially been reluctant to march north, pointing out that while Il Tonge was gone, they could occupy Annur itself, install Adair on the unhewn throne, rehabilitate Intara's church, and spread word of the Kenarang's treachery, word that would make it all but impossible for him to return. It was a tempting vision, but a false one. As Nera pointed out, "You ain't going to last long running an empire if the first thing you do is to sit still while the Urgul take a shit all over it." The words rankled, but the woman was right. If the Urgul posed a legitimate threat, Adair needed to be a part of the solution, regardless of the Kenarang's treachery. More, as she pointed out to Lahav, if the Sons of Flame were to win the trust of the Empire's population, they, too, would need to march north. The logger spat into the mud. "Urgul," he said curtly. The smallest child began sobbing. "Burned our house, field, and half our forest. Killed anyone couldn't run." Adair stared. "This far south?" "Nah, we're from up north. Way up past the north end of Scar Lake. Thought about stopping in Arts Keel, but the camp there ain't going to stop what's coming, I'll tell you that for free." He glanced down the ranks of the Sons of Flame. "Hope you got more where these came from." "What is the army doing?" Adair asked. "The one in Arts Keel." "Didn't stop to ask," he replied. "Been talking to you too long as it is." The logger started to move, but Lahav brought him up short. "One more question, friend. The army in Arts Keel, which way is it facing?" The logger shook his head. "Not facing any Kent-kissing way at all." "They're not dug in for an attack from the south?" "What would they do that for? Just got done telling you. The Urgul are coming down from the north." Adair waited until the loggers were well behind them to turn to Nera and Lahav. "Sounds like the Urgul really are coming." As she said the words, she realized that she'd been praying ever since leaving Annur that the whole thing was a trick, a hoax. If Il Tonge had lied about the threat, it would just be one more crime to hang around his neck when the time came. She could fight him, hopefully kill him, and have done with it. The handful of filthy farmers, however, that gash across the arm, changed everything. "The family could have been trumped up," Lahav observed, jaw tight. "A few coins in their pocket to play a part, to make us complacent." Nera chuckled. "That'd be a good trick." "I'd prefer to be the one playing the tricks," Adair said, trying not to glare at the woman. "And I'd prefer to have a brother who wasn't busted in the head," Nera replied. "Turns out, though, that preferring don't have much to do with things." Lahav, as was his habit, ignored the old woman entirely. "We'll know more when the scouts return." The scouts, as it turned out, confirmed the logger's account, at least the latter part of it. The men had come across no sign of the Urgul, but they insisted that the army of the north was peacefully encamped just to the east of Arts Keel, and that more refugees were headed south, some on the main road, some on the crooked forest tracks. "The Kenarang hasn't barricaded the road," Lahav pressed. "No earth walls." The lead scout shook his head. "There's just a normal palisade around the camp itself, the kind of thing every army on the march puts up. There are a few score men working on the dam, but the rest are just encamped." "The dam?" Adair said, shaking her head. "Why would they be working on the dam?" "No idea," Lahav replied grimly, "and I don't like not having an idea." He turned back to the scouts. "You swept the forest? It's dense on either side of the road." The scout nodded wearily. "Went up on the east, came back on the west. Nothing. No ambush, no snipers. Nothing but hemlock and deer shit. Up near the village we got close enough to listen to a couple men chopping wood at the edge of camp. They know we're coming. Know we're close. But they think we're coming to help them." Lahav frowned. "Maybe we are." It was late afternoon when they finally broke from the damp shadows of the pines into ruddy sunlight. For the first time in days, Adair could see more than a few dozen paces, although the world was so bright that for a moment she wasn't sure just what she was looking at. She blinked, shaded her eyes with her hand. They'd reached a lake, she realized, a wide lake stretching north so far she couldn't see the opposite shore. Sun shimmered like golden coins on the surface. "Scar Lake," Nera said, "and Art's Keel." A good-sized town of log homes with roofs of turf and shingle had forced back the forest at the south end of the lake. A tall palisade of rough logs ringed the town, wooden towers at the corners. Outside the wall, a rugged patchwork of fields held back the forest, wet ground drained by a ragged network of ditches. Even at a distance, Adair could smell the wood smoke rising from the stone chimneys, could hear the farmers urging their horses and oxen over the broken ground. Farmers around Annur had begun ploughing weeks earlier, but here, with the cold wind scudding down over the Romsdals, planting seemed to come late. "Well," Adair said, considering the town, "no one's tried to kill us yet." "Give it time," Lahav replied. "Where does the road go from here?" "It doesn't," Fulton said grimly. As the day wore on, he had guided his horse closer and closer to her, checked his broad blade more and more often. Now he kicked the creature forward a few paces, putting himself between her and the settlement below. "What's past here?" she asked. "Forest tracks and logging camps. Trees." And the Urgul, Adair thought, trying to come to grips with the nature of the threat all over again. She'd left Olon expecting to battle Iltonja in the streets of Annur, and instead she found herself in a forest on the very edge of the Empire, preparing to hold off an Urgul attack. Not for the first time, she prayed that she was making the right decision, that she wasn't committing some idiotic mistake that would doom them all. To her marginal relief, there was no sign of the horsemen, no indication that they'd even come close. Just as reassuring, the army of the North clearly hadn't deployed to meet her own force either. A good Kent-kissing thing, she thought, given the size of the army. The men were encamped, all of them, across several of the largest fields, tents and cook fires laid out in a grid so neat it might have been carved in the earth with a straight edge. Despite Ardiv's urgency back in Annur, despite the harried march north, despite the refugees on the road south, none of the soldiers in the camp looked to be in much of a hurry. No one seemed to be drilling or fortifying. Knots of men clustered outside their tents, some seated, some lying down, heads propped on their helmets. She could smell the smoke of the cook fires and burning grease hazing the air, as though the whole camp were set up for a festival rather than a war. Anger and confusion rose inside her. She and Lahav had been flogging the suns northward for days, Ardiv's account of a full-scale Urgul invasion ringing in their ears. Every night she'd prayed to Intara to hold the horsemen back for one more day, just one more day. Meanwhile, Iltonja had his men lolling about in the sun. She squinted, trying to make the camp out more clearly. Something wasn't right. No one had attacked them. No one looked likely to attack them. Those facts alone should have calmed her nerves, but clearly there was more to the situation than she understood. "What are they doing?" she asked, jaw tight. "Looks like they're resting," Nera replied. "Maybe there isn't such a hurry with this long fist after all." As Adair watched, an Annurian rider emerged from the nearest gate of the town and came cantering up the road. Fulton drew his sword well in advance of the man's approach, then levelled it at him as he drew near. The messenger, a gaunt, balding soldier with peeling skin on his scalp, pulled up short at the sight of Fulton's sword, took a deep breath, then turned to Adair and bowed low in his saddle, face pressed against the withers of his horse. "Your Radiance," he began. The imperial title made Adair shift uncomfortably in her saddle. It was no surprise that Ardiv had sent ahead word of her demands, but hearing the words spoken by an Annurian legionary was another matter altogether. On the ride north she had begun to grow accustomed to the sons calling her prophet. Some even went so far as to touch the hem of her robes as she passed, or to pray outside her tent each night. The reverence was both uncomfortable and disconcerting, but at least it was her own. When soldiers used the imperial title, a part of her wanted to look over her shoulder for her father. "The Kenarang instructed me to escort you into Artskeel," the messenger was saying. "A pavilion is being erected for you in the camp itself." He nodded toward a bustle of activity close to the centre of the Annurian camp. "But the Kenarang has suggested that you meet in town to discuss your defence of the Empire. He has requisitioned the finest tavern, if you would care to follow." "I'm not sure she would," Fulton said, voice hard. His sword remained levelled at the man's throat. The rider swallowed uncomfortably. He was clutching the reins as though they might offer some protection if the Idolian lunged with his blade. "I'm sorry?" "I think," Fulton replied, speaking very slowly, "that her Radiance would prefer to meet on ground of her own choosing." "But," the man replied, glancing over his shoulder in confusion, "the Kenarang's orders—" "It's all right," Adair said, pushing past Fulton. "Lower your sword." It was a risk, going into the town. Maybe a foolish one, but then the whole Kent-kissing expedition was a risk. If Iltonja wanted her dead, he wasn't trying very hard. He could have had her killed before she fled the Dawn Palace, or after she returned to Annur. He could have set men to ambush her on the forest road. Instead, his own army lounged in the northern sun. None of it made any sense. He had murdered her father, had admitted to murdering her father, and yet the man seemed unconcerned that she might come to extract her revenge. "He's in for an unpleasant surprise," she thought grimly. It was tempting to refuse the offer to parley, to insist that the Kenarang meet her in a place of her own choosing, as Fulton suggested, and yet, as she squinted down into the camp below, she could already see that scores of soldiers had stopped in their work, shading eyes with their hands as they stared up at her. If the scouts were to be trusted, the army of the north believed she had come to help, and if the Orgul were really massing to the north, they would need to present some kind of unified front. Not that a unified front required the Kenarang. In fact, facing the Orgul would prove trial enough without worrying that her own general might stab her just before the battle. Whatever Iltonja's strange game was, she had no intention of letting him see it through. She would meet him in his tavern, try to glean what useful information she could from him, and then see him killed. It would have to be quiet, of course. She couldn't afford to spread distrust through the very men she might have to send into battle, but armies were filled with sharp steel and soldiers died accidental deaths all the time. She kicked her horse into motion. "Your Radiance," Fulton hissed. "I must protest." "Less protesting," she growled. "More protecting." Le Havre rode up beside her, studying her askance. "You sure about this?" "Of course not," she snapped. He hesitated, then nodded, as though the answer made sense. "I need you to stay with the sons," Adair said, "in case things go wrong in town. Set up camp, but stay ready. Keep them separate from the legions. I want a full field between the two armies with nothing in it but turnips or radishes, whatever it is they grow up here. I don't want a battle. I don't want a fight. I don't even want an unpleasant look. I don't intend to have Annurians fighting Annurians because some idiot starts quarrelling with another idiot over who is flying what flag. Is that understood?" "It is," Le Havre replied. Adair chewed the inside of her cheek. "But make sure they keep their weapons close," she said finally. Le Havre considered her a moment more, then nodded, wheeling his horse around, back toward the column still halted in the woods. "What's going on here?" Adair demanded, glancing at Iltonja's messenger, then turning her attention toward the town below. "Why is the army stopped? Are you preparing for a siege?" "Stopped to destroy the dam, Your Radiance," the soldier replied, gesturing toward the wide berm of earth that loomed at the lower end of the lake. A wide, artificial sluice punctured the berm near the centre. Water from above emptied through it and past a series of water wheels, then into the channel beneath. If Adair remembered her geography, Scar Lake was, in fact, just a place where the Black River paused, widening to fill the huge natural basin before narrowing again and flowing east to join the White. The people of Artskeel had dammed the southern end of the lake to control the flow and make use of it, work that Iltonja's soldiers were busy destroying with pickaxe and shovel. Adair shook her head. "Why?" She was no hydraulic engineer, but it was clear that a major breach in the dam would endanger a quarter of the town below. "Not my place to say, Your Radiance," the soldier replied. "The Kennerang gives the orders and we carry them out. Not to worry, though. The Urgul are crafty, but no one's smarter than the General." The claim gave Adair scant comfort. "Where are the Urgul?" "Not quite certain, Your Radiance. And Iltonja?" "May be overseeing the work, Your Radiance," the soldier replied, gesturing toward the dam again. "After I escort you to your lodging, I have instructions to find him and bring him to you at once." Adair had a dozen more questions, but it was clear that her young escort lacked the relevant answers. Instead of pestering him pointlessly, she focused her attention on the dam. Maybe 200 men were at work there, just a fraction of the Army of the North, but the most that could effectively maneuver in the limited space. At first glance, she couldn't make much sense of the rising and falling shovels and picks, but as she watched, she realized there was an order to the labour. One group was carving a network of wide ditches, while another carted the excess dirt into the town, where still another knot of soldiers was at work on a series of dikes that would protect against the worst of the flooding. It was a complicated operation, and as the dam grew weaker and weaker, a dangerous one. Sooner or later the earthen wall would give, and the whole weight of the lake above would come thundering down. Adair's palms sweated just watching it. Partly she worried for the soldiers, partly she worried because once again Iltonja was hard at work on a project she didn't understand, his men tearing apart the only surety between the tiny log town and the weight of the massive lake that waited, heavy and silent, above. 34. "This is the time," Triste insisted. "Adair and Iltonja are away, off in the north. It's just Adiv in the Dawn Palace. You've got to strike, now, while they're away with their armies." "Strike," Caden said, shaking his head wearily. "I don't even know what that means. There are only 4 of us, Triste." Dusk had stained the sky outside the tall windows indigo. He and Triste, Morgeta, and Keel had suspended their conversation while doe-eyed women in silent slippers lit the dozens of red paper lanterns hanging in Morgeta's chambers. Then again, while still more Lenas in training, graceful young men and women, silent and gorgeous, brought platters artfully arranged with succulent fruit, thin glass flutes brimming with wine. Caden had stopped after the first glass, wanting his mind clear as he tried to untangle Iltonja's knot. He might as well have drained the carafe for all the good his thinking did him. It was one thing to discover that Rani Iltonja, the general who had murdered Caden's own father, was one of the Xestream. The claim was shocking, but not beyond belief. To learn, however, that Iltonja was not bent simply on the overthrow of the Annurian line, that he had murdered gods in the past and aimed now at the murder of others, that his ultimate purpose was the annihilation of humanity itself, that was a thought almost too large to comprehend. Caden had tried for a while, and then, overwhelmed by the effort, by the implications, set it aside. For now it was enough to know that Iltonja and Adair were the enemy, that they were to be defeated. Whatever the unknown details of Iltonja's plan, he clearly needed control of Annur, which meant Caden's goal was to deny him that control. He could effectively consider a problem of that scope, although considering a problem and solving it were 2 different things. Over and over again he had followed the same trails of thought, always arriving back at the same grim starting place. His enemies had the political power, the military might, and the coin, leaving Caden with 2 burning eyes and the clothes on his back. It didn't seem like much, but Triste was convinced he could make use of those eyes. "You're the Emperor," she insisted. "People can see if they just look at your face. Everyone can't be part of the conspiracy." "Tariq Adiv is part of it," Morgeta said. "You said so yourself, and the Kennerang left him in control of the Dawn Palace." "Then you go take it back," Triste exploded. Caden shook his head. "How? What would I do? Walk up and pound on the God's Gate? Throw back my hood and display my burning eyes?" "Yes," Triste said. "Exactly." "No," Caden replied. "Adair and Adiv are not stupid. Iltonja is not stupid. They have considered this possibility. They have prepared for it. I would be admitted, ushered in with as little fuss as possible, escorted somewhere dark and discreet where men with knives would finish the work that Ut and Adiv began. You heard what Keel told us. This is more than just a coup against my family. It goes beyond politics, far beyond." Keel nodded. "Danis has taken a great risk in acting so openly. He would not do so without the possibility of an equal reward." The thought chilled Caden, and so he did not allow himself to linger on it. Iltonja might be immortal, implacable, bent on an almost inconceivable level of destruction, but the problem facing Caden remained a political one, political and military, almost commonplace in its outlines. "I can't go back to the Dawn Palace," he said. "I won't." "So what?" Triste demanded. "You're just going to give up? You're going to let her win?" "You could collect allies," Morjeta said quietly. "Assemble a force of your own, in secret." Caden considered the idea. "Who? What allies?" "There are factions," she replied, "inside the court. Ministers bitter about Adiv's promotion. Generals vexed at having been passed over." Caden looked over at Keel. "It could work," the Xestream said. "Your father was well liked in many quarters. If we could assemble a list of Old Guard loyalists—" Morjeta nodded. "I don't have all the names. Not everyone seeks solace in our temple, but it would be a start." "Yes," Triste said, leaning in. "You work fast. Force Adiv out before your sister and Iltonja return. When they get back to the city, you're seated on the unhewn throne. Killing you then would be open treason." "Yes," Caden said, the word heavy on his tongue. "But they already murdered one emperor, a man girded far better to withstand their attacks than I am. I might be able to get past Adiv, but even then, what would I have? The throne and a group of old men who knew my father. Iltonja controls at least some of the Ketrel. I'd probably find poison in my water or a knife in my back just days after entering the palace. There's more than one problem. First, even if I get the throne, especially if I get the throne, I'm an easy target. Second, Adair and Iltonja are too far ahead. They've been consolidating power for years. As Kenarang, Iltonja commands the armies. Adair has seized the political reins, and people are calling her a prophet. They control the two pillars on which all Malkenian rule is grounded." For a long time the four of them fell silent. Triste picked angrily at a scab on her wrist, while her mother gazed into her goblet of wine as though the answers were scrawled on the mint leaf circling the rim. Keel's gaze went hard and absent again. Finally the Xestream turned to Caden. "You still have the Kenta," he pointed out. "You could get to Aragat. The Malkenian line originated there. Away from the Dawn Palace you'll be harder to attack. The old aristocracy from when the Atropy was a kingdom may rally behind you, shield you." "The old aristocracy is here," Morjeta said, "from Aragat and everywhere else. They arrived months ago for the funeral of Sanlitun, and most have remained for the coronation of the new emperor." "Why?" Caden asked, shaking his head. There were dozens of pre-imperial lineages scattered through Annur, their power blunted by the rise of his own family. Most kept to their estates, living off inherited wealth, reading chronicles of the days before Annur, when their lands were their own and they owed fealty to no one. It seemed unlikely that they would travel all the way to Annur to pay homage to a murdered emperor or his missing heir. What do they want? Morjeta spread her hands, even that small motion studied, elegant. "To see the new emperor with their own eyes, to take the measure of the man," she paused, "or woman, to see if they can gain an audience that will lead to some petty advantage, lower taxation, a favourable trading arrangement. Some of them just enjoy being close to the centre of power, like beggars who linger at the gates when a rich man holds a feast, hoping for a few scraps." "So I have scores of disgruntled nobles to deal with even if I seize the throne," Caden said, shaking his head. "Some of those nobles might back you," Keel pointed out. "Of course, that will alienate others." Caden tried to imagine it, walking the streets of Annur with his hood pulled up, pounding on door after door, showing his eyes to the guards demanding to be admitted. What would he say? How would he convince anyone to join the cause of a dispossessed emperor with no coin or army, no experience running a state? "Hello, my name is Caden Hui Malkenian. Will you help me reclaim my throne from the greatest general in Annurian history? I'd be grateful, but have nothing to offer in return." "It's not enough," he said finally, shaking his head. "It's like Adair and Iltonja have been playing their stones for years, and I've just now sat down at the board." "They don't control everything," Keel said. "They can't. They control what matters, the army, the capital, the Ministry of Finance. I could maybe raise a small rebellion with 2 or 3 nobles desperate enough to ride my miserable coat-tails, but it won't work. My enemies already have me encircled." "Well, you have to do something," Triste exploded. Caden almost laughed. Do something. The mildest Shin Yumiel would have whipped him for the notion. 8 years they tried to grind it out of him, this thought that he could be something, do something, have something. Their mantras still whispered in his ears like the sound of his own breath. Emptiness is freedom. Absence is truth. 8 years of cutting away, of carving out, of clearing, of emptying, and right at the end, just as he was starting to master the letting go, to see the true power in the nothingness, here he was, needing to claw it all back. Himself first, then his allies, his throne, his empire. He felt as though he'd been climbing all his life, working his way up a punishing and vertiginous trail, only to find, as he neared the summit, that he had chosen the wrong mountain. Worse, if he started back down now, even if he abandoned the truth of the Shin, there was nothing to take its place, no knowledge of politics or military tactics, no network of personal ties, no wealth, no worldly wisdom, nothing. The board was filled with Adair's white stones, and he had nothing to play in response. "I won't take part in their game," he said quietly. "I can't." "So what?" Triste demanded, eyes wide with anger and fright. "You just walk away? You just give up?" Caden shook his head, turning to Morjeta. "How many of these nobles come here? To your temple?" She spread her hands. "The ones who can. The ones worth knowing." Caden took a deep breath. "I'm losing the game, which means I have 3 choices. Cede, fight back." He hesitated, wondering if he was seeing the options clearly. "Or?" Triste pressed. Then, for the first time since arriving in Annur, Caden smiled. "Or break the board." 35. The sun-splashed clearing was, Gwenna supposed, as good a spot as any to die. The farm on which she'd been raised had backed up to woods like this, a mix of hemlock, pine, and fir, dark green needles shoved aside by the odd birch shouldering its way up through the gloom. Wood-peas chirruped in the high branches, while blackbirds hunted over the mossy ground, heads stabbing down for the bugs and seeds. It was a peaceful spot, but the flea wasn't paying much attention to the birds or the trees. After Sigrid and Newt had dragged Pier and Annick down to the other end of the small meadow, he turned his dark eyes on Gwenna.
"Here's how it's going to work."
His voice was quiet, almost weary.
"I'm going to ask questions. You answer them. If you lie, I'll kill you. Start fucking around, I'll kill you. Leave out anything important, I'll kill you. When we're done, I'll talk with my wings, see what your friends said to them, and if your stories don't match, I'll kill you."
He didn't sound like he wanted to do it, but he didn't sound like he was bluffing either. "And if they do match?" Gwenna asked.
"Then maybe we can talk about something other than killing."
Gwenna wanted to make some sort of quick, cutting remark, the kind of crack the Ketrol were famous for, but she felt anything but quick and cutting. Blood stained her hands, her arms, her face. It had soaked into her blacks, then dried, stiffening the cloth. Her hair was matted with it. Most belonged to the Urgul, but she had a dozen small wounds of her own, and her muscles were watery after fighting halfway through the camp, then clinging to the talon straps for the rest of the night, and then there was the noose around her neck. That didn't help either. The flea might have rescued them, but it became clear as soon as they were in the air that he didn't trust them. While his own wing all wore belt harnesses that allowed them to fly hands-free, Gwenna, Annick, and Pier were left clinging to the high loops, smacked about by the wind and the birds' steep banking turns, one slip away from a long fall, followed by a sick crunch. Smart thinking on the flea's part. If the rescuees proved less than grateful, well, there wasn't much they could do, clutching to the straps and trying not to fall. The other wing still had weapons drawn, not that they really needed them, and as the bird flew west, the flea's soldiers stripped Pier of her knives, dropped Annek's bow and Gwenna's swords into the hungry knight, then fitted each of the three women with the one-way noose the Ketrel referred to as a kill collar. "Go ahead," Gwenna said, her voice a pathetic croak. Maybe the flea was a part of the whole Kent-kissing conspiracy, and maybe he wasn't. Either way, she couldn't see that it mattered all that much what she told him. Wasn't as though she had any idea what the fuck was going on, and if you didn't know what was going on, you weren't likely to give away anything all that vital. "Ask your questions," she said wearily. The questions were repetitive but straightforward. Why did they flee the islands? How many men died in the mountains? What happened to the monks? On and on and on, while the noose around her neck chafed with each breath, each movement. The flea didn't do much talking of his own, and his face didn't give much away. He frowned at the possible implication of Davin Shalil in the plot, and again when Gwenna told him what she knew about the connection between Balindin and Iltonja. There were dozens of questions that didn't seem relevant at all. What colour was Adiv's blindfold? What had the Urgul fed them? Gwenna answered those too. It was a strange sort of relief after so many weeks of confusion not to have to figure anything out, to let someone else do the thinking, to tell what she knew without trying to fit the broken pieces together. "So," she said, when the flea fell silent at last, "you going to kill me?" He considered her for a while before responding.
"I hope not, Gwenna."
He looked tired.
"I hope not."
Evidently the stories squared. At least that was how Gwenna interpreted her sudden freedom. After spending the better part of an hour tied to the tree, trying pointlessly to slip out of the flea's knots, she had watched helplessly as the wing leader returned, nodded, then slit the ropes with a few quick cuts. Annick was similarly freed, although things didn't look as rosy for Pier. Gwenna had no love for the woman, but it came as a shock to see her hauled into the small clearing, trussed tighter than a pig for the slaughter. Newt's knife at her throat. The Ketrel had treated her more roughly than they had Gwenna or Annick. Bruises purpled her face, her nose looked broken, and her left eye had swollen shut. Despite the injuries, she managed to wink at Gwenna when Newt deposited her on the uneven ground. Sigrid hacked up something that might have been a laugh or a cough. Even after the fight in the Urgul camp, even after spending the end of the night strapped into the bird's talons, the woman looked as though she had stepped directly into the forest from some aristocrat's ball. Gwenna's blacks were mud-caked, blood-soaked and torn ragged. The other Ketrel looked just about the same, even the flea. Sigrid's clothes, on the other hand, might have come straight from the laundress, cloth so immaculately dark it looked like velvet. Only her arms, criss-crossed with dried blood and scar, suggested the violence she had just seen and wrought. She opened her mouth again in a guttural stutter, then pointed at Pew. Newt nodded thoughtfully as he picked at some scab beneath his scraggly beard.
"What?"
the flea asked.
"My lovely and esteemed companion suggests," Newt replied, "that we plant a knife in the skull-sworn's eye for what she did to Finn."
The flea studied Pier for a moment, face unreadable, then turned back to Newt.
"And you?"
The aphorist shrugged.
"Killing is easier than unkilling." "Does that mean kill her or don't kill her?" the wing leader asked patiently. "It means what it means," Newt replied. "I have no vote."
"I will abstain from voting as well,"
Pier said, twisting her head around to face the flea.
"Though I appreciate the democratic process, I am ready to meet my God."
Her voice was as battered as her body, the words little more than dried husks.
"You can't kill her,"
Gwenna blurted, amazed to hear herself speak. The flea turned to her, eyebrow raised, but Sigrid coughed up another series of broken sounds before he could respond.
"Sigrid also suggests," Newt interpreted, "taking Gwenna's tongue, as a cautionary measure. My companion observes that the girl can do her work without a tongue and will prove considerably less trying."
It sounded like a joke. Gwenna hoped it was a Kent-kissing joke, but Sigrid's smile held all the mirth of a bloody knife.
"I'm not taking tongues,"
the flea said flatly, as though he had to deal with the suggestion weakly.
"I'm deciding what to do with the skull-sworn. Then we're getting in the air. I'll remind everyone that there's an Urgul army riding for Annur right now, and unless Iltornja has better intelligence than I'd realized, it's going to hit him like a hammer to the back of the head."
"That's justice," Anik said curtly. "Iltornja killed the Emperor. He's a traitor."
"Sounds like he is," the flea agreed. "But he's also the Kenarang. We all have jobs, and it's his job to stop the Urgul. If Longfist's army gets past the frontier, it'll be all over except for the screaming, at least in Ralta and the northern Atropis. Doesn't matter who's loyal and who's not when everyone's dead."
"But Valin's gone to kill Iltornja," Gwenna said, shaking her head. The flea grimaced, wiped a hand down over his forehead.
"Let's hope he fails."
"So," Gwenna said, shaking her head, "you believe us, but you want to let Iltornja live?"
"Until he defeats Longfist, yes."
Gwenna's head throbbed. She'd been up all night, fighting, running, flying, feeling, most of the time half a heartbeat away from a knife in the neck. It was a relief to be free, finally, a relief not to be dead. She was ready to fly some more, or ride some more, or even to fight some more, but the thing she just couldn't take was talking any more, especially when all the talk led nowhere, twisting back on itself until she wasn't even sure which end was up. "Valin can kill Iltornja," she said, sick with frustration, "and someone else can fucking defeat Longfist. Doesn't Annur have 5 kink-kissing generals?"
"Can," the flea replied, "if you include their seconds, but they're children next to Iltornja. I swear that bastard is smarter than Hendren and twice as ruthless. If Longfist breaks past the border, we'll need Iltornja if we ever hope to bottle him up again. As Newt says, killing is easier than unkilling."
"So what's the play?" Anik asked. She was staring into the trees to the northeast, as though she could see all the way to the approaching mass of Urgul. If her recent captivity bothered her, she didn't show it. Always the mission with Anik, and to Hull with normal human things like emotions. "What do we do?" The flea spread his hands.
"Not a whole great pile of choices that I can see. Longfist's already crossed north of the confluence, which means he just needs to get across the Black. There are no garrisons out here because even if he gets across it, he's still on the wrong side of the 1,000 lakes."
"So he's screwed, right?" Gwenna asked. "Even without the garrisons, given the terrain, he's totally buggered." Sigrid made a disgusted sound and walked off across the meadow toward the bird. Newt watched her for a while, whistling tunelessly between his crooked teeth, then turned back to Gwenna.
"A net," he said, "is not a wall. What he means," the flea said, "is that the lakes are just lakes. Lakes and bogs. There's a lot of them, and it'd be a bitch trying to move an army through, especially an army on horseback. But that's not to say it can't be done if you have the right maps and a few dozen good scouts."
Gwenna stared. "So why aren't there any garrisons there?" The flea shrugged.
"Lot of frontier, not so many soldiers. The Urgul never had a chief like Longfist, so we never bothered worrying about one."
"This is edifying," Piers said, "but I can't help feeling as though we've strayed from the original—"
The flea's backhand caught her square in the jaw. It didn't look like much of a blow, but it knocked the woman clean off the log and into a patch of thorns beyond. The wing leader didn't so much as glance over.
"I don't like many people," he said, gazing into the cool shadows beneath the trees, talking quietly as though to himself. "But I liked Finn. We were in the same group of cadets, went through the trial together."
He looked over at Pier, finally.
"It'd feel good to kill you."
The skull-swan, unable to break her fall, had landed awkwardly, face half in the moss, half pressed against a rotting stump. With an effort she hauled herself up, then rose to her knees to meet his eyes. The fall had tightened the noose around her throat, and Gwenna could hear her labouring to breathe.
"You know what the difference is between the Ketral and the priests of an Anshel?"
she rasped. The flea watched her but didn't respond.
"We're all fighters," Pierre continued after a pause. "We're all killers. The difference is that you kill in order to keep something else alive. Your empire, your wing, yourself. The death is incidental to the life."
"And you?"
the flea asked. Pierre smiled. "For the priests, death is the point, the ultimate justice. You hold the knife, but death belongs to an Anshel, and I will never fear my God."
The flea watched her a while longer, his head tilted to the side, then ran a hand over the greying stubble of his scalp.
"Well," he said, "you're going to have to wait a while longer to meet him."
The Skullsworn raised her eyebrows.
"My God is patient, but I'm surprised that you are."
"I'm not patient," the flea said. "I'm practical. I can use you."
Pierre shook her head, the motion limited by the rope around her neck.
"What is it with the Ketral? Why does every wing leader think I'm a part of their wing?"
"You're not coming with my wing," the flea said. "I need you to stay with Gwenna and Annick to help them."
"Stay with us where?"
Gwenna demanded. It sounded suspiciously as though they'd been rescued only to be questioned and abandoned. She might not understand a Kent-kissing thing about what was going on, but there was a fight coming, that was clear enough, and she'd be shipped to Shale before she was left out of it.
"Aunt Keel,"
the flea said, turning to her.
"What's Aunt Keel?"
"Small town," Annick said, "near the centre of the 1,000 Lakes."
"A little to the north of Centre, actually,"
the flea replied.
"And what are we doing in Aunt Keel?"
"Getting ready."
"For the summer fishing season?"
Gwenna demanded, incredulous.
"For the Urgle,"
the flea replied.
"If Longfist manages to cross the river, there are half a dozen ways south through the lakes for an army the size of his, but they all pass through Aunt Keel. We'll drop you there. We can hope the Urgle won't show up, but if they do, it'll be in 3 days, maybe 4.
Aunt Keel is a town, Annick observed. Not a garrison, not a fort.
Your job is to fortify it.
Gwenna was shaking her head. And if the Urgles show up?
Hold them until Iltornja arrives.
Iltornja doesn't even know they're coming, Gwenna said, worry mounting inside her. The Ketrel trained to be knives in the night, not to fight pitched battles against entire armies. It was hard to even imagine what they could do. Even with Pyr, there were only 3 of them against the assembled Urgul might.
I'm going to tell him.
What do you want us to do with the town? Annick asked. Her voice was cold and measured as ever, but it was clear she felt no more comfortable with the strange orders than Gwenna.
It's vaguely defensible already. Make it more so. Rally the people, he shrugged. We spent most of a decade training you. Do what needs doing. The assassin will help.
And why? Pyr asked. Would the assassin do that?
3 reasons, the flea replied. You're stubborn and you don't want Longfist spreading his pain worship over half the earth.
Pyr frowned.
Where did you get that idea?
You're not the first Skullsworn I've come across. I know how an Anshel's priests feel about Mesh Kent.
The Skullsworn's eyes went wide with surprise. Then she pursed her lips appraisingly.
All right, she said, nodding. And the 3rd reason?
The flea met her gaze.
If things go wrong, they'll be dead piled high as the eaves.
Indeed, Pyr replied, nodding slowly, then smiling. One could make a great prayer to the god.
What about you? Gwenna demanded, staring at the wing leader. Once you've warned Iltornja, you're coming back? Why are we holding the choke point? I mean, I want to do it, to help, but you're the fucking vets.
And because we're the fucking vets, the flea replied, we're going to do the hard work.
Meaning what? Annick asked.
Meaning killing Longfist and his ex-Ketrel traitor of a pet leech before they get to you.
36. The finest quarters in Artskiel were not, as it turned out, particularly fine. The soldiers who had prepared for her arrival had done their best, scrubbing the wooden floors, hanging lanterns from the log walls, kindling a roaring fire in the wide hearth. But the 2-story building at the centre of the town was little more than a lodge, and the central hall, though cavernous, was gloomy. Adair could feel the cool northern breeze moving through the unchinked gaps in the logs. The antlered heads of moose and deer seemed to watch her with their stone eyes as she stalked across the floorboards. As soon as the young soldier went in search of Iltonja, Fulton scoured the room, looking behind every door, checking beneath the rustic tables and chairs, even sticking his head into the flaming hearth as though someone might be hiding behind the roaring fire, ready to leap out. When he had satisfied himself that the room was secure, he took up a position just inside the front door, blade drawn.
"Shall I kill him as he enters, Your Radiance?" he asked.
Adair hesitated. Sweat slicked her palms, and she could feel it cold on her spine beneath her robe. Her heart pounded under her ribs. She could end it all as soon as the Kenarang entered. And yet... Slowly she shook her head. "There's too much going on here that I don't understand. I need to talk to him first." The Adolian's jaw tightened. His wounds from the ever-burning well had mostly healed, and he had regained some of the weight he lost searching for her after her escape from the Dawn Palace, and yet something had changed about the man. He had always been hard, even severe. The severity, however, had been leavened by Birch, by Fulton's obvious affection for the young man. With Birch gone, there was nothing left but duty.
"I would ask that you keep the table between you and the Kenarang at all times, Your Radiance," he said, gesturing to a wide pine table stained with grease and circles of ale. "I will be at your side, but added distance will serve us well."
"You still think he wants to murder me?" Adair asked.
"I believe everyone wants to murder you, Your Radiance," Fulton replied. "It is my job."
Adair shook her head, suddenly very weary, then turned to Nira and Oshi. The old man, oblivious to the tension in the room, had retired to a dark corner where he was gently patting the mounted head of a black bear. Adair watched him for a moment, wondering what it would feel like to have lived so long and to remember so little. Sometimes her own short life felt filled to bursting, the record of her days crammed with memories she could neither understand nor dismiss. "He'll be here soon," she said to Nira. "How about some counselling?" The old woman frowned.
"Supposed to be pretty bright, ain't he?"
"He's supposed to be a Kent-kissing genius," Adair replied bitterly. "I know next to nothing about military matters, but he certainly outmanoeuvred my father."
"The thing about smart bastards," Nira said, shaking her head, "can't trust 'em, but sometimes you need 'em."
Adair stared. "You're not telling me to let my father's murderer live?" The woman raised her brows at the tone.
"I'm suggesting, you willful sow, that you rule your bright little empire."
"Administering justice," Adair replied stiffly, "is central to rule."
"What is central to rule," Nira snapped, "is doing what needs doing. And if you think that's always the same thing, then you might as well have the big man in the armour there put his blade between your breasts, because you ain't going to make it long, girl. You ain't going to survive."
Adair started to reply when the rear door to the lodge clattered shut. Nira whirled about, cane at the ready, then cursed. Oshi was gone.
"The old fucking fool never did know when to stay put," she muttered,
striding toward the rear of the large hall.
"I'll be back in a skip. Don't kill anyone till I'm back."
Adair started to protest, but the woman had already followed her brother out the back of the building, cursing beneath her breath and brandishing her cane. Adair turned to find Fulton shaking his head.
"I don't know where you found her, Your Radiance, but she is a liability."
"These days," Adair replied bleakly, "you're about the only person who's not a liability, Fulton. And I include myself in that accounting." Before she could say more, the front door clattered open, and Iltonja strode in, his boots, breeches and coat splattered with mud. Adair's stomach twisted at the sight of him. He approached the table, smiling, arms spread in welcome. Even after Fulton laid the broad blade calmly against the Kenarang's neck, Adair found herself stepping backward, as though she stood on the shore watching a great wave roll in. She had rehearsed the moment 1,000 times on the long march north, first from Olon to Annur, then from Annur to Artskiel, had prepared over and over again what she would say, how she would hold herself. Now, faced with her lover, Annur's Kenarang and regent, and her father's murderer, it was all she could do to stand, to keep the trembling from her legs, to meet his eyes. If Iltonja shared any of the same concern, he didn't show it. Despite the mud marring his clothes, he looked just as she remembered. Handsome, cavalier, even a little bit louche. Instead of armour, he wore a blue wool coat over a darker blue tunic, the latter tucked into leather riding breeches that flared out above black boots polished smooth as stones. It wasn't a Legion uniform, wasn't a uniform at all, and yet the man had a way of carrying the clothes that made them seem wholly appropriate, as though every general in Annur ought to be dressed the same, as though the half-dozen rings he wore, cut gems winking in the firelight, were somehow wholly appropriate to the business of battle and war. The cold northern wind had riffled his dark hair, but his eyes, those steady, unflinching eyes, studied her with the same amused curiosity Adair remembered so well. She felt like livestock, suddenly, like a horse or cow brought to the block to be picked over before the auction, and the feeling kindled a fury inside her, a red flame of rage. For a moment she almost ordered Fulton to twist his sword and have done with it.
"Nice army you've brought," he said, waving a lazy hand toward the wall of the building. "Good marchers. There's no end to the irritation when an army can't march."
He shook his head, evidently recalling past frustrations, then shrugged. He didn't so much as glance at Fulton or the blade ready at his throat.
"You take up generaling while sojourning in the south?"
"A soldier named Vestan Ameridad has the command," Adair replied stiffly.
"Ameridad?"
He raised his brows.
"That's what my men told me. But it was a tough tale to swallow. I seem to have missed a verse or two since last we danced. Weren't we trying to pound the dear pious sons of flame straight into the mud not long ago?"
He glanced speculatively up into the rafters.
"I seem to remember a priest named Yuenian, dead. Then there were those accords you drafted so enthusiastically."
"Enough!" Adair spat. "I know you murdered my father. Adiv gave me your letter, but I didn't need you to tell me. I knew long before that. I intend to see you executed for your crimes, and the only reason I've waited is to try to make some sense of what's happening here in the north, what's going on with the Orgul. If you want to discuss that, fine. If not, I'll be happy to instruct Fulton to take your head from your shoulders."
"Ah."
The Regent set the single syllable between them, still and inscrutable as a stone on the coboard. He didn't move.
"How did you learn?"
And there was no gloating, no guilt. He looked curious. "My father," Adair said. "He was hunting you even as you murdered him. Your attack triggered his trap." It wasn't much of an explanation, but Iltonja seemed to accept it, pursing his lips, then nodding.
"Makes sense. Sanlitun was clever and tenacious, much like his daughter."
It was the casualness of the compliment that shattered her reserve. He said the words as though, even after his admission, Adair might simply slip back into his arms, wide-eyed and breathless for his approval, as though the sons of flame and Fulton's blade at his neck, a blade he had not once deigned to look down at, were insubstantial as her father's ghost, wraiths that might be dismissed with the wave of a hand or a strong gust of wind, as though it didn't fucking matter that he had murdered the Emperor and seized the throne for himself. "If my father was so clever," Adair demanded, voice rising, "if he was so tenacious, then why did you kill him?"
"If you read my letter, then you know. He was killing Annur," Iltonja replied evenly.
His gaze was level, sober, all trace of insouciance suddenly scrubbed away. Adair shook her head, blood slamming in her temples. "My father was a good emperor, one of the best. He oversaw a generation of peace and prosperity." The Kennerang nodded.
"Unfortunately, good men can make bad decisions, and peace is not always possible."
He considered Adair.
"You seem to have learned that lesson quickly enough."
"I raised an army because you forced me to."
"I did?"
he asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Was it my series of brutal atrocities? My callous disregard for the people of Annur? Where are the gibbets dangling with my political foes? Where are the burned-out shells of homes?" He shook his head. "Annur may burn, Adair, but if it does, remember this. You brought the fire."
Adair's mouth hung open. The man had put a knife into her father's beating heart, framed a priest, and he expected to lay the guilt at her feet. "You flouted our laws and usurped the Malkenian line," she said, voice tight as a harp string. "I am defending both."
"More's the pity," he replied. "I had hoped you might be here to defend Annur."
"You want me to believe that defending Annur means sitting idly by while you profane the unhewn throne?"
"Your throne is an absurd piece of furniture in which I have less than no interest. I would gladly pass it over to you, although from what I'm told you've already claimed it for yourself. Your radiance."
She couldn't tell if he was mocking her or not, threatening her or not. She had expected him to lie, to twist, to deny the truth in 1,000 ways. Despite his earlier letter, she had not expected this, neither the honesty nor the accusation, and she struggled to find her balance, to take control of the conversation once more. "And you expect me to believe that you won't kill me too when I grow inconvenient? The same way you killed my father and Caden?" He shook his head.
"I had nothing to do with your brother's death."
"Well, it's pretty Kent-kissing convenient for you that my father's rightful heir never returned to the capital." Iltonja shook his head.
"Listen to yourself, Adair. Your father, your brother, you, the fucking Malkenians. Even if I murdered your entire family, which I have not and do not intend to, Annur has more pressing worries that extend beyond the tidy walls of your palace. The Urgul are here." He jerked a thumb back over his shoulder. "All of them. I am trying to deal with the threat while you are playing a petty political game."
"Justice for my father is not a game," Adair snarled. "And if the Urgul are here, it is because you erred. You are the Kennerang and Regent. Why wasn't the Army of the North in place to stop them?"
"I was forced to recall the Army of the North," he said grimly, "to deal with your religious uprising, to put down the threat of civil war. I thought Longfist remained at the eastern end of the steppe, but I was wrong. When I pulled the men south to face you, he attacked. Unopposed, he will tear through the northern Atropes like a knife through rotted cloth."
"Then I will oppose him," Adair said. "None of this needs involve you."
"Then kill me," he said, spreading his arms wide. "Kill me if you think it necessary. But then march your sons and the Army of the North hard. There will be daily messengers updating you on the Urgul movements."
Abruptly, Adair felt that she stood on the verge of a high cliff, staring down into fog. She could kill the man, could appoint Le Havre or Fulton to command the Army of the North, and yet what did Le Havre or Fulton understand about the Urgul? Had either of them ever seen one? Did they know the first thing about how to fight them? "And when we encounter the horsemen?" she asked slowly. Iltonja smiled then, a wry little twist of the lip.
"Hope that Longfist makes a mistake."
"How likely is that?"
"He hasn't made one yet."
Someone shifted on the floor behind Adair, the wide pine boards creaking with the weight.
"The Urgul might not have made a mistake,"
Nira said, her voice a rough file over stone.
"But you have, you son of a Cestrine bitch."
Adair spun to find the old woman standing just a few feet inside the back door, her brother hunched in the shadows behind her. She looked the same, stoop-backed, hair a curled halo of grey about her wizened face, but there was something in her eyes, something sharp and bright that Adair had never seen there. For half a heartbeat she just stared at the woman she had made her counsellor, and then, behind her, just where Iltonja was standing, she heard the clatter of steel dropping to the wooden floor. She turned once more to find Fulton still holding his sword, or what was left of it. The blade had been cut cleanly, just above the hilt, the steel scar seared smooth. The length of the weapon lay on the pine boards at the Kennerang's feet, while around his neck floated a bright collar of flame. The slender line of fire throbbed, as though someone had slashed open the world, and beyond it lay another world, one filled to the stars and beyond with unquenchable fire. Fulton took a step back, obviously baffled, but Iltonja didn't move. His eyes, lit by the light of the burning collar, had gone hard as stones.
"What is this?"
he asked, raising a hand to the ring, taking care not to touch it. "You might call it justice," Nira said, stepping forward from the shadows. "Or you might call it vengeance." She smiled a tight smile. "Or you might just call it bad fucking luck. Doesn't much matter.
because either way it's gonna kill you."
The Kennerang turned his head just a fraction to meet her stare, narrowed his eyes, then, after a brief pause, said simply,
"Ah, Rishinira."
"Do I look different?" she asked quietly, "after all these years?" He seemed to study the question.
"You look stronger," he said at last.
She barked to laugh, while Adair felt her own stomach shift queasily. The pieces fell abruptly, terrifyingly into place. Someone close to the centre of power, a creature long given to schemes and machinations. "What are you doing, Nira?" Adair asked slowly. The old woman didn't take her eyes from Iltonja.
"Just finishing up a very tiresome errand."
He was Xestream. That was the only answer. Ranil Tonja was Xestream. Her father's killer was Xestream. Somehow, impossibly, he was the Xestream Nira had been searching for all these years, the one who made her nearly immortal. The brute fact smashed through everything Adair thought she understood about the world, and her mind refused it, kicked it away, grasped desperately for some other explanation. She felt as though she had looked into the bottom of a deep well and seen the sun. Iltonja spread his hands, the sort of invitation a host might make upon opening the door to newly arrived guests.
"I see you've made the acquaintance of my old friends, Adair."
He nodded toward Nira's brother, who was staring at him with eyes like saucers.
"Hello, Roshin," then turned back to her. "I don't know how you found these two, but I assume you are ignorant of their history."
"No," Adair said, shaking her head, forcing down the confusion and the terror. "I'm not ignorant of it, in fact. Nira and Oshi have been completely honest with me." Iltonja frowned.
"Then you understand that they are leeches, that they helped to destroy half of the continent you call Eridroa. They are the Atmani."
"What I understand," Adair said, forcing herself to say the words, though she could only manage a whisper, "is that if they are Atmani, then you are the monster who made them." Iltonja frowned.
"Monster is a terribly freighted word. As for making them, only Badisa can weave a soul. She made them a brother and sister, both leeches. All we did was help to extend their power, to give them the life they still enjoy."
Adair felt like weeping, like screaming, but it was Nira who responded, her voice gravid with rage. "Enjoy?" she spat. "The life we enjoy?" She thrust a finger at her brother. "Your gifts broke us."
"A fact that I have regretted since the day I realized it was true."
"You're Xestream," Nira hissed savagely. "You don't feel regret." Something alien passed through Iltonja's gaze, an utter emptiness that made Adair quail.
"Your certainties, Rishinira, may prove as illusory as my own have."
Blood filled Adair's mouth, bitter and salty. She realized she had bitten through her cheek and tried not to gag. "What do you want?" she managed. "Why are you here?" He turned back to her, pausing for a moment as though considering his answer.
"I want what I have long wanted," he replied finally, "to protect Annur from her foes."
"A lie," Nira snarled. "Just another fucking lie." Iltonja shook his head.
"Since its founding, Annur has been ruled by Malkenians, but in many ways it is my empire. It is the penance I undertook, the thing I created, to atone for my failure with you, Rishinira, and with Roshin, and the rest."
Adair wanted to scream at Nira to tighten the flaming collar and have done with it. The man had lied to her so many times already, and each time she had allowed herself to be led like a docile beast. Just one more step. Always just one more step. She almost said it. "Kill him," she almost said, opening her mouth to let the words out. But they would not come. It was the easiest course, the just course, but it also reeked of confusion and desperation. Revenge was a reaction, and she needed to do more than react. She needed to think deeper and better than she had been thinking all these months. She needed to see further than her foes. That Iltonja was Xestream she could barely believe, but if it was true, the truth had consequence. It explained things. He was not just a human general risen to his post on the strength of his native genius, but something even more dangerous, more powerful. Adair eyed the collar of flame around the Kennerang's throat, watched it shift and writhe. Iltonja hadn't tried to move since Nira wove it in place, which meant that he was trapped, at bay. The terror inside her still raged, but emperors were not ruled by their terror. It was foolish to destroy something before she fully understood it, before she knew whether or not she could use it. "How," she asked, her voice rigid as steel, "is Annur your empire?" He met her stare.
"I have been with her since the start. I told Terial where to build his capital. I commanded the army that put down the Second Secession."
Adair shook her head curtly. "Reginald Went put down the Second Secession." He grinned.
"Have you ever seen a painting of Reginald Went?"
Adair's mind foundered. Reginald Went had refused to be painted. He had refused a statue on the Godsway in his honour, going so far as to have his soldiers tear down the incomplete work. At the time everyone had hailed his humility. But what if it had not been humility at all? It was then that the realization started to penetrate, soaking in like a frigid winter rain, freezing her to the core. Ranil Tonja was immortal. This was not his first post, not his first role in the Annurian chronicles. Nira had said it herself on the road south to Olon. The man was drawn to power like a moth to light. How many names had he worn down through the dusty halls of history? How many parts had he played? He nodded, as though he could hear her silent question.
"I was Mizran to Alil the Great. I fought the Manjari at the Rift in the Western Wars, and the jungle tribes down in the Waste during the Dark Summer. I founded the Edolian Guard to protect your family."
Adair was shaking her head, but no words would come.
"The Ketral study a book on tactics by Hendron,"
he continued, speaking slowly now as though to a child.
"I wrote it. I was Hendron for almost 3 decades. At every step I have been there, a faithful shepherd to Annur and to the Malkenians both."
"Why?"
Adair demanded quietly.
"Why would you do that?"
For the first time he hesitated.
"My people are gone," he said at last, "never to return. There can't be more than a few dozen of us left, scattered here and there. The Xestream will never come back. But I wanted to create something on this earth like what we lost, a kingdom, an empire, a polity ruled by reason and justice rather than fear and greed and passion."
He gestured to Nira and Oshi.
"We tried with the Atmani, thought that if we found a way to bring immortality to a small, just group of rulers, that they would in turn bring order to the world." He grimaced. "We failed. Medisa did not build your minds for the long passage of years. Instead of ushering in order and justice, we plunged the world into madness."
He turned to Nira.
"Do you remember, Rishinira?" he asked almost gently. "How young you all were, and beautiful. How eager for justice and peace. What we did with you, not to you. We shared a hope, one that went awfully awry."
Adair glanced at the old woman and discovered tears sheeting down her cheeks.
"You knew what would happen," she said, balling her hands into fists. "Your Xestream! You must have known."
"No," he replied, "we did not. Even the gods fail, and we were never gods." He turned back to Adair. "Where I failed with the Atmani, I have succeeded with Annur, at least to a degree."
"Why didn't you just rule yourself?" Adair demanded. "Why make my family your puppets?" He smiled ruefully.
"The Malkenians were hardly puppets. You're too quick and stubborn for that. And then
He gestured with a hand to her scars.
"There is Intara's hand upon you as well, a hand more powerful than my own will ever be. No, you were never puppets. We have been collaborators in this great project. Men and women accept the Malkenians, revere you, where they could never accept one of my kind."
Adair took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to sort the lies from the truth. At the side of the room, Oshi had left his bear to stand beside Nera, their fingers laced together.
"Do we fight, sister?"
he asked quietly. He stared at Iltonja, but his eyes held no recognition.
"It's not a matter of fighting," she said, gesturing to the collar of flame with a withered hand. "It is a matter of killing. A thought, and he is dead."
Adair stepped forward, her body moving even as her mind scrambled to keep up, putting herself squarely between the Atmani and Iltonja, raising a hand as though that would do anything to block Nera's kenning.
"No,"
she said, shaking her head.
"You can't." "Do not lecture me, child," Nera replied, eyes cold as winter night, "on the handling of my own vengeance."
Adair hesitated, tried to think. If she was going to lead Annur, she needed to be able to reason even as her mind reeled. If half of what the man claimed were true, a quarter of it. If he had fought in all those battles, had counselled the greatest of the Malkenian emperors, then she could use him. No, she amended silently. She needed him. Despite her father's tutelage, despite the hundreds of tomes she'd read on politics and law, finance and governance, she had no idea how to handle the threat posed by Longfist, no idea how to manage the various borders, no strategy to keep peace down in the waste. Letting Iltonja live was a danger, a risk, but risk was everywhere. The man was a well-honed tool, one she could turn to her advantage, to Annur's advantage.
"Stand aside, Adair," Nera said.
Slowly Adair shook her head.
"Hear me out, for my sake and for yours."
She raised her chin toward Oshi.
"For his."
Nera hesitated, then spat on the floor.
"You have 100 words."
Adair didn't pause.
"He can fix you." "Horseshit," the old woman snarled. She looked past Adair at the Kennerang. "Go ahead. Try to ride her lie."
Iltonja shook his head slowly.
"I will not. I don't know how to cure you."
Adair cursed him silently. Why he had chosen this particular moment after a lifetime of lies, to cleave to the truth, she had no idea, but she pressed ahead regardless.
"You might not know, but you have ideas."
If there was one thing she'd learned about Ranil Tonja, it was that the man had ideas. On politics, on war, on love. He might not know what had gone wrong with Oshi and Nera, but he'd had hundreds of years to wonder.
"You have theories," she said.
He watched her from beneath hooded eyes, then chuckled.
"I do," he replied.
"And now that you have the last two Atmani here," Adair said, gesturing to Nera and Oshi, "it's possible you can help them." He hesitated.
"There is always a possibility." "Fuck possibility," Nera growled. "It was possibility that broke us in the first place. I will have my revenge and see an end to this."
The words were rock-hard, sharp as chipped obsidian, but Adair could see something in the old woman's face, the first crumbling of doubt. Adair tried to speak directly to that doubt, driving her argument into the hesitation like mason's spikes hammered into a stone's seam.
"You can make that decision for yourself, Nera, but not for your brother. Don't go lecturing me on what I can and can't do. I've been making his decisions since before your fucking empire was born, girl."
Adair nodded, meeting her eyes.
"You've protected him all this time. For what? So you could find a man, kill him, then die? Did you keep going all these centuries just for this?"
"Pretty much."
"There is another end to this story,"
Adair said, praying to Intara that the woman would see, would understand, that the long years had not burned out of her the capacity for hope. Nera stared at her, jaw set, then turned her eyes to the Kennerang. For a long time she just watched him, studying the man's face as though it were a page from a book in some barely remembered language.
"I tried to fix it," he said quietly. The world we broke. He gestured toward Adair. Building Annur was an effort to put it right.
Annur can bugger itself bloody, the old woman replied, lips drawn back from her jagged teeth.
Do we fight, sister?
Oshie asked again, staring at Iltonja with an almost rabid intensity.
Is it time at last?
Nira looked over at him, watched as her brother's cheek twitched and his fingers clenched and unclenched around the grip of some unseen weapon. He shook as though palsied, and though he had stopped speaking, his lips continued to shape silent words. Slowly, moving for the first time since Adair met her with a weariness appropriate to her age, Nira raised a hand and set it gently on Oshie's shoulder.
No, she said quietly, not yet.
Then, as abruptly as it had bloomed, the collar of flame around the Kennerang's neck seemed to twist. The air around it went strange, dark, and then it vanished. Nira sagged against her brother, the strength drained from her legs, but her voice was strong when she spoke, her eyes bright.
The collar isn't gone, she said, just hidden. It will move with you, shift with you, travel with you so readily you don't even know it's there. You'll be the freest slave in the world, but you'll be my slave. At a word from me, at a thought, it will tighten and end you.
Iltonja cocked his head to the side.
Using your power like this, Rishinera,
the woman hacked a jagged laugh out of the air.
Will do what? Make me insane?
Indeed.
Then you better figure out a way to make me better again before I lose my mind. A little more encouragement for you to help my brother. You don't want a crazy woman holding your leash, I can promise you that.
She turned to Adair.
You think you need him? Use him. But when you're not using him to save your little empire, he will be working to fix my brother, bending all his long life's learning to making right what he has broken.
She raised her eyebrows.
Isn't that how it will be?
The Kennerang nodded, a thoughtful, measured gesture.
Good, Nira said, because the day you stop trying to heal us, the day you forget your leash and turn on us, is the day I cut you into a dozen pieces and leave you for the ravens.
Iltonja took a step forward, testing the air in front of his throat with a hand. Then another step.
You could be bluffing,
he observed. Nira's smile was like a knife.
Test it.
To Adair's surprise, he chuckled, shaking his head ruefully as though he'd just lost a few sons in a hand of cards.
I'll take your word for it. Now,
he went on, turning to Adair as though the two of them were just wrapping up a somewhat dull bureaucratic function.
There is much to prepare. My men have erected a pavilion for you in the centre of the camp. You'll be comfortable there and, more importantly, safe. The first thing—
Where? Adair demanded, cutting him off. Are the Urgul? He grimaced.
By now, most likely a day or two from the northern end of the lake.
Adair hesitated. So at least 3 or 4 days from us, right? Isn't that good news?
Hardly. Longfist crossed north of the confluence, well north of our last garrison. It looks like he's headed around the north end of the lake. He's still got the Black River to get past, which he'll almost certainly do at Aunt Kiel. But Aunt Kiel is far from here, and we need to get there first. If he crosses before we arrive, it's over. He won't be able to move quickly through the forest, but he won't have to. There are no more choke points after Aunt Kiel. He can split his army in 10, send them all in different directions. There'll be bodies hanging from the branches from the Ghost Sea to the Romsdals.
Adair stared, aghast. So what are we doing here? Why aren't you marching north? He crossed to the fire and held his hands a moment in front of the blaze before answering.
You see the terrain we've been moving through? He asked at last. Bogs, swamps, streams, firs so tight you can't slide between them.
Adair nodded.
North of here it's all like that, and no good road through it. There's a forest track up the west coast of the lake, but an army this size would churn it to mud. We'd be weeks picking our way, and we don't have weeks.
So you've decided to do a little civil engineering instead? Adair demanded. 9 out of every 10 men you have are sleeping in a kint-kissing field right now. They could at least try the western track. The Kennerang smiled.
There's a quote from Hendron's Tactics that I'm fond of. Chapter 14. Never fight, I believe it says, when you can rest.
37. Caden prepared, as he approached the high-walled estate of Gabriel the Red, for disbelief or fury, a fist in the face or a knife in the gut. He tried to run through various scenarios to anticipate what the young nobleman might say or do, but the future proved as blank and inscrutable as the limestone walls of Gabriel's mansion. Annurian law stipulated that no one, regardless of wealth or rank, could build a fortress inside the city. Early emperors had learned that lesson the hard way, and since the empire's 2nd century, private dwellings were required to have a certain number of windows and a gate in every exterior wall. Moats were illegal, hoardings atop the walls were illegal, arrow loops were illegal. Gabriel the Red's estate complied with the letter of the law. Barely. The windows fronting the street were tall and graceful, arched at their peaks, but so slim Caden would have had to turn sideways to slide through them. The main gate was open, but guarded by half a dozen men in long desert robes. More guards patrolled the top of the wall, each one with a spear or a bow ready to hand. The place wasn't a fort, not exactly, but Caden was under no illusions. Inside those walls, Gabriel could kill him a dozen times over, and no one would ever know. Kiel and Triste had tried to join him. He had refused. They argued, of course, Kiel pointing out that even after a decade and a half in the Isheen cell, he understood the political realities of the city better than Caden. Triste arguing more passionately but less coherently that they had to stick together to help each other. Caden, however, had observed that Gabriel might well greet their impromptu embassy with a blade, and if there was dying to be done, better one person than 3. In the end, they couldn't force him to bring them along, and so it was Morjeta who slipped him out of Siena's temple through another hidden tunnel, who led him through wide streets lined with stately bloodwoods, who pointed discreetly toward this fortress that was not a fortress, and murmured, "The estate of Gabriel the Red." Caden nodded, considering the place from inside his hood's shadow. "He is dangerous," Morjeta continued, laying a delicate hand on Caden's arm, "not just because he can fight, but because he can think." Caden studied the woman. She was frightened. He could see the tension in her neck, in the rise of her shoulders. She was frightened, but she held that fear in check. The whole thing might have been a shin exercise, and he took a moment to slow his own heart, to cool his skin. Dangerous and smart? That's the point, right? That's why we came here. Morjeta hesitated, then nodded. "When it is over, return to this place, and I will take you back to the temple." Caden didn't point out that when it was over, he might not have the ability to go anywhere. When he stepped through the graceful arch of the palace walls, however, and pushed back his hood to show his eyes, when he stated his name and asked to see the first speaker of Rabbi, the white-robed guard just raised his brows, then nodded, escorting him into a wide interior courtyard. Flowering vines perfumed the breeze, and a large fountain tossed a spray of water 10 feet into the air. It was a simple, graciously proportioned space, ideal for the lazy sipping of chilled tar on a warm summer day. There was, however, nothing lazy about the fight unfolding on the wide flagstones. 3 soldiers with long spears were attacking a man, if the figure engulfed in the black robe was a man, pressing him from different angles, probing with their weapons, testing his defences. At the sight of Caden the sparring stopped, and the servant who had ushered him in crossed to the robed figure, murmuring something to him. The robe turned. Caden couldn't see the man's face inside the voluminous hood, considered him a moment, then a hand emerged from the dark folds, flicking the servant away. So, Caden thought, schooling himself to stillness, Gabriel the Red enjoys making people wait. He filed the thought away as the fight resumed. The soldiers with the spears immediately redoubled their attacks, weapons slashing and plunging into the robe at their centre. Of the man inside the cloth there was no sign. His hands, his legs, even his head were lost in the swirl of fabric. A shadow robe, Caden realized. Holy Hal, he's a shadow robe. He'd grown up on stories of the desert warriors. enjoying them almost as much as tales of the Ketral. Many people considered the desert warriors to be leeches, but Caden and Valin had found an old codex in the palace library once, the pages filled with illustrations and diagrams showing just how a skilled shadow robe could use the huge, flapping cloak to hide his movements, to disguise the location of his body. Caden and Valin had spent days using old blankets as robes, trying to perfect the techniques, to mimic hips with their hands, to make elbows look like shoulders, to twist their bodies so that what seemed from the outside to be the centre of mass was nothing more than empty air. According to the book, men and women sometimes went mad fighting shadow robes. Caden never believed that. For all Valin's efforts, it was always easy to tell his hands from his head, to see his skinny ankles darting about beneath the cloth. Watching Gabriel, however, Caden shook his head. Fighting a shadow robe looked like trying to attack the wind. The spears appeared to be tearing the first speaker apart, stabbing again and again into the great flapping garment, burying themselves in the shifting folds of cloth. Blunted edges or no, those thrusts could kill, and as Caden stared he saw one of the spear points stab right through the centre of the robe, then emerge from the other side, the steel bright in the sunlight. The hooded figure did not fall. Caden looked closer. The faces of the three attackers were drawn in concentration, their panting audible even at a distance. Though the men obviously knew how to handle their weapons, though they had the numbers, their faces were grim. Great hacking slices that seemed sure to take off a shoulder thwacked harmlessly into fabric that gave way in soft billows. Suddenly, with no warning he could perceive, a short knife flashed out from beneath the robe, the pommel slamming up into the jaw of the closest soldier. Before the body hit the stone, the hand and knife were both gone, disappearing back into that flowing shadow. At the sight, one of the remaining men lunged forward with a furious cry. His spear passed through a fold of cloth, punched out the other side, and into the shoulder of one of his comrades. As the wounded man fell behind him, the shadow robe flowed forward, well inside the reach of the spear, and then that furtive blade was out again, pressing against the soldier's throat. The unrobed man cursed, dropped his spear, and raised his hands in surrender. For a long time the blade at his throat didn't move. Caden watched, wondering if he was about to see a man die. Then, with a flicker like a fire-cast shadow darting when the wind rises, the blade was gone. His foes forgotten, the cloaked figure turned to Caden, then lowered his hood. Black hair lay plastered against his skull, and his face ran with sweat, but he didn't appear to be breathing hard. For a while he said nothing, just looked. Then he waved a hand at his servant. "Take our visitor to the study overlooking the acacia tree. I will decide his fate when I have bathed." "I have come," Caden said carefully, "to offer my condolences for the death of your father." Gabriel the Red said nothing, studying Caden from behind steepled fingers the way a hawk perched on a high branch might study a rabbit, his stillness the stillness of a predator poised to strike. He had taken his time in bathing, and with his face scrubbed and sleek black hair knotted behind his head, he bore little resemblance to the sweating shadow robe from the courtyard. He looked like a young, well-heeled nobleman, not a warrior. Only a long, fine scar, light across his dark cheek, and the bright knives glittering in their red sheaths at his belt, hinted at the earlier violence. "Murder," Gabriel said finally. The word was sharp with the accent of the western desert, vowels polished, consonants pitted as though by the scouring sand. Caden raised his eyebrows. "I beg your pardon?" "You should," Gabriel replied. "You talk of my father's death, as though Gabriel the Grey choked on the pit of a date, or wandered from the well with no water. This is not the truth of the matter." "He was executed," Caden said, "in accordance with Annurian law." "He was murdered," Gabriel replied, "by your father." Caden slowed his pulse, loosened the muscles of his shoulders and back. The Shin had trained him in all manner of techniques to control his own fear and rage, but they had said nothing about how to calm others. One more way in which they had left him ill-prepared to rule an empire. One more deficit he would have to make up on his own, provided Gabriel left him alive long enough. The first speaker eyed Caden appraisingly. "You are not dead, as they say in the streets, but you are not emperor. You returned months after San Litun was set in the earth, and you come here to me, your eyes hidden in this hood. Why? You must know what passed between our fathers." Caden considered what he knew of the young man seated across the table, searching for a hook, a handle. As a child he had grown up with stories of the desert tribes of Moyir, tales filled with vengeance, violence, and blood. He and Valin had imagined every man and woman a shadow robe, every meeting a duel to the death. According to Keel, however, the stories were almost all wrong, the figment of an Annurian imagination obsessed with the exotic. Not that there weren't shadow robes in the West, not that Moyir's history lacked its own share of blood, but if Keel were to be believed, the tribes valued eloquence over violence, insisting on speech before every fight. Caden had wagered his life on that insistence, but face to face with Gabriel, the words he had prepared seemed inadequate. "I am not my father," he said quietly, "just as you are not yours." Gabriel studied him for a long time, then raised a hand. A robed servant stepped silently from behind a wooden screen. "Ta," Gabriel said, not bothering to look at the man. "2 cups." They waited in silence as the servant arranged a clay kettle, steeped the leaves, then poured the steaming liquid into twin clay cups. Caden hesitated, eyeing the vessel warily. "Drink," Gabriel said, gesturing. "If I kill you, I will use a knife." It was a slender reassurance, but Caden lifted the cup to his lips, sipping gently at the bitter, unsweetened tar. Gabriel raised his own cup, drank deeply, then set it gently back on the tabletop. "The first time I journeyed to your city," he said, "I was 8. I did not want to come, but my father was in chains, and we do not allow a person, man or woman, to die without witness." Caden nodded, unsure how to respond. "I went to your palace, inside your red walls, and I watched while 7 of your citizens, men and women unknown to me or my father, men and women whose only sight of sand was a thin strip along the shores of your sea, decided his death." "This is the way of Annurian justice," Caden said. "All cases are decided by a council of 7. "This is the way of cowards," Gabriel said. "Your father watched this trial, but he did not speak. When my father died, your father watched, but he did not wield the knife. When they dragged me from the hall, I swore I would see your father dead. And now I have. You come to me offering condolences for my father's murder? Then I will tell you this. I rejoice in the murder of yours. I came to see San Litun dead, to witness the life drained from his bones. I am only sorry I did not plant the knife in his beating heart myself." He considered Caden for several heartbeats, then raised his cup, eyes intent above the rim, waiting. Caden said nothing. Anger flared, but he extinguished it, then crushed out the sparks of pride and shame as well. He had not come to trade barbs with the son of a dead traitor. To lose himself in a dispute with Gabriel the Red was to forget the greater threat posed by Ranil Tonja and Adair, to abandon his best hope of blocking their attack. Caden revolved Gabriel's story in his mind, searching for a crack, a fracture, a way in. "You saw my father laid in his tomb months ago," he said finally. "Why have you remained in this city you so clearly loathe?" Gabriel's eyes narrowed. "My comings and goings are mine, and not yours to question." "Then I take back the question," Caden said. There was a shape to the verbal dance, but one he could discern only imperfectly. "You offered me a tale, and I will offer you one in return." Gabriel hesitated. "Speak," he said finally, "and I will hear your words." "Your father," Caden began, choosing his course carefully, "Gabriel the Grey, hated the Empire." The first speaker nodded curtly. "But this creates all the world's people as equals. To set one man above the rest, to steal from the others their own voices, this is an abomination. Caden had expected as much. Keel had already explained to him the Moiran system of tribal rule, in which all men and women, regardless how poor, had a voice and a vote at the council fires. The Xestream had explained the political processes of the western deserts efficiently and clearly, but Caden wanted to hear Gabriel himself say the words. Everything hinged on the speaker. Surely, Caden pressed, some people are more capable than others. Some see further and deeper into the heart of important matters. And these people, Gabriel said, speak first and last at the fires. But to silence the voices of others is cowardice and injustice both. It turns men and women to beasts. The people of Annur are hardly beasts. Your empire has made them docile, compliant, incurious. Your family turns the people into goats. Then you strut among them as though you were lions, preying on the weak, devouring them. Gabriel's voice was tight but controlled, his fury carefully reined. Any doubt Caden had about the speaker's hatred of the Empire had vanished. Your father believed this too, Caden replied, and so he worked in secret to bring down the Empire, to set in its place a circle of speakers, Gabriel said defiantly. And he would have succeeded had he not been betrayed. He was not alone in his desire to hear many voices about the fire. As you said, you came to Annur to see my father brought low, to see him dead, Gabriel said, cutting him off, to see the great lion gutted. Caden ignored the jibe. But you have stayed to continue your father's work. Gabriel's lips tightened. His hand dropped to one of the blades at his belt. Caden schooled his body to stillness even as he locked gazes with the speaker. You're still here, he said, pushing ahead with a story based in part on Keel's description of Moiran culture, partly on Morjata's assessment of Gabriel's activities in the city, and partly on pure hunch, because the other aristocrats are here. All the dispossessed nobility from across the Empire, in a single city. What better place to continue the work of your father? What better city in which to labour toward the destruction of Annur? Caden fell silent, spread his hands, and waited. I had intended, Gabriel said, drawing his knife after a pause, to allow you to depart unharmed. And now? Now I will not repeat the error of my father. I will see you dead before you can overturn the great work. He rose to his feet, slipped the other knife from his belt, and set it on the table in front of Caden. The steel was dark as coal, save for the edge, which gleamed in the sunlight. Caden made no move to reach for it. I offer you the choice your father never offered mine, Gabriel said, gesturing toward the knife. To die a man. I didn't come here to fight you, Caden said. Then you will die a beast. And you are certain that killing me will best serve your work? You are the Emperor, Gabriel responded, as though that settled everything. Caden raised his eyebrows. Am I? He fingered the rough fabric of his coat, then ran his hand over the tabletop between them. The clothes on my back are my only clothes. This wooden table is worth more than all my possessions. When you return to your palace, I cannot return to my palace. When my father died, others took his place. Gabriel hesitated, then shook his head. And so one lion has replaced another. You have lost your empire and come to me thinking I will help you regain it. You judged me poorly. It is you, Caden replied evenly, whose judgment has gone awry. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. You tell me in my own ears that this is wrong, that others have not killed your father and stolen your empire? So far you are right. And yet you would have me believe that you do not want it back. No, Caden said, taking up the knife before him, turning it back and forth, watching the sunlight play off the honed edge. It felt good in his hand, solid and strong. With an easy, fluid gesture he slammed the point into the table, watched it quiver. "I am not my father," he said, "and I am not my sister. I do not want my empire back. I want it destroyed." 38. After a decade spent studying small team tactics and training to fight in wings of 5 or 6, it was easy to forget just how impressive a full Annurian field army really was. As a child, Valin had seen legions march down the godsway of the capital, rank after perfect rank, pennants held high, spears precisely angled toward the sky. He remembered the pageantry, but had forgotten the sheer mass of men and metal, the sense that an entire city had taken up arms. As he studied the encamped Army of the North from behind a small copse of trees, however, he found himself struck anew by the sight. None of the individual soldiers could match the rankest Ketrel cadet, of course, but that was missing the point. The army was never intended for the precise work of the Ketrel. Where the Ketrel relied on timing and precision, the army was a creature of mass and momentum, slow to start up but near impossible to stop. What they were doing here, however, buried in the dense forests of the Thousand Lakes, Valin still couldn't say. The 2 Annurian riders had been carrying a message for the Kennerang all right, but the Kent-kissing thing proved to be written in some sort of cipher, a long string of meaningless letters and numbers that neither Valin, Talal, or Leith had the faintest idea how to unravel. Both Annurians claimed ignorance of the contents, and Valin believed them. There was little point in encoding a message if the meat of it could be extracted from the bearers at the point of a knife. All the messengers could give him was a destination, Artskeel, a logging town at the southern tip of Scar Lake, and so Valin and his diminished wing rode southwest instead of south, following miserable tracks through dense northern forests of balsam and pine to Artskeel. If Iltonja was planning an assault on the steppe, he'd certainly chosen an indirect route. But then maybe that was the point. "Looks like the entire army of the North," Talal observed. Valin nodded, running the long lens up and down the arrow-straight rows of tents. The Annurians had pitched their camp a little outside of the town proper, on a series of fields that might have been planted with squash or beans. Whatever the crop, it was destroyed now, the labour of an entire season ground back into the mud by the boots of the army. He tried to estimate numbers, a task made easier by the fact that the Annurians always laid out camp in a neat grid, rank upon rank of taut, white legionary tents divided into 4 quarters. At the centre of each quarter stood a complex of larger pavilions, mess hall, blacksmith, quartermaster, and medical. A quick count of tents suggested 20,000 men, more if they were double bunking to drop their carry weight on the march. It was a huge force, but Valin couldn't help but compare it to the nomadic encampment north of the White. Where the Orgul army had flowed from one hill to the next, their api and campfires sprawling over the steppe nearly as far as the eye could see, the Annurian force fit neatly into a single row of fields. Valin paused, squinted through the lens at the far side of the camp. He wasn't high enough to get a good view, but it seemed that the soldiers there were armed differently from the rest. Occasionally, as the men worked in the setting sunlight, he caught a bright flash that looked more like bronze or gold than steel. It hardly made sense. The legions were too practical to spend money on ornamentation, but then Valin was quickly discovering that there was a lot he never learned on the islands. The strange armour could have been one of 100 things, and Valin let it go, shifting his long lens to look over the town itself. It was larger than he'd expected, maybe 1,000 houses, almost all of them log-built cabins, stables and sheds, some with stone chimneys, some with simple holes in the roof where the smoke could escape. That smoke hung over everything, a thick haze that Valin could feel scratching at his throat, that he could taste on the back of his tongue. He had forgotten the stench of cities and villages in his years on the islands, where the near-constant salt wind off the ocean scoured the archipelago night and day. The men and women of Artskeel, however, mostly loggers judging from the mills at the edge of the village, seemed not to notice the reek of dung and rot, smoke and cut pine that lay on their town like ash. A few thin dogs scrounged scraps outside the doors, and a single sow evidently escaped from her pen, rooted at the foot of a small well. The streets were mostly dirt, though recent rain and the passage of men and horses had turned them to mud. Valin picked out 2 large buildings that looked like temples, to what god or goddess he couldn't say, and a proud 3-story structure of chinked logs and fieldstone, half hall, half tower, near the town's centre. Even that building, however, was overtopped by the dam, a huge embankment of earth, stone and wood to the north of the town, at the south end of Scar Lake. Valin turned his attention to the structure, staring through the long lens. The sun had already settled into the serrated tops of the firs, but close to 200 men, Annurian legionaries, judging from their uniforms, were hard at work by torchlight, digging through the earthen dam. Their commanders had them on a quick rotation, each group working no longer than 2 hours before a second marched in to take its place, and the first returned to the camp. Valin had been studying them since just after noon, and the pace never flagged. They showed all intentions, in fact, of working straight through the night, though with what goal in mind he couldn't say. There were Ketrel who specialized in hydraulic analysis, diverting rivers, destroying aqueducts, poisoning groundwater, but even Valin could tell that a gap in the dam would flood the river below. The town was high enough that it would probably survive, but he couldn't see why anyone would take the risk.
"Something's put an ember up their arses," Leith observed.
It was the kind of comment the Flyer would have made a month earlier, but all levity was drained from the words. Instead of glancing over slyly as he spoke, he refused to meet Valin's eyes, keeping his gaze fixed on the town. It had been that way since their botched attack on the messengers 4 days earlier. Part of Valin missed his friend's banter, but an even larger part welcomed the new solemnity. It relieved him of having to joke, to smile, to fake happiness or humour. They had come all this way to kill the man who had killed his father, and as long as he focused on that single fact, as long as he focused on the relevant tactics and dangers, the goal would fill his mind, pushing back the memory of the men he had already murdered. It kept him going, but it didn't leave anything left over for smiling.
"The Urgol," Talal said. "It has to be the Urgol."
Valin nodded. Longfist was massing for something, he agreed. That was clear as rain.
"Which means," the Flyer observed acidly, "that our dear friend the shaman has fucked us."
Valin revolved the idea as he considered the army once more. At the centre of the camp flew a massive banner emblazoned with the Annurian sun. Beneath the banner 12 soldiers were hard at work erecting a huge pavilion. Something that large could only belong to Iltonja, and Valin panned back and forth with the lens, searching in vain for some sign of the man. When he and his wing rode out from the Urgul camp 10 days earlier, Valin had expected to travel all the way to Annur, to have to find the Kenarang in his own palace and kill him. Even for the Ketrel, it had seemed a nearly impossible task. Something, however, had flushed Iltornja into the open. It made for an opportunity, but put Valin on his guard at the same time. It also meant delaying even further his reunion with Caden, but Caden would have to fend for himself a while. Clearly, events had outpaced Valin since he quit the islands. There were new stones on the board, and sticking obstinately to an outdated plan was a quick way to get dead. An Annurian army on the move could mean one of several things, he said slowly, passing the long lens to Talal. It certainly doesn't exonerate Iltonja for my father's death, for any of the deaths. In fact, it squares with what Balandin told us. Leith stared at him.
"An Annurian army headed north means that someone to the north is misbehaving. And unless you think the actual 1,000 Lakes have sloshed out of their beds to march south, that means the Urgul. But according to Longfist," Talal observed quietly, "this is all a part of Iltonja's strategy. It's easier to justify a transition to military command if there's a war that needs fighting. He could have murdered Salnetun and provoked the Urgul, all with the ultimate goal of consolidating his own position."
"Which means there'll be more than just one death to lay at his feet," Valin added. "If the Kenarang's forcing a major battle just to keep his seat on the throne, he'll be killing thousands, tens of thousands, Urgul and Annurian alike."
"I'm not sure I want to start laying deaths at his feet," Leith replied, "not given what we've been up to recently."
"Valin," Talal began, long lens fixed on one of the gates in the palisade ringing the town, where a dirt road spilled out into the fields beyond. Valin had studied it earlier. It was an obvious attack point, and though the loggers had built squat towers to either side, an experienced siege team would force it easily. Valin squinted. Figures on horseback were emerging from between the wooden walls.
"Who is it?"
he asked, turning to Talal.
"What does your sister look like?" the leech asked.
Valin shook his head. "I don't know. Tall, thin. I haven't seen her in 10 years. I was hoping to find a way to talk to her in Annur."
"You might get the chance a little early,"
Talal said, passing the lens back to Valin and gesturing toward the valley.
"I can't be certain, but that sure looks like a woman with burning eyes."
Valin stared at the leech, then reached over for the lens. There were half a dozen riders, followed by a dozen or so men on foot. It took him a moment to find the range and focus, but when he finally managed it, a figure on horseback leapt into view. She sat her horse proudly, back straight as a spear, but it was clear within heartbeats that she wasn't really comfortable on her mount. She rode the poor creature as though it were a palanquin, not swaying at all to accommodate the beast's gait, sitting hard and low in her saddle as though her legs could no longer hold her up. Adair. Despite the long years, he recognized his sister at a glance. Even without Intara's eyes, he would have known her. She was older, of course, a woman instead of a girl, but she had the same lean build, the same angularity to her features, the same honey-pale skin, shades lighter than either Valin's or Caden's. Except... He squinted through the lens. It was hard to be certain at the distance, but it looked as though a delicate tattoo ran down one side of her face, a few graceful lines that seemed to glow in the sunlight, starting beneath her hair and swirling down her neck into her robes. He shifted the lens to consider those robes more fully. His sister finally seemed to have shed the dresses she spent her childhood cursing. The golden cloth of her clothing was rich enough for any princess's gown, but cut in the austere style of an imperial minister, trimmed at the collars and shoulders with black. The shifting fashions of the Dawn Palace, the subtle social signalling of wardrobe had never much interested Valin, but Adair's clothes spoke of authority, even command. That, and the armed men escorting her.
"What in a nutshell sweet name," he muttered, lowering the long lens, "is Adair doing with an army on the march?"
"Does it matter?" Laith asked. "This is what we wanted, right? She can tell us what's going on. Forget the old plan. We go to her first, see if Longfist's been selling us shit and calling it fruit. Then if it still comes to taking down the regent, it might help to have a little royalty on our side."
"Valin is royalty as well," Talal pointed out.
Laith snorted.
"Valin's a traitor, same as the two of us."
Watching Adair from the tree line through a long lens was one thing. Getting close enough to her to talk, quite another. A young soldier on horseback met Valin's sister on the road, bowed, face pressed against the pommel of his saddle, straightened up when she waved a hand, talked with her a moment, then bowed again before leading her forward. Valin glanced over at the other riders. Just behind his sister rode 2 soldiers. One, a young warrior with a bronze helm and a stern face that might have been chipped from marble, the other a grizzled Edolian, hand on the pommel of his broad blade, eyes scanning the surrounding terrain. At Adair's side rode an old woman and an even older man, both grey-haired and stooped in the shoulders. Valin didn't recognize any of them, but they were making straight for the tents of the army encampment.
"Bunking with the troops," Talal observed. "Good for morale."
"Not exactly with the troops," Laith noted after a pause. Adair was threading her way through the tents, aiming for the large pavilion at the very centre. Her pavilion, Valin realized, an uneasiness settling in his gut. Not the Kennerang's.
"Shit," he muttered. "It would have been easier to get at her in town."
"We're not going to be fighting our way into the middle of an encamped Annurian field army," Talal agreed. Valin chewed on the problem as Adair approached her pavilion, pointed at something, then kicked her horse into motion once more. The soldiers bowed as she passed, and Adair nodded back, dismounting before a different tent, one half the size of her own, but still large compared with all the rest. Even in the gathering dark, Valin could see just fine, but seeing the camp didn't make it any easier to penetrate. He could watch Adair all he wanted. What he needed was to get close enough to talk. "Who wants to play dress-up?" Laith asked. "I figure a cook could get into her tent, or a cleaning slave, or a whore." Valin shook his head.
"You don't know the Edolians," he replied.
"They won't just wave through anyone with a porcelain platter. Those bastards check everyone who enters. Even if I ditch my swords, I'm not sure I'll pass as a cook. Or a whore." "If we had a bird," Laith observed tartly, "you could just drop through the Kent-kissing roof. "We don't have a bird," Valin replied. "Getting into the camp itself shouldn't be hard," Talal said. "We've got the armor we stripped off that messenger." Valin considered the idea for a moment. It was bold, but then most good plans were bold. He had an Annurian horse, Annurian armor, Annurian accent. On the other hand, his burned-out eyes were immediately recognizable. There was no way to know how much communication had taken place between Iltornja and the Eyrie, no way to know what lies the Kennerang had fed his sister, no way to know whether or not the guards around Adair's tent even knew what he looked like. There were scores of questions and precious few answers. "I could get past the other pickets easily enough," Valin said slowly. "It's dark, and men at those posts are just normal legionaries." He shook his head. "The Idolians are the problem. If Iltonja is half the strategist everyone says, he'll be guarding against us, which means the Idolians will be guarding against us. They'll know what I look like, which means they'll know what you look like too." "I'll tell you," Leith grumbled, "I'm getting pretty sick of the fucking Idolian Guard. If they're not off in the shale-spawned mountains trying to murder the Emperor, they're swarming all over the two people on this continent that we need to get close to." He turned to glare at Valin, as though the whole thing were his fault. "When do they go away? Or do they wipe your ass every time you take a shit?" Valin was about to snap out a sharp retort when he paused. "No," he replied after a moment, raising the long lens to his eye once more. "They don't. Don't go away? Don't wipe your ass. At least they didn't when I was a kid. Back in the Dawn Palace they would station themselves outside the privy chamber. They never came in." Talal pursed his lips. "I see where you're headed with this, but we're not in the Dawn Palace. Whatever latrine Adair uses will be ringed with Idolians, same as her tent. You'll have as much trouble getting into one as the other." "The difference is," Valin said, pointing to the soldiers below who had begun digging a hole a dozen paces from Adair's tent, "that I'm not going to have to get inside. I'm going to start inside." By the time Valin had threaded his way past the outer sentries, picketed his horse with the other animals, then talked his way through the inner guard, he was sweating, despite the cool night breeze. Fortunately, just about everyone in the camp looked half dead on their feet. They were resting now, but evidently Iltonja had been pushing them even harder than Valin realized, and the guardsmen waved him through with little more than a glance at his Annurian armor and a few cursory questions. It seemed a crude sort of vigilance, but effective enough in its rough way. Even after being waved through, Valin had to remind himself to walk slowly, to emulate the weary plodding of the other legionaries, to look at the muddied ground before him instead of glancing over his shoulder. "They're exhausted," he reminded himself, "and you're just one more soldier among thousands. And it's night." He offered up a small prayer of thanks to Hal for the darkness. Though he could see quite clearly, the night hid his face and his eyes from the Annurians. Now that he was past the picket, no one was likely to challenge him unless he approached the Idolians around Adair's pavilion. By the time he reached her tent, he had grown almost accustomed to his near invisibility, and paused for a moment outside the pools of light cast by the torches to size up her guard. Had he been optimistic enough to hope that the Idolians might slacken their vigilance while surrounded by more than 20 legions, he would have been disappointed. A pair of men in full plate flanked the doorway, while 8 more surrounded the tent, 2 at each corner, back to back, facing out into the night, a double diamond. The position was simple but nearly impenetrable: double sightlines, redundant postings, physical contact between pairs. There were ways to break in, and Valin had studied them, but each required multiple attackers and ranged weapons. With his full wing he could probably get inside, but the odds of emerging again were pretty long. And Iltonja's pavilion was likely to be the same. The thought made his palms start sweating all over again, and with an effort he shoved it aside. "Do what you came to do," he reminded himself. "The Kennerang's time will come." He stepped away from the torchlight and walked back into the chaos of the camp, stealing glances at the soldiers as he passed. He recognized insignia from the 33rd Legion, the 4th and the 12th, plus a few he couldn't quite recall. The composition of a field army tended to be somewhat fluid. Legions rotated in and out, and the individual men comprising the Army of the North would vary considerably over the course of a decade or so. He circled around Adair's latrine to approach from the opposite direction. Standard Legion procedure placed the long lines of latrines on the camp's perimeter, But then standard Legion procedure didn't account for a princess in the midst of so many military men. Adair's presence had forced the camp commander to improvise on the established pattern, setting aside a small patch of earth for her personal use, surrounding it with a rough tent, and conscripting 2 weary soldiers from their normal duties to dig a deep hole for his sister's safety and comfort. It was the weariness of the men that Valin was counting on as he approached. "All right, arseholes," he said, stepping inside the canvas flap. "Go eat your fucking chow." The nearest legionary, a young man with a wine-stained birthmark across half his face, looked up with a scowl. "And just who the fuck are you?" Valin snorted. "You need a formal introduction? If you want to keep digging, by all means." He gestured toward the hole, then turned toward the tent's entrance. "Hold up, friend," called the other. He was older than the first and leaned on his shovel. The meagre lamplight flickered off his sun-burned scalp. "What you want?" Valin turned back, raised an eyebrow. "What I want is a nice sweet girl to suck my cock as I fall into a deep sleep, but what I get is Captain Dunavik. May an Anshel bugger him bloody, sending me over here to spell you 2 lucky horse-fuckers." "Who's Captain Dunavik?" demanded the younger man. "Who fucking cares, Helen?" said the older, climbing out of the hole and scrubbing ineffectually at the dirt on his clothes with a weary hand. "This fella here is good enough to offer to finish our work." "Hardly our Kent-kissing work," the younger soldier spat. "If the Sons of fucking Flame are so excited about the new Emperor, why aren't they digging her latrine?" Valin clamped down on his shock, even as the older man made a shing motion with his hand. "She's not their Emperor, Helen. She is the Emperor. One of the captains hears you talking like this, you'll be lucky if you spend a week in the stocks." Helm shook his head, but lowered his voice. "Ain't right," he spat. "I'd follow the Kennerang straight up an Anshel's arsehole, but this thing, the way he's going along with her, it ain't right." "I don't recall them asking us," the older soldier said. "We signed on to march and to fight, not to do the figuring about politics and palaces. I'll tell you what we do, we obey. If the general says double time, we kick it in the ass, and if he says dig a latrine, we dig a latrine." He paused wearily, glancing up at Valin. "Unless, of course, there's someone else good enough to finish the job for us." "Good enough?" Valin demanded, trying to keep up the ruse even as he struggled to make sense of what he'd heard. "I'd let you bastards dig till the sun came up, I had my way, but then fucking Dunavik would have me in the stocks all night, which is even worse than pushing a shovel so Her Royal Majesty can shit her royal little shit in her own royal little hole." The young soldier shrugged, then tossed his shovel onto the earth beside the hole. "You could have come earlier," he grumbled, then pushed past Valin and out the tent flap. "What spiny rodent crawled up his arsehole and died?" Valin asked the remaining legionary as the canvas fell back into place. "Don't mind him," the man replied, handing Valin his own shovel. "Elam just joined up. Thought the legions were all about big swords and doe-eyed girls in every town." He trailed off as he got a good look at Valin's eyes for the first time. Valin shifted his grip on the shovel. He didn't want to hurt the old soldier, but one shout and the entire camp would be on him. Worse, if he failed here, it would mean all the earlier deaths. Blackfeather Finn, the messengers he'd killed, would be pointless, useless. It was a perverse sort of logic that argued for hurting the living in the name of the dead, but unless he was willing to give himself up, there was no way around it. With the flat of the shovel he could knock the man unconscious without killing him. Valin planted his feet. "Something happened to your eyes?" the man asked finally. There was curiosity in the words, but no nervousness. Valin inhaled slowly. The air inside the tent was close, still, rich with freshly turned earth, but there was no stink of fear. He relaxed slightly. "Just the way Badisa made 'em," he replied, forcing a shrug. "By day they're just brown. But they look darker at night." The soldier considered him a moment longer, then clapped him on the shoulder. "None of my business. I thank you for the relief in here." He gestured toward the hole. "Truth is, there's not much left to dig. Maybe another few feet. After that, it's just a matter of making it pretty." "Never heard of a pretty latrine," Valin said, turning toward the hole. "I never heard of a princess coming along on a forced march," the soldier replied. "Thanks again, friend." "Don't thank me," Valin said. "Just save my ass if you see some Urgel trying to stick me with a spear." The soldier was still chuckling as the canvas flap fell shut behind him. Emperor, Valin thought grimly. He had expected to travel all the way to Annur to find Iltonja on the unhewn throne and Adair shoved to the side, baffled and grief-stricken, provided she was still alive. Clearly he had underestimated his sister. Here she was in the middle of an army on the march, evidently leading that army, not to mention an entirely separate contingent of the Sons of Flame. That was one mystery solved, at least, though how Adair had come to command the loyalty of the religious order he had no idea. According to Longfist, she had murdered their chief priest. He blew out a long, slow breath. He had hoped to find a willing, if frightened, ally in Adair. Instead, she had the full support of the Intarans and Ran Iltonja both. She wasn't weeping for their father. She had replaced him. There was no way to be sure what it all meant, but he'd be shipped to Shale if it looked good. With an effort, Valin turned his attention to the task before him. The latrine had to look right, or Adair would refuse it, and so for the next hour he dug furiously, tamping down the earth around the hole, piling the stones neatly to the side, then arranging the elaborate wooden seat over the hole. The seat weighed half as much as Valin himself. It was a ludicrous thing to bring on a campaign, and yet there it was, a concession to the tenderness of Adair's royal behind. As he settled it in place, it occurred to him just how different their two experiences of the world must have been. While Valin and Caden had followed divergent paths, both of them had been trained, tested, and tempered by people and institutions utterly indifferent to their birth. Adair, on the other hand, quite obviously lived the pampered life of Annurian nobility. The thoughts kindled an unexpected anger inside him. He had seen his friends murdered, been forced himself to murder and treachery, all in service of the Empire, all to avenge his father and protect his brother. Meanwhile, what had Adair been doing? Lounging in a private pavilion while footsore soldiers dug her privy. He'd expected her to help change the newly imposed order, and suddenly it turned out that she was the newly imposed fucking order. It was even possible, he realized, a chill prickling his skin, that she'd been a part of the original plot. The sister he remembered from growing up hadn't seemed the scheming, murderous sort, but then change had come for them all. He shoved aside his suspicions and misgivings. There was no point speculating where he'd have the information that he needed within a few hours. He stowed the shovel at the base of one of the tent walls, then checked over the space a final time. He couldn't be sure exactly how it was supposed to look, but there weren't too many moving pieces to arrange. If he'd missed a detail, the blame would land on the soldiers he had relieved. He nodded to himself, then stood on the wooden seat, reached up with his belt knife, and cut a slit in the canvas overhead. Careful not to tear the cloth further, he reached through, took hold of the tent's centre pole, and slipped out through the roof into the night. The canvas sagged a bit, but it was guyed out tightly, and as long as he distributed his weight it seemed willing to hold him up. He checked over his shoulder. The roof of the tent obscured him from the paths immediately to the sides. He could see soldiers going about their business farther out, but the night was dark. He wore his blacks, and as he looked over the camp it began to rain, light at first, then heavy. It would make for cold, miserable waiting, but it knocked visibility down to a few paces at best. A good trade. He tucked his chin in his blacks and waited. The Adolians came first, lanterns held before them, the light shining off their wet, gleaming armour. It was the type of error the Ketrel were trained to exploit. Holding the lantern high meant that the flame would blot any night vision the guardsmen had managed to preserve. In an attempt to illuminate the shadows, they were destroying any ability they had to see what those shadows held. Valin lay still, watching them approach, then looking down into the tent as they stepped inside, covering the rest of the hole with his body to avoid any leakage. One guard glanced in the privy while the other prodded the shovel where it lay beneath the canvas walls. "Left their tools," he observed. The other shrugged. "Makes no difference to me." Neither noticed Valin. Typical Adolians, Valin thought. They could spend all night standing at attention in the driving rain outside Adair's tent, but when checking the privy neither of them thought to look up. After surveying the tiny space one last time, both men exited, presumably to take up their guard. Valin was left alone with the drumming of the cold rain on the canvas. It must have been near midnight when Adair finally stepped into the tent, cursing under her breath as she pushed back the sodden canvas, then wringing the rain from her hair. Valin himself was soaked to the skin and shivering, but he forced the discomfort out of his mind, focusing instead on his sister. She was both taller and thinner than she had appeared through the long lens, and up close Valin could see the exhaustion scrawled across her face. She tried ineffectually to brush off her golden robe, then gave up with an exasperated sigh, letting the rain puddle on the floor as she stripped it off. To Valin's surprise, she was wearing Legion wool and leather beneath. Higher quality, to be sure, than what was issued to the soldiers, but far more practical than the dress and jewels he had expected. "Stubborn, Kent-kissing fools," she muttered, shaking her head and fumbling with the button on her breeches, as she crossed to the privy, evidently still incensed by an earlier conversation. "We'll have the local population at our throats before we even get to the Urgul." Valin shifted on the canvas slowly, sliding his head and shoulders through the hole. Water sluiced through as he changed position, splattering the inside of the tent. Adair looked up, scowl on her face, and Valin dropped, flipping in mid-air to land on his feet. She had just opened her mouth to scream when he clamped an arm across her throat, cutting off the cry and air alike. She started to thrash, but he buckled her legs with a quick knee, and she folded to the damp dirt. "I'm Valin," he hissed into her ear. The rain on the canvas roof was loud enough to drown out anything but a shout, but he wasn't taking any chances. "Adair, it's Valin, your brother." She went still. Then, just as he was about to relax his grip, she lunged forward, clawing at his arm with renewed fury. Grimly he tightened his grip. "I'll knock you out if I have to," he said. "Stop struggling. I'm not here to hurt you. I need to talk." Once again her muscles went slack. "I'm sorry I scared you," he went on. "I needed to talk to you, and this was the only way." He eased up a little more. This time she didn't try to break free. "What about riding into the camp and asking for me?" she demanded. Her voice was low but rough with both fear and anger. "The Ketrel teach you how to ask?" "Not really, no. Besides, Iltornja controls the camp. I wouldn't make it 10 paces inside the perimeter before someone clapped me in irons." "You don't understand," she said. "No, I don't. Not about this army or the fact that you're marching at the head of it. That's why I came to you. Now, can I let you go? If I wanted to hurt you, you'd be hurt." It came out more roughly than he'd intended, but Adair hesitated, then nodded. Valin loosed his grip, and she yanked free, rounding on him, eyes blazing. He could almost feel the heat. Adair opened her mouth as though to scream, and he tensed, ready to seize her once more. When she spoke, however, her voice was quiet, but wire-tight. "So you really have turned traitor? I didn't want to believe it." He shook his head wearily. "That's what they told you." "It's not true." "Really?" She cocked her head to one side. "Why don't you tell me the truth?" Valin glanced toward the door of the tent. He had no idea how much time Adair habitually spent in the privy, but sooner or later the Adolians outside would start to wonder. Probably sooner. "We don't have time," he said. "I escaped the islands to go after Caden, to kill him, to protect him. Micah Jaut and Tariq Adiv were already there. They'd murdered the monks and were hours away from doing the same to Caden. And you saved him." He nodded. Adair spread her hands. "So where is he?" "Elsewhere," Valin replied, "trying to figure out the same thing I am. Who killed our father?" He watched her reaction, trying to read her face as she licked her lips, glanced toward the door, then locked eyes with him once more. He could smell her raw nerves, but also something else, something deeper. Defiance? Resolve? "Ran Iltornja," she said finally. "The Kennerang killed father." His heart lunged in his chest like a dumb beast. Fury ached in his veins. In the days since Balindin first named Iltornja a murderer, Valin had felt the rage growing like a sick plant inside him, but his doubt had checked that rage, stunted it. It was impossible to trust the leech. Balindin was a liar. Valin had repeated the words over and over to himself as they crossed the steppe, then the river, then the deep forests around the 1,000 lakes. Balindin lies. Wait until you know the full truth. Balindin lies. And now, like a blade to the face, here was the truth. For a moment he stood motionless, awash in the full flood of his anger, ready almost to burst from the tent, cut down the Adolians, and go hunting for the Kennerang in the midst of the army itself. Slowly he brought himself under control. He would kill Ran Iltornja, but he needed more information to do it right, to be sure. "So," he said slowly, voice ragged, "Long Fist and Balindin weren't lying after all." He shook his head. What are you doing here, with him? What is the whole shale-spawned army of the north doing here? Why are people calling you Emperor?" She ignored the questions. "You were with Longfist? He's the one that warned me about Iltonja. I had to hear it from the fucking Urgul." "No," Adair said, shaking her head. "No, you've got it wrong. The situation is more complicated than you realize." "What's to get wrong?" Valin demanded. "The Kennerang murdered our father. A military coup. Seems pretty straightforward to me." "Ran killed him," Adair snapped, "because Sanlitun was killing the Empire, or letting it die, at any rate. Your friend Longfist has been plotting an invasion, and now he's invading. That's why the army is here." She glared at him. "Or didn't he tell you that part when you were chatting over a cup of tar?" Valin opened his mouth to retort, then stopped himself. He had expected Adair to either confirm or dispute Longfist's claim. The idea that she might do both at the same time had not occurred to him. His mind travelled back to that enormous camp north of the White River, to the tens of thousands of horsemen massed within miles of the Annurian border. The shaman had claimed it was a defensive force, but he could have lied. "Even if Longfist is attacking," he said slowly, "how does an Urgul threat justify treason and murder?" "Sweet in Tara's light, Valin," Adair spat. "You think I didn't struggle with that question? You think it hasn't been at me like a knife stuck in my ribs every Kent-kissing day?" Her body was rigid, almost trembling. She looked like she might lash out at him or start sobbing, maybe both. "I loved our father, loved him more than you ever did, off playing soldier on your tropical islands. I'm the one who talked to him about taxation, military levies, canal rights, the price of a fucking bushel of rice. I'm the one who actually knew him. I'm the one who had to see him put in the Kent-kissing ground. And now you presume to arrive in the middle of the night, a knife to my back, and lecture me about our father, about what we owe to his memory?" Her teeth were bare, as though she were going to rip out his throat, but her voice, when she spoke again, was quiet, tight as a bowstring. "Iltonja tried to convince our father of the danger, but he failed. Father was a good emperor in peacetime. He was a great emperor, but he underestimated the military threat. It was the Kennerang's job to demonstrate that threat, to guard against it." Adair shook her head. "Father wouldn't let him. He said any troop movement to the north was provocation." She stabbed a finger into his chest. "Look, the murder of the Emperor is treason. I will grieve for him the rest of my life, more than you will ever fucking understand. But our father was only one man, Valin. How many more people will die if Annur falls to the Urgul? Your horse-riding friends are probably across the river right now, hammering south through the lakeland. That territory is basically undefended because our father left it undefended." "It's still a military coup," Valin replied. "There were other ways to handle the problem, ways that didn't involve murder and treason. Iltornja went after me too, Adair. He went after Caden. It wasn't just about protecting Annur. He's trying to annihilate the entire Malkinian line." He paused, eyeing her. "Except for you, evidently." Adair hesitated, face twisted with confusion. For the first time Valin smelled doubt on her, heavy as forest rot after a week of rain. "That wasn't him," she said finally. "He told me he didn't go after the two of you." "Oh, he told you! It must be the truth. Somehow the first shield of the Adolian Guard and the Mizran Councillor crossed half of Vash with a contingent of soldiers, all with the express purpose of murdering the new emperor, and somehow the Kennerang regent, the man who already admitted to murdering the last emperor, had nothing to do with it." Adair took a deep breath, then straightened her spine. "Even if he did, it doesn't matter." Valin gaped. "It doesn't matter? Tell me how it doesn't fucking matter, Adair. When men come for you in the night, when people paid by the Kennerang kill people you love to get at you, when they tear apart your entire world, why don't you tell me then how it doesn't matter?" "I didn't mean—" He cut her off. "I know what you mean. It's best for Annur. We need the Kennerang. Sacrifice for the greater good." He spat into the packed dirt. "Fuck that. Fuck that. Iltonja might be telling the truth, and he might be lying. I don't give a shit. He murdered our father. He murdered Harlin indirectly, but he killed her all the same." "Harlin?" she asked. "Never mind," Valin said grimly, reining in his rage. "He's guilty, and I'm going to see him dead." Adair's lips tightened. "You can't." "Because of what?" Valin demanded. "Because of this?" He waved a hand at the wide camp beyond the walls of the tent. "I spent 10 years, Adair. 10 years learning to get past this. Here I am, talking to you right now. I can get to Iltornja. I can get to him, and I can put a knife into his heart. I don't mean the army," she said. "Maybe you're right. Maybe he deserves to die, but you can't do it now. Maybe you haven't been paying attention, but there is a battle coming, and whatever Longfist tells you, it is not a fight Annur went looking for. He is not just another tribal chief, Valin. For the first time ever, the Orgul are united and right on our border. Longfist did that. He systematically crushed everyone who opposed him, and a lot of Orgul opposed him, at least at first. He is coming, bringing with him his blood worship, his human sacrifice. He is coming with close to 1 million warriors, and someone needs to stop him." She stared at him, panting. Rain hammered at the roof of the tent. "Whatever Iltonja has done," she continued finally, "the man is a genius, beyond brilliant, the best general in 10 generations. The soldiers will follow him anywhere, do anything for him." She shook her head. "You think I'd leave him alive if he was just another power-hungry soldier? He murdered our father, Valin, cut him down in cold blood. When I thought that Ewinian was responsible, I saw the bastard burned to char in his own temple, and I would do it again, but we can't. The Orgul are here. They have numbers, they have the horses, they have the jump on us, and all we have is Ranil Donja. I hate him, Valin. Only the Lady of Light knows how much I hate him, but we need him. If we don't have him, the Orgul win." Valin stared. Whatever else she had done, Adair clearly believed what she was saying. Unfortunately, people held mistaken beliefs all the time. "There are other generals," he said softly, trying to make her understand. "Not like him," Adair replied, voice hardening. She gestured beyond the walls of the tent. "Did you see the dam? What he's doing with the dam?" Valin shook his head. "I don't give a shit what he's doing with the Kent-kissing dam. And that," she said, "is why we need him. Because people like you and me don't think the way he does. He's been leading men, fighting battles for—" She hesitated, something that might have been fear passing across her face. "A long time, Valin. I can't let you kill him. After we've stopped the Orgul, all right, but not before. Not now." "You can't stop me, Adair." She nodded. "I can shout. I can kill you. You're really threatening to murder your own unarmed sister? I'm going to see this through." Adair blanched at something in his expression, but she held her ground. "If you kill me, you'll fail. The Adolians will find my body, they'll know it was you, and they'll double the guard around the Kennerang, triple it." Valin hesitated. She had him there. Despite his bold declarations, getting to Iltornja was already going to be nearly impossible. Without the element of surprise, he'd have no chance. "Listen," Adair said, setting a hand on his arm for the first time. "Just wait. Let the army get north. Let us fight the battle with Iltornja. Then I'll help you take him down." "Just a few minutes ago," Valin said, narrowing his eyes, "you were defending the man." "Just a few minutes ago," Adair replied evenly. "I didn't know the full depth of his treachery. Didn't know that he'd come after you and Caden. I love Annur, but I loved our father too. We need the Kennerang now. We can use him, but we won't always need him." Valin weighed the words. He hadn't expected his sister to be so ruthless and hard-headed, but her argument made sense, especially if Longfist really was bringing that army over the Black. Killing the general would destroy morale, and putting an untested commander in charge could mean the difference between victory and defeat. He thought back to Longfist, to the tracery of scar covering the shaman's flesh, to the predatory look in his eye. Ranil Donja wasn't the only killer that needed watching, that much we're sure. So much the better if the two destroyed each other. Where is he hoping to fight them? "The north end of the lake," Adair said. "A small town called Arntkiel. That's where the Orgul intend to cross the Black. Iltonja says it's the last chance to bottle them up before they get into the Empire." Valin shook his head. "You'll never get there in time. It's all bog and balsams out there, nothing even resembling a road." "The Kennerang knows what he's doing, Valin," Adair said. Valin nodded slowly. "All right then, Aunt Kiel. He fights in Aunt Kiel, and when the fighting is over, he dies there." "You don't need to go north," Adair said. "You could wait here. Kill him when the army comes back south." Valin shook his head. "No. Battles are baffling things. Units end up dead or out of place. People get lost. The best chance to take him down will be right after, in all the confusion." The insane thing was that the plan could actually work. The chaos just following the fight would give him as good a chance as any. Certainly it would be easier than killing him in the centre of his own meticulously staked-out camp. "Just make sure you wait for the end of the battle," Adair insisted. Valin nodded. A few more days. Just a few more days until he put a blade in the Kennerang's back. He could wait a few more days. He stepped up on the privy, ready to climb back through the canvas, then paused, turning to face Adair. Her eyes blazed. "One more thing," he said. "Caden isn't dead. The throne is his. And when this is all over, you're going to give it back." 39.
"Black suits or no black suits," declared Trevor Larch, the massive man with a huge brown beard who served as the mayor of Aunt Kiel. "It doesn't matter."
He already towered over the flea, and, as though to emphasize both his words and his height, he took a step closer, stabbing a finger into the wing leader's chest. It was the last thing they needed. Longfist was out there somewhere, driving his blood-mad horsemen across the black, and here they were, wrangling with the headman of some no-account town on the puckered arsehole of the Empire. Worse, it seemed as though half the town had turned out in the central square to see the huge bird land and watch the ensuing showdown.
"We're more capable of taking care of our own up here," poke. "So why don't you fly on south," poke, "back where you came from?"
The flea didn't say anything, didn't move.
"Sides," the mayor went on, puffed up with his obvious success, "don't know what shit-eating bureaucrat decided it was a good idea to let women do the fighting, but I'll tell you one thing, and I'll say it once, so listen hard." "I'm listening," the flea said quietly.
Larch frowned at the tone, then raised his voice loud enough that the whole crowd could hear.
"I've been running this town 23 years. I don't take orders from anyone, and certainly not," he concluded, stabbing a thick finger at Gwenna, "from some wench half my age who thinks carrying a sword makes her a man."
He chuckled at the thought.
"I'd fuck her, maybe," he said, spreading his arms, getting some chuckles from the crowd, "but not follow her."
He turned back to the flea, poked him in the chest again.
"You got that?"
The flea nodded, then stabbed him in the neck. Larch dropped like a sack of rocks, blood spattering the dirt of the central square. Gwenna could only stare. There had been no warning, no escalation, just stillness followed by death, followed by stillness. Then Pierce started laughing.
"All right," she said. "Maybe we could learn to work together."
The people of Aunt Kiel took a few more heartbeats to believe what they saw, and then another man, this one shorter but even broader than Larch, came at the flea with a long knife and a roar. The flea killed him too. Gwenna reached over her shoulder for her blades, but Newt stopped her with a firm hand.
"Don't make it a fight,"
he murmured. Gwenna stared, first at Flea, then at the aphorist.
"He's the one doing all the killing," she hissed.
"Killing isn't fighting," Newt replied. "These poor folks, they've never seen anything like this. Don't know what to make of a man on a bird stabbing their mare. Don't know how to respond. If we draw, though," he pursed his lips, "starts to look like a brawl. And in these log towns, if there's one thing they know, it's brawling."
It went against every instinct Gwenna had, but she lowered her hand. None of the other Ketrel had so much as twitched. The flea glanced down at the corpses at his feet, then over the crowd. When he spoke, the words didn't sound loud, but he pitched his voice to carry.
"The Urgal are coming. You're going to stop them."
That sent an eddy of confusion and discontent through the crowd. Several straggling refugees from the tiny hamlets to the northeast had already stumbled into Antkiel, cradling wounds and bringing stories of burned farms and murdered families. Somehow, though, the townspeople weren't alarmed. They seemed to think it was a matter of raiding parties, rather than an entire army bearing down upon them.
"You stop them!" someone shouted from the crowd. "You're the fighters! We're just here for the lumber." "You won't be here at all," the flea said, "after the horsemen come through. They will kill most of you and keep the rest to sacrifice slowly with steel and fire to Meshkent. They will burn your town to ash. People at the south end of Scar Lake, all the way to Artskiel, will hear you screaming." He shrugged. "You could run, but they'd ride you down. They might pass by if you hide in the marsh. It's been a long time since I was in a log town, but I didn't take log men for a bunch of runners and hiders."
"We're not running," said a young man, thinner than Larch had been, but quite a bit taller than the flea. He held a hooked peavey in one hand, the tool's steel spike bright in the sunlight, but he leaned on it rather than using it as a weapon. "We're not running, but we've got a way of doing things here and killing the mare, ain't it?" The flea eyed the peavey, then the man holding it.
"What's your name, son?"
"Bridger," he replied. The flea nodded.
"Good name."
He looked over the people assembled, pointed at an old woman in greasy wool near the front.
"What do you think of Bridger here, mother?"
She frowned at the question, glanced over her shoulder for support, found none, then looked back at the flea. "Good man."
"He get in fights?"
"Not much. Tends to keep to hisself. Quiet fella." The flea nodded.
"I like quiet fellas. Bridger, you're the mayor."
Bridger frowned. "You can't just make me mayor."
"Just did, pursuant to Emergency War Measure 56.
Gwenna leaned over to Newt. "What's in Shale's name is War Measure 56? The aphorist shrugged.
"Something about taxation on grain, I think."
"So it doesn't—"
"Nope."
Bridger looked confused, but the flea just patted him gently on the shoulder.
"You're in charge of the town. Gwenna's in charge of you. If Gwenna dies, it's Annick. But try not to let Gwenna die."
"What about her?" the young man asked, nodding toward Pierre.
"That's General Pierre. Listen to her, too."
"Where are you going?" The flea pointed up into the shifting clouds.
"Find some help."
"Help?"
"From down south."
"What if they don't come in time?" The flea shrugged.
"Ask Gwenna. Like I said, she's in charge."
Gwenna was tempted to stay on top of the beacon tower. The square stone structure stood atop a cliff on Antkiel's western island, overlooking the lake. According to Bridger, the loggers lit fires in the wide stone pit at the tower's top to guide ships to the town's docks on stormy days. Gwenna didn't give a shit about the ships, but the tower offered an excellent vantage of the entire area. Just as importantly, it gave her a tiny measure of isolation. After all the languages and tactics, the demolitions and archery, the conditioning and sword-play, Ketrel training hadn't left much time for useful tips on how to lead 600 rough frontier loggers in the defence of their town. Even on the islands, Gwenna hadn't made a name for herself in the areas of charm and persuasion. And now that she suddenly found herself in charge of a baffled and restive local population, she almost wished she could fight the Urgul alone. At least atop the tower, there was only Bridger and Annick to deal with. Pierre was down below with the townspeople, maybe flirting with them, maybe killing them. Gwenna tried not to think about it, focusing instead on the local topography. That, at least, she had trained to understand. Loggers had built Antkiel at the small delta where the Black dumped into Scar Lake, a rough little town of log houses, log bridges, log temples, and log docks, spread over 2 rocky islands at the river's mouth. It was clear at a glance why the flea had chosen the spot to bottle up the Urgul. The horsemen would have to cross 3 separate forks of the river, each running dark and deep. The network of bridges linking the islands to each other and to the shores on either side would be easy to control and, where necessary, to destroy. "So why in hell's name is Longfist crossing here?" Gwenna muttered. "The only spot, sir," Bridger replied. He was handling the arrival of a Ketrel wing, the announcement of an Urgul army, the abrupt deaths of his mayor and constable, and his own elevation to the town's leading position, about as well as could be expected. But he kept glancing at Gwenna warily when he thought she wasn't looking, and had settled almost immediately into referring to Gwenna and the others as Sir. She had no idea what to make of that, but she figured they had more pressing business than sorting out the honorifics. "Half a mile north," the young man was saying. "The Black, bogs out. You could ride 1,000 horses in there and not one of them would see the other side." "What about 100,000 horses?" she asked grimly. He shook his head. "They can't get across up there, not unless they go all the way into the mountains, and then it's all black flies and balsams packed so close you can't see through them. There's a few log camps up there, but that's it." "Log camps?" Bridger nodded. "A couple score men and 10,000 logs stacked up on the bank. We're late for the log drive this year. No bridges, though. No way across." "And south is the lake," she said, looking out over the sheet of water to where it hazed into the sky at the horizon. "How long is it?" "Not sure exactly. Maybe 50 miles. Maybe more, with Art's Keel at the other end. So that's why the Urgul are coming here." The logger looked at her. "Are there really 100,000 of them, sir?" "Probably more," she spat, then immediately regretted it. For all that Bridger looked like some bruised-knuckled logger, all sun-browned skin and ropey arms, bushy beard and leather on top of more wool, he couldn't have been much older than her. She tried to imagine how she would have responded if she'd never joined up with the Ketrel, if she'd stayed home on her father's farm, and then one day, out of the blue, discovered that an invading army was a few days out, that she was the first and only line of defence. She was tempted to say something reassuring, but then the assurance would probably just be a lie. "There's plenty to kill us all 12 times over if we fuck up." His lips tightened, but he nodded. "Then we'd better not fuck up." The most obvious thing was to destroy the East Bridge, the one connecting the larger and flatter of Aunt Keel's 2 islands to the eastern bank of the Black. There was nothing on that far shore but 6 miserable farms, the owners of which did some bitching and some moaning on the subject until Pierre explained about the Urgul and their love for pain and blood. That got almost everyone across the bridge, all except for one stubborn old bastard who sat on his porch with a pair of sharpened felling axes and a great crock of whisky, who spat on Gwenna's blacks when she told him he had to move. She started to go after the man, but Bridger held her back. "Leave him be," he murmured. "Piker John'd rather die on his porch than run." "I'm here to make sure people don't die," Gwenna said, furious at the old man's idiocy. She knocked Bridger's hand off her shoulder. "Plenty of folks left to save," the young man replied, gesturing back toward the village. "Lot of work to be done, sir, and if you're right about them horsemen, not much time to do it." They left Piker John on his porch, honing his axes and taking the occasional pull on his crock. Gwenna told herself that at least the stubborn old bastard might kill 1 or 2 of the Urgul, but it felt like a failure. Long Fist hadn't even arrived, and she'd already lost a man. "We've got to blow this bridge," she said, sizing up the wooden span after they'd crossed back to East Island. The decking didn't look like much, rough sawn lumber tacked down with crude-cut nails, but the whole thing was held up by 12 pilings, each as thick as a tree, sunk deep in the silt on either side of the channel. "Blow it?" Bridger asked. Gwenna grimaced. Ketrel munitions weren't exactly a secret. There were too many stories swirling around the world for that, but the Airy tried not to spread word of the explosives any further than necessary. "Like burning it," Gwenna said, "only a lot faster." "I'll get it taken care of," Bridger said. "How?" He smiled. "Those are logs. We're loggers." He jerked a thumb at one of the 6 men who trailed him. "Banders, get a group. Cut it down." The man nodded, then trotted off. "What about the pilings in the middle?" Gwenna asked. Most were sunk in the mud flats flanking the channel, but 4 plunged straight into the swift current of the water. Bridger frowned. "Sunk those 12 years back," he said, "when winter froze the river hard enough to work. Probably can't get at them now. But with the rest chopped and the decking out—" "Good," Gwenna said. "Do it." She turned to Anik. "Think that'll hold them?" The sniper looked at the river, the wide mud flats on either side, then into the dark trees beyond. For a while. They can build a new bridge. Gwenna frowned. She knew enough about bridge construction to understand how to destroy the things, but the time frame for building was a little murky. She turned to Bridger. How long would that take, to rebuild? Depends on the conditions, sir, and on how many bridges they've built. Not many, Gwenna said. The Urgul are good at riding, shooting and killing, not much on engineering. Could take weeks, then. Gwenna nodded. Iltornja could march an army almost all the way from Annur in weeks. And let's make sure that the conditions are particularly unpleasant. You have people in this town that can handle a bow? Bridger grinned. This far north? If you're not logging, you're hunting. Got some women are better shots than the men. Kids can pull a bow too. Good. Bring them to Annick. She'll oversee the defence of the East Fork. The sniper's jaw tightened. I'm not certain I'm the best. Neither am I, Gwenna snapped. But we need archers, and you're the fucking sniper, so follow Bridger and figure it out. The Kennerang's scouts arrived just a few hours later, a dozen hard-eyed men in light legionary armour who looked as though they'd been on the losing end of a battle with about 400 feral cats. One of the villagers, Apper, brought them to Gwenna at the western end of the central bridge, where she was overseeing the building of yet another barricade, a fallback if they lost the East Island. "She's in charge," the logger said, pointing to Gwenna. The lead scout, a thin man with a hawk's profile, narrowed his eyes, glancing over her blacks. "Ketchel?" he asked, obviously surprised. The men behind him shifted warily at the revelation, as though they expected to keel over or explode just from coming close. A few fingered the hilts of their short swords, despite the fact that they were all supposedly on the same side. "No wonder someone made you a scout," Gwenna said. "You can recognize the colour black." The scout's lips tightened at the crack, but his voice remained level. "The Kennerang told us there was no military presence this far north." "Sounds like the Kennerang needs to brush up on his intel," Gwenna replied. "He does know there's a massive Urgul army headed this way, doesn't he?" She tried to keep her tone light, but her heart was hammering. It all depended on this. The presence of the scouts was good. It suggested Iltornja had been moving even before the flea got to him. On the other hand, there was no telling how far ahead of the main body of the army the men were scouting. Even with the bridge destroyed, Gwenna had no illusions that she could hold the town forever. Longfist was a bloodthirsty savage, but he wasn't an idiot, and he had the numbers. Eventually he would find a way across. "The Army of the North is pushing hard," the leader replied. "My name is Gerald, and I have orders to take control of the town, to prepare it against attack." Gwenna tensed. She'd known it was coming from the moment the scouts arrived. Sending an advance guard was standard Legion procedure. 50 or 100 men, unencumbered by all the apparatus of war, trained to travel light and move fast, men who could scout the necessary terrain, begin preparations for battle, and send back word to the bulk of the army behind. To the general. That was the ticklish bit. For all Gwenna knew, the men were here as much to deal with her and Annick as they were to prepare for the Urgul assault. "Where are the rest of you?" she asked warily. Gerald grimaced. "We're it." 12 to hold off the whole Urgul army? Gwenna asked. "You must be really fucking good." "You haven't seen the terrain south of here," Gerald replied, shaking his head wearily. "It's a nightmare. The western track is flooded out with the runoff, and everything else is worse. It was tough enough getting a dozen men through, let alone 100. "But somehow Iltornja's going to get a whole army up here." The man grinned for the first time. "The Kennerang's got his ways." Gwenna raised an eyebrow. "Care to share?" Gerald hesitated, then gestured toward the lake. "There's a dam at the south end. He's destroying it. Probably has it destroyed by now." Gwenna looked out over the lapping waves, trying to understand how blowing a dam 50 miles off was going to get the army north. She thought maybe the Kennerang planned to use boats, but draining the lake would only— Oh. She shifted her eyes from the water to the shoreline. A glistening width of mud and stone was visible just below the tangled bank. It was hard to be certain, but she didn't think it had been there earlier. "He's draining the lake," she said, impressed in spite of herself. Gerald nodded. "Not the whole thing. That would take weeks, but enough to march his army up along the coast." Gwenna eyed the uncovered shelf of stone, sand, and mud once more. "It's wet," she said. "You'll have to wait at least a day for it to firm up." Gerald nodded tensely. "It's going to be close." Despite the genius of the plan, something about it bothered Gwenna, like a stalking shape half glimpsed through the trees. "The Urgul," she said, seeing it at last. "The Urgul will be able to use the same strip of land to press south along the eastern bank. They won't need to cross here." Gerald nodded again. "But there are two things stopping them. First, they don't know the Kennerang's plan. As far as they're concerned, this might just be normal fluctuation in the water level. They might ride halfway down the eastern bank and find the lake rising again." "Pretty fucking thin," Gwenna said, shaking her head. "Longfist has enough men to spare a few thousand on a hunch." "He can't," Gerald replied. "Not yet. A man on horseback is almost 10 times heavier than one on foot, and the Urgul won't leave their horses. As the fringe of the lake bed starts to harden, the legions will be able to use it days before any cavalry." Gwenna blew out a long, slow whistle. "Holy hell," she muttered. "He really is a genius." Gerald smiled wearily. "No one sees his way through a battle like the Kennerang. Sometimes I almost pity the bastards who have to fight him." His last words dug at Gwenna like a dull knife. There was no knowing where Valin was, or whether he'd even managed to intercept the army. It was possible he'd already murdered Iltonja, possible he'd tried and failed, was captive or dead, his head impaled on a pike in the centre of camp as a warning to would-be traitors. The thought made her sick to her stomach, and with an effort she shoved it out of her mind, turning instead to the half-finished barricade rising at the end of the bridge. "Higher," she called to the men lifting a log into place. "Those Urgul horses can clear that." They looked at her sceptically, then nodded. "How are you here?" Gerald asked, frowning. "If the Kennerang didn't send you—" "The legions react to problems," Gwenna bluffed. "It's our job to anticipate them." The scout narrowed his eyes, then glanced over the work. "Well, you've made my job easier, for which I thank you, but we'll take it from here." "Actually," Tyr said, stepping out from behind the barricade, "Gwenna's doing a nice job. I'd recommend letting her keep at it." Gerald frowned. "Who are you?" "Pyr Lacator," the assassin replied, sweeping into a low bow. "I realize it's customary to add 'at your service,' but you Annurian military folk make the habitual mistake of thinking I work for you already, and I don't want to confuse matters." Gerald started to respond, then shook his head, turning back to Gwenna. "Doesn't matter. I have orders to take command of the town." Gwenna was half tempted to let him have it. She'd done her part. The eastern bridge was gone, the villagers were warned, the barricades were mostly built. She could hand the whole defence over and slip away before the Kennerang arrived, figured out who she was, and put her head on a pole. She hesitated. The problem was, whatever the scout's background, he wasn't Ketrel. She knew the training that legionary scouts went through, and rigorous though it was, it paled beside her own. The flea had put her in charge because he thought she could hold the town, and she found, to her surprise, that she intended to do just that. "I have the command here," she said, knowing the words sounded cold, aggressive, but unsure how to warm them. A grumble passed through the scouts behind Gerald. A few shifted wide, making room to draw swords, to fight. "I can use you," Gwenna said, wincing inwardly at her own tone. "I'm glad you're here, but the command is mine." Gerald's jaw tightened. "I have orders to remove—" "The thing about orders," Pyr said, stepping forward, arms crossed over her chest, "is that they absolve a woman from the responsibility of thinking her own thoughts." She glanced over at the scouts, then frowned. "Or a man, for that matter." She raised her eyebrows. "Have you fought against the Urgul, Gerald?" The scout hesitated, then shook his head. Pyr shrugged. "Gwenna has. She infiltrated their camp, met with their commander, gauged their strength, then fought her way free." Gwenna concentrated on keeping her mouth shut. The assassin's claims were barely true, but they seemed to be having an effect. "Do you know the people of Antkiel?" Pyr continued, gesturing to the folk building the barricade behind them. Another shake of the head. "Gwenna does. She's been working with them for days now. They trust her. Which leads me to my third question. Do you love Annur?" Gerald nodded tersely. "Then why don't you do what's best for Annur? When your general gave you your orders, he didn't know that the Ketral were already here. If he had, your orders would have been different. Use that brain that Badisa gave you. The scout glanced at the men behind him. By the hard set of their faces, they didn't care for either the assassin's tone or her suggestion, but they were military men. They would obey their officer.
"All right," Gerald said, turning to Gwenna. "I need to send 2 men back each day, 1 at dawn, 1 at dusk, to bring a report to the Kennering. The rest of us are yours."
Gwenna looked into the pre-dawn mist and steam rising off the bogs and ponds, streams and lakes to the east. It threaded through the balsams and pines like smoke, draped thick over the lake, brightening slowly as the sun rose from a woolly grey to white to dull orange, as though the whole forest had caught fire. Each morning for 3 days she climbed the beacon tower, in part to survey the town's fortifications, in part to hunt for some sign of the Orgul, but mostly because it allowed her to be alone, to step outside of the throng of people for a few minutes, to leave behind the unending questions and requests, demands and complaints and pleas. The whole thing was less of a shit-show than she'd expected, actually. The East Bridge had been hacked to kindling save for the 4 final pilings, thrust up from the channel like dead trees. Gerald and his scouts had been useful in overseeing the movement of all food and relevant supplies off East Island. Despite her hesitation, Annick had built up an impressive set of earthworks and barricades on the eastern shore of the island, and even now had half the village making arrows. Aunt Keel's 2 forges had been ringing day and night as the blacksmiths pounded every scrap of extra metal, pot iron and scrap steel, barn hinges and old nails, into arrowheads. Some people had griped about that. Annick sent them to Bridger. Bridger sent them to Gwenna, and Gwenna sent them back to their homes with a few choice words and orders to scare up more steel. It was exhausting trying to think through every aspect of the defence, and infuriating arguing with the loggers over every little point. But the hardest part was the worry. A sick, corrosive acid in her gut, a never-silent humming in her brain that refused to let her sleep more than a few hours each night, that made it hard to keep down anything more than a biscuit and water. Truth be told, she'd been frightened for weeks, ever since quitting the islands. But that was a different kind of fear, one for herself and her wing. The trainers had prepared her for that. "When you fight," went the motto, "sometimes you die." There had been no motto, though, for people who didn't expect to fight, for the loggers and farmers and fishermen who would end up on Orgul lances if Gwenna failed. The Eyrie had told her all about killing, but there hadn't been much about keeping tiny little villages at the end of the Empire alive. "Sir?" It was Bridger, stepping up through the trap onto the broad platform atop the tower. Above them, the flimsy wooden roof creaked. She glanced at it. The beams were rotted with damp, just about ready to collapse. But she had more pressing worries than the roof on the beacon tower. The battle wasn't shaping up to take place there. "What?" she asked. "We've moved the boats from the docks and anchored them just off the western shore of the lake, as you requested." Gwenna turned. The fog had lifted enough for her to see the hulls bobbing peacefully as the water lapped up against the steep bank. She had no idea what to do with the boats, but it seemed like they might be useful, and she didn't want them falling into Orgul hands if she lost East Island. That was strategy in a nutshell, doing things you didn't understand with the hope they might pay off later. And there were so many things she didn't understand. "You ever been in a fight, Bridger?" she asked. The man hesitated. "Couple of times, down at the dock. Had to get firm with some boys from down the south end of the lake." Gwenna shook her head. Bar brawls. The whole Orgul nation hammering down on them, and she was leading a few hundred people whose best approximation of battle came from bar brawls. "You ever kill anyone?" she asked. He shook his head slowly. "I know you're worried, sir, but we're strong folk up here. Logging's hard work. Breeds hard men, and harder women. I figure putting an axe in a man can't be that different from putting it in a tree." They were brave words, given the circumstances, but they filled Gwenna with rage. She wanted to scream at him that felling some mountain pine was nothing like killing a man, wanted to tell him how it had felt when she stabbed the young legionary in the eye during the Queen Asapi, how he'd sobbed and pleaded before she killed him, and then, worse, sagged against her, slack, limp, like something that had never lived. She wanted to tell him about the Urgul camp and the blood on her sword, in her eyes, sticky between her fingers. She wanted to tell him that even after 8 years on the islands, poring over corpses and beating people bloody in the ring, she still wasn't ready for it. He was watching her, dark eyes nervous. Before she could respond, a shrill horn shivered the air to the east, then another, then 1,000. An enormous flock of birds alighted, dark shapes wheeling in a great swift circle, then flying west, south, and away. The horns kept on and on, coming and coming, until she thought they would drive her mad. When they finally stopped, however, the silence was even worse.
"Is that—"
Bridger began.
"The Urgul,"
Gwenna said.
"I guess the flea didn't get to Longfist."
It seemed as though she'd always known he wouldn't. Whatever the case, there was no time to worry about the older wing leader, not any more.
"What do we do now?"
Bridger asked.
"We fight. Make sure all the very old and young are off East Island and out of the way. Tell Annick to get the archers ready."
It was a pointless order. Knowing Annick, the men and women probably had their bows half drawn by the second horn. Still, saying something made Gwenna feel like she was doing something. Bridger nodded, turned, then Gwenna stopped him.
"It's not that different," she said.
He shook his head.
"What's not? Killing a man. Felling a tree. Just hit it with the axe until it goes down. Not that different."
The logger smiled shakily.
"Thank you, sir. We know how to hit things with axes here."
Gwenna turned back to the dark trees lining the eastern bank before he could see the lie in her eyes. Maybe she should have told him the truth. Maybe he deserved that. But with Longfist somewhere back in those dark shadows, the truth didn't look likely to do anyone a Kent-kissing bit of good. 40. Neutral Ground turned out to be a dilapidated wooden warehouse down by the docks, a huge cavernous place stacked ceiling high with crates and barrels, reeking of salt and tar and mould. Pulleys and tackle hung silently from the rafters overhead, ropes as thick as Caden's wrist, ending in great steel hooks. It was only the apparatus necessary for the movement and storage of heavy cargo, but late at night, in the flickering light of their storm lanterns, the silent lengths of rope with their rusting tackle seemed morbid, menacing. Gabriel had offered to host the secret meeting in his own palace, but the others had refused, insisting on neutral ground. That insistence, too, seemed menacing. The three of them, Caden, Keel, and Gabriel, paused just inside the door, allowing their eyes to adjust to the darkness.
"You must remember," Gabriel murmured, "that these people hate your empire, but their hatred bubbles up from different wells."
"But you're all in agreement," Caden replied. "You see eye to eye on the basic issues?" The first speaker frowned.
"For a long time we hoped to fight the same foe."
"It's not the same thing," Keel observed quietly.
"It is a bond," Gabriel said.
Keel shook his head.
"A tenuous one and delicately balanced. I have seen it plenty of times."
Gabriel turned to stare at the Xestream. They had been working together for days, since Caden's visit to the first speaker's palace, and the two had developed a delicate verbal dance. Gabriel trying to ferret out Keel's history, while Keel deftly deflected the questions, always turning the conversation away from himself.
"You claim to have seen a great many things," the first speaker said.
Keel shrugged.
"I watch carefully. The point here is that a common foe makes for a fragile foundation. A single shift in the balance and alliances crumble."
"A shift?" Caden asked. "We're about to take a sledge to the whole political edifice."
"And we would do well to hope it doesn't fall upon us," Keel replied.
Gabriel shook his head.
"Hope is for fools. But your counselor is right. I have shared tar and unleavened bread with these men and women. But there are those here tonight who would stab me in an eye blink. Or you, if they see an advantage."
"Remind me what keeps us from getting stabbed?" Caden asked.
"This," Gabriel said, tapping his skull with his fingernail,
These, gesturing to his knives. And this, Keel added, patting the leather case at his side. Caden took a deep breath and nodded. The work of the last few days felt a flimsy aegis, a few words inked on parchment. But if those words failed, it seemed unlikely that Gabriel's smarts or his skills with those knives would keep them safe. The three of them were, by design, the last to arrive. Better to be waited upon, Gabriel insisted, than to wait. Such blatant disrespect struck Caden as an odd way to win a dozen suspicious nobles over to his side, but Keel had agreed with the first speaker, and so they had delayed their arrival enough that as they approached the centre of the warehouse they found a small open circle from which the barrels and crates had been shoved aside. Someone had lit a few lamps around the perimeter and arranged a few of the lower crates as seats, but with the towering stacks of merchandise on all sides, the space felt like the ill-lit bottom of a deep well. The people there, most dressed in nondescript, deep-hooded cloaks like Caden himself, sat or stood uneasily, as though trying to keep as much space between themselves as possible. A few held muttered conversations, but all conversations stopped when Gabriel stepped into the circle of light. For a moment, no one said anything. Then a wiry grey man, his face badly pitted by some childhood pox, levelled a finger at the first speaker. "You endanger us all by calling this meeting. Your notes were coded," Gabriel said, shaking his head. "As they always are, Tevis." The man knocked the explanation aside with an impatient hand. "The tyrant could have broken our codes," Gabriel started to respond, but Caden stepped forward into the lamplight. "The tyrant is right here," he said, pushing back his hood, turning his head slowly, allowing everyone a nice long look at his eyes. For 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. There was no response. Then Tevis was reaching for the rapier at his side, while 2 or 3 others broke out in exclamations, part fear, part anger.
"Traitor!"
Tevis snarled at Gabriel, his slender blade bare. "You are startled," Gabriel said, laying his palms slowly on his knees, "and so I will allow you one chance to unsay what you have said." Tevis's eyes darted from Gabriel to Caden, then back.
"What is he doing here? Where did he come from? Explain this."
"I would have to imagine, Tevis," a new voice drawled, "that the boy came here to do just that. Unfortunately, you waving your skinny little wand in his face seems to be, what is the word you educated folk use? Impeding the explanation. Is that it?"
Caden tilted his head to consider a very fat woman reclining in the shadows. Unlike many of the others, she seemed to have made little effort to disguise her identity. She wore a sumptuous green dress, sparkling rings on every finger, golden bangles around her wrists, and a pendant necklace draped across her enormous bosom. Caden guessed her to be somewhere in her mid-50s, but she had the rich, smooth skin and hair of a much younger woman. From Gabriel's description, she could only be Cagellan, the sole person in the room not descended from nobility. According to the first speaker, she was the Annurian Akaza, the lord of the criminal underworld, absolute master of everything from smuggled goods to imperial bribery to assassination. She hardly looked the part, but then Keel hardly looked like an immortal Xestream historian. The important thing was that she had power, more power, if Keel and Gabriel were right, than any of the assembled nobles, at least inside the city of Annur. She could be a crucial ally if they could convince her. Tevis rounded on the woman, rapier still drawn.
"And the fact that you're here defending him is an indication of just how low this council has sunk."
He spat onto the dry dirt.
"I swear to Intara, Cagellan, if you lived in Niche, I would have seen you hung a dozen years ago."
The fat woman just yawned, holding a puffy hand to her mouth.
"A good thing, then," she said as she lowered it, "that I don't live in Niche."
She turned her attention back to Caden.
"Now, Gabriel, my beautiful boy, why don't you explain to this august assembly where you found our most noble emperor? I promise Tevis will sit down and listen politely."
"I will do no such," the man began, but the woman talked right over him. "Or I will have my ministers cut off his shriveled testicles and feed them to him in a broth of brandy and ginger."
Tevis's eyes bulged.
"You don't frighten me, you fat bitch,"
he began. But another man, shorter, with a wide face and fleshy nose, hauled him hastily to a seat on one of the crates, whispering something furiously in his ear. Tevis glanced back at the woman, hesitated a moment, then shook off his companion. Rage twisted his face, but Caden noted that he did not stand, nor did he speak again. The others watched the woman warily. Cagellan ignored them all. "Now," she said, spreading her hands in invitation, "Gabriel, you delicious rock of a man, why don't you explain where you found yourself an emperor?" Gabriel shook his head. "The Malkinian will speak for himself." Caden breathed out a slow, quiet breath, then stepped forward. Gabriel and Morgeta had warned him of the difficulties entailed in his plan, warned him dozens of times over, and while Caden had understood those difficulties intellectually, the true challenge of what he faced was only now setting in. The nobles were already clawing at each other's eyes. There was every chance that the offer he'd come to make would lead to blood on the floor of the warehouse, but there was no going back now. "My name is Caden Hui Malkinian, son of Sanlitun Hui Malkinian, the scion of light, the long mind of the world, holder of the scales and keeper of the gates. I am the heir to the unhewn throne." "Nice list," said a tall, broad man with a huge red-gold beard. Venet, according to Gabriel's description. "You come here to rub our faces in your pretty, polished titles?" Caden fixed the speaker with his burning eyes, waiting until he looked away. "No, Venet," he said quietly. "I came here to tell you I am done with them." Glances darted like swallows in the dark silence that followed, men and women sizing up Caden and then one another, tempted to see their own advantage in his words, but wary and uncertain. Tevis narrowed his eyes. He had slipped his rapier back into its sheath, but kept one hand on the pommel. "What do you mean by done?" "Just that," Caden replied evenly. "I'm giving up the titles, giving up the unhewn throne." Cagellan pursed her lips, flicked absently at one of her dangling earrings with a fingernail. "Giving them?" she asked mildly. "To whom?" Caden shook his head. "To no one. Perhaps I misspoke. I said I was giving them up. What I meant was that I planned to destroy them." The air in the room went suddenly taut as the summer sky before a storm. Caden shifted his eyes from one face to the next, watching the reactions, memorizing them. The twitch of an eyelid here, a jaw clenched, a fingernail picking nervously at a fleshy knuckle. Tevis's lips were drawn back in a half-snarl, a cornered animal uncertain whether to attack or flee. Cagellan twisted a golden bangle absently around her wrist again and again, the motion as simple and repetitive as the moving meditations of the Shin. "Then what?" Venet asked finally. "No more empire? Back to the good old days when we all ran our own kingdoms?" "We did not all have kings, Venet," Gabriel said. Venet smiled a broad, contemptuous smile. "Of course! You desert dwellers will be overjoyed to return to your savage customs." "I'm sorry to hear that you consider his customs savage," Caden said, taking a small step to put himself between Gabriel and the bearded man, "as I have drawn heavily upon them in my remaking of the Empire." For several heartbeats no one said anything. Wind gusted through cracks in the warehouse walls, tugging at the lantern flames. "Making it into what?" Venet asked finally. "A republic," Caden replied. "A government of shared responsibility." Tevis threw his hands in the air. "Shall save us, a republic? Meaning every filthy, dirt-grubbing peasant has a say and a stake?" "It would be inefficient," Caden said quietly, "to bring every filthy, dirt-grubbing peasant to the capital for the sake of governance. I propose something more limited." Cagellan narrowed her eyes. "A council," she said, tapping a finger against her fleshy lips. "You want to have a council." Caden nodded. "A council?" Tevis spat, lips drawn back in a sneer. "Of whom?" "You," Caden replied. "You will provide the spine, plus representatives from those atropies who are not here in the city." He gestured over his shoulder to Keel, who slipped the rolled parchment into his hand. Caden held the scroll up to the light, but made no move to unfurl it. Vennet snorted. "What is that?" "A document," Caden replied, "setting out the new laws, prerogatives, and responsibilities. A constitution." Caden could never have come up with the thing on his own. After 8 years in the Bone Mountains, he knew maybe one Annurian law in 100, and had almost no sense of the governing structures of foreign states and nations. He remembered from his childhood that Freeport and the cities north of the Romsdals formed a federation, that the Manjari had an empire like the Annurians, but with an empress instead of an emperor, and that the blood cities all insisted on their own independence, alternately fighting and trading with the others. It was an absurdly small base of knowledge for the drafting of a constitution that would govern a polity the size of Annur. Gabriel had proven useful, outlining the traditions of his people, as had Morgeta, whose training in the Temple of Pleasure had afforded her a surprising amount of time for the study of politics. In the end, though, it was Kiel who put it together. The historian seemed to know every detail of every human culture since the fall of the Xes Stream. He anticipated the general problems of human governance, the specific problems posed by a transition from empire to republic, and provided plausible solutions to both. Morgeta and Gabriel had both stared at the historian with increasing awe as they worked and reworked the document. "How do you know all of this?" the first speaker demanded at one point. Kiel smiled. "It is my work." He raised his brows. "You memorized every detail, every name and date?" "Yes," he replied mildly, then gestured them back to the scroll. Caden had insisted on one thing only, that the document be simple. It was going to prove difficult enough to convince a score of suspicious, scheming nobles to put aside their historical rifts and grievances without presenting them with a 500-page treatise. Kiel resisted, arguing that any lapses or oversights would lead, eventually, to the fragmentation and dissolution of the government. And the historian saw lapses and oversights everywhere. He wanted to address each possible contingency, outlining solutions to debacles ranging from assassination of council members to double taxation on long-distance merchants. "I have studied republics, Caden," he said, shaking his head. "They start with the noblest of intentions, and they tear themselves to shreds." "How long does that take?" Caden asked. "The shredding?" Kiel spread his hands. "There are dozens of scenarios. Decades, sometimes. Maybe a couple of centuries. Not long." Triste laughed out loud at that. "If we make it through the next few months, I think we'll all be happy. Come next summer, Caden can start worrying about deflation and price fixing and whatever else it is you've been talking about." "Come next summer," Kiel replied. "Caden will not be in charge, not if we are successful." "1 page," Caden said, cutting off the conversation. "We're doing this to deny power to Adair and Iltonja, not as some experiment in the founding of a political utopia." "While we are doing one," Kiel began. Caden shook his head, held up one finger. 1 page. And so, as he stood in the damp warehouse, flanked by piled crates and musty barrels, ringed with hostile, baffled stares, it was 1 page that he held up. "This," he said quietly, "is the constitution I propose for Annur. An Annur ruled not by an emperor, but by representatives from the various atropies, people familiar with and dedicated to the traditions, history, and interests of their people." For a moment there was silence, the calculation of possibility and risk. A slender, ink-skinned woman with red nails and a shaved scalp, Caden took her for a Ziotazine from the southern island of Basque, shook her head. "How many?" she asked carefully. "How many representatives?" 45, Caden replied. 3 from each atropy. Aziotazine pursed her lips. "To be chosen how?" "By you," he said, "each for his or her own territory." Kiel had protested endlessly against the method, arguing that the nobles would scheme to promote their family and friends, then use their newfound power to crush both their political and personal foes. The new system, he pointed out, would be hopelessly tied to the interests of the few and the rich. The point was a good one. But there was no chance that these remnants of an old world order, families who had spent hundreds of years hoarding their grievances and counting their slights, would allow any government in which they were forced to share power over their own restored lands. Doubtless there were better systems, but Iltonja and Adair would not be fighting the Orgul forever, and by the time they returned, the fledgling republic needed to be established firmly enough to deny them power. "It seems like you're giving up a lot," Triste had said, shaking her head as she studied one of the final drafts. Caden almost laughed. "That's the point. I can't match anyone strength for strength, blow for blow, not Adair, not Iltonja, not the assembled nobles." "Then how do you control them? How do you win?" The vision of Gabriel in his shadow robe danced through Caden's mind, of the attacking guardsman lunging forward, of his spear piercing the cloth, missing the body inside, then driving into the flesh of the other soldier. If the Shin had bothered to fight, that was how they would do it. "There might be more strength," he had said, staring at the drying ink on the parchment, "in simply standing aside." Faced with the sharp glares of Annur's nobility, he was starting to question that decision. They could well have been a pack of hungry, late-winter wolves, stumbling upon a deer carcass, snarling and sizing each other up, wondering who was going to get a bloody haunch, who was going to starve in the blood-soaked snow. "And what," Cagellan asked, still twisting those bangles as she eyed him, "will your role be in this great enterprise? Or do you long to return to a contemplative life in the mountains?" She smiled brightly, but her dark eyes were shrewd. Caden forced himself to meet her gaze, to deliver the words as he had practiced them. "I will be your servant," he said, voice level. Cagellan laughed, her cheeks and chins jiggling with levity. "How delightful! A strong young thing, with burning eyes no less, to rub my aching feet and pour my wine." She glanced about her, false irritation flickering across her face. "And speaking of wine, why did no one think to bring any?" Caden ignored the last question. "The Council will vote on every law, deciding on the direction of the Republic and upon the surest paths to reach our collective goals. I will not be a part of the Council. As servant of the Annurian Republic," he went on carefully, "I will not have a vote, nor will I have a veto over what you decide. My only role will be administrative. I will call the meetings, and I will see to it that the laws you set in place are executed according to the spirit in which you intended them." 15 sets of eyes watched him. Caden forced himself to breathe easily, steadily. "Why?" Cagellan asked slowly, lower lip turning out in a frown. "Why would you want this? You could be emperor." "I spent most of the last 10 years beyond the borders of Annur," Caden replied. "I saw another way." "Great," Tevis snorted. "Another way. How enlightened. Or maybe it's that you lost your power already, let your sister seize it, and now you're trying to claw back any pathetic bit that you can." Tevis's crack struck close to the bone, but Caden had prepared for it. "You're right," he replied evenly. "My sister and the Kennerang have taken power for themselves. They tried to see me killed, and if we succeed in what we are doing, they will try to kill you too." The revelation had the intended effect. Shocked faces, indignant exclamations, but Caden rode right over them. "You are right about Adair," he continued, "but you are wrong about me. If I wanted power, I would hardly offer myself as your servant. Right now, Adair and the Kennerang are in the north. When they return, they will either find their power kept nicely warm by their minions here in the city, while the rest of you keep meeting in damp warehouses by the docks, or they will find a republic, a ruling council led by you, deciding the fate of Annur." He shrugged. "Whatever happens, I have no intention ever to sit the unhewn throne." For a long, tantalizing moment he thought he had them. Oil hissed in the lamps. Somewhere lost in the darkness above, birds shuffled on the rafters. No one spoke. No one moved. Caden watched the faces, willing them to see the opening, the chance at power, to lunge. Tevis was nodding, licking his lips. Aziotazine studied him appraisingly, breathing out slowly between pursed lips. They all saw the risk, but their conspiracy had always been dogged by risk. They had all dreamed of an opportunity like this, but none had dared hope for it. Caden waited, his face calm, eyes still, his hand extended with the parchment. He had them. They would take it. Then Tevis shook his head. "I want more." Caden frowned. "More what?" "More representatives on the council. 6 from Nish. We hold the northern pass from the Romsdals. We keep the Ghost Sea swept of pirates. I want more." "The council is based on equal representation," Caden began, but Tevis cut him off. "We're not all equal." He flicked a contemptuous thumb at a short man with wide-set eyes. "Channery? Hanno? They were added to the Empire in the last century. They're barely even atropes." Caden felt his stomach cave, even as the chorus of voices rose in fury, smashing the silence into shards. The shouts and recriminations washed over him. "Seite provides the silver. The population of Kresh is 3 times that of Arigat. Deserves more seats, more votes, more power." He shut out the words. It was obvious he had already lost, and the protestations, for all their difference, were all the same, a litany, the power of which he had long ago forgotten, a desperate string of syllables stronger than any prayer, the ancient, ineluctable chant of humanity itself. I want. I want. I want. 41. It took longer than Valin had expected to reach Antkiel. The 1,000 Lakes, as it turned out, was comprised of a lot more than just lakes. The whole region was a maze of bogs, swamps, streams, and ponds. What solid ground there was seemed crammed with pines and balsams, the dark trunks so close that in most places you couldn't see 10 paces through the heavy needles. The western road, so named because it ran north, vaguely parallel to the west coast of Scar Lake, was little more than a network of muddy tracks, crude bridges, and hastily bucked logs laid side by side over the deepest swamps. Even dry it would have made for rough going, and it was anything but dry. The land itself had slowed them to an agonizing slog, and the land wasn't the only problem. The 1,000 Lakes was dotted with small logging villages, some built on high ground, others on teetering stilts, all of them directly athwart the submerged track. Passing through would be simple enough, except that someone was sure to notice their passage, someone who might talk to Iltonja's scouts, who in turn would tell the Canarang about 3 soldiers in Ketrel blacks, 3 young men evidently unattached to any unit, one with cold dark skin, another with burned-out eyes. It wouldn't take a brilliant military mind to recognize their descriptions. Valin's meeting with Adair, far from reassuring him, had been both surprising and unnerving. Her insistence on the Kenarang's loyalty to Annur, her willingness to pardon his flagrant murder of the Emperor, and her veneration for the man's military mind all set Valin's teeth on edge. Worse, the discovery that Long Fist was on the march made it pretty Kent-kissing clear that he was just using Valin as a tool in his own war, one in which he aimed to overrun Annur itself, which meant that Gwenna and Anik weren't guests at all, they were prisoners. Valin and Leith and Talal had been over it 24 times already, but the ugly fact was that, without a bird, there was nothing they could do for the 2 women. The best hope, in fact, lay in killing Iltonja, in hoping that after the Kenarang was dead they could find some way to go after their wingmates, to free them. The fact that he had left them, abandoned them, gnawed viciously at Valin, but for all the hours he'd spent rehearsing the decision, he couldn't see a way around it. He'd joined the Ketrel expecting to fight on the side of justice and imperial order, but the last few months had disabused him violently of that notion. Instead, he was caught between conflicting evils. Any damage he did to one would make him complicit in the crimes of the other. And yet, standing aside, refusing to take part, was nothing but a coward's course, and so Valin dug down until he came to something like bedrock. Ran Iltonja had murdered his father and suborned the Empire. The agreement Valin had hammered out with Adair seemed like the best available. He would let the Kenarang stop the Orgul, but then he would see him dead. All of which meant, of course, that Iltonja couldn't know Valin was near, was waiting for him. It would be tough enough to kill him unsuspecting, and Valin had no intention of giving the man an advance warning. And so, over Leith's strenuous objections, they detoured around every town, wading through frigid, chest-deep bogs, swatting away biting flies that seemed to grow large as birds, holding their blades above their heads in a futile effort to keep them dry, slogging forward straight through the night and all the next day, at a pace so slow they'd barely reach the northern end of the lake by dusk. It was a pretty weak showing for 3 soldiers, trained to cover distance quickly and quietly, 50 miles in a full day. But it was enough. No one had seen them pass, which meant when Iltonja did arrive, he'd have no idea they were waiting. "Well," Leith said, holding the branches aside with one hand so that he could get a view out over the northern arm of the lake to the small village straddling the Black River. "Looks like the Urgul move almost as fast through the forest as they do on the steppe." Valin's stomach slipped. "Have they taken the town?" he demanded, peering through the gathering gloom as he slipped the long lens from his pack. "Doesn't look like it," Talal replied after a moment. Valin nodded slowly. Bonfires raged on the far bank, but the town itself looked unscathed. No burning buildings lighting the sky, no furious ringing of alarms, no smoke, no screaming. He raised the long lens to his eye, focused it. The horsemen on the far bank snapped into view, hundreds of them, thousands, and more in the trees. "What are the bastards waiting for?" Leith demanded. Valin shook his head. "Can't see. If the people in town aren't idiots, they'll have burned the far bridge, but I don't have the angle to be sure." He shifted the long lens back to the town. The eastern sky had already purpled to black, but Valin could make out the details clearly enough. Rough log buildings, similar to those in Artskiel, all piled onto 2 islands nestled in the forking arms of the Black River. Docks stretched out into the lake from the eastern island, and on the southernmost tip of the western one, built directly out of a rocky cliff, stood a tall stone tower, probably for signalling boats coming up from the south. When the wind dropped, he could hear hammers or axes echoing from the wall of dark firs fronting the eastern shore of the lake. The villagers were busy running back and forth, some with weapons, others lugging logs, still others carting what must have been food and valuables west over the central bridge onto the nearer of the 2 islands, trying to get them as far from the horsemen as possible. Valin tracked a few figures, mostly loggers in rough leather and wool, then paused, grinding his teeth. "Iltonja's scouts are here," Talal nodded. "Not unexpected, but a pain in the arse nonetheless," Leith said. Valin frowned. "Means we'll have to take care in setting up shop. If they're sticking to protocol, they'll be sending men back 2-3 times a day. We can't let the Kenrang know we're here." "All right," Talal said. "What's the play?" "We wait until full dark," he replied. "Then move in. We'll take up a position on top of the tower. Should give us a good view of what's going on, and, with any luck, a line of sight to Iltonja when he arrives. The bastard may be a brilliant tactician, but tactics never blocked an arrow." "And you still want to do this?" Leith asked. "Kill him, even after what you learned from your sister? If Longfist is coming, that means he lied. Means he played us." Valin's jaw tightened. Leith had distrusted the Urgul shaman from the start, but the encounter with Iltonja's army, the realization that the horsemen were actually planning to push across the river, made the flyer furious. He was right, of course. The shaman's army, his so-called shield, was starting to look a lot like a fucking spear. And yet Leith couldn't see beyond that point. It would do them little good to defeat the Urgul, only to hand the empire to Iltonja when the fighting was done. "Longfist lied to us," Leith continued, as though the revelation were a shock. "It was a smart play," Talal said. "He risks nothing by using us to get at Iltonja. If we succeed, he wins. If we fail—" He shrugged. "He was planning to fight the battle anyway." Leith spat. "And we're just cheerfully going to keep doing what this horsefucker wants?" He stared at Valin, the challenge hard in his voice. "We've already killed a couple of Annurian soldiers for the great and mighty Longfist. What's a little more Annurian blood? Is that it?" "There is more than one fight here," Valin ground out. "The fact that one is evil doesn't make the other good. Longfist lied to us, but Iltonja murdered the Emperor." "According to Balandin," Leith said, voice rising in disbelief. "According to my sister," Valin replied, trying to keep his voice calm. "Adair confirmed it. The Kennerang killed my father and seized control of the Empire." "It is your sister," Talal pointed out quietly, "who has taken on the imperial mantle." "She is Iltonja's puppet," Valin snapped. "She thinks she's doing the right thing, but she doesn't understand the larger forces at play." "Seems to me," Leith said archly, "that she is one of the larger fucking forces. She's the Malkanian in charge now. She's declared herself emperor. She has the Kennerang jumping to her tune, the Army of the North, and in case you didn't notice it, the Kent-kissing Sons of Flame into the bargain." "The Army of the North is the Kennerang's army," Valin growled. "When we kill the Kennerang, we can bring it back under control. Caden can appoint a new commander." "If Caden is alive," Talal said. Meeting Valin's eyes, he spoke. "Adair didn't mention him." Valin drew a deep, ragged breath. Worry for his brother had gnawed at him since the two groups were separated back in the Bone Mountains. Their whole scheme seemed like madness now, a plan with 100 possible holes. The gate itself could have killed Caden, or the Ishin on the other side of it. He could have returned to Annur and run afoul of Iltornja's men, could have avoided the conspiracy altogether only to end up dead in a canal with some footpad's blade in his back. The old monk, Rampuritan, had seemed capable with that strange spear of his, but there wasn't any telling how far even he could be trusted. Looking back on it, Valin wished he'd done more to stay at Caden's side. At the time there hadn't seemed to be any choice. It had been a long time since he'd felt as though he had a true choice. Abandoning the islands, losing Caden, fighting the flea, landing on the steppe, leaving half his wing in Longfist's clutches, each decision looked like the wrong one now. But at the time they hadn't seemed like decisions at all. Instead of contemplating a series of forking paths, Valin felt as though he'd been racing down a single treacherous track, just a half-step ahead of his foes, no time to look either back or forward. He stared out over the dark water toward the small town. Maybe this was a mistake too. He could still turn back, try to find that invisible fork, try to take a better path, but the other paths all looked even worse than the one he was on. Leave Iltornja to his triumph? With a crucial military victory tucked tight in his belt, the man would be even more difficult to unseat. Continue north in hope of freeing Gwenna and Anik from the Urgul? The odds of success looked worse than pathetic, and if he died in the rescue attempt, he couldn't kill Iltornja or help Caden. Return to the islands and lay the information about the plot before Davin, Shalil and the rest of Airy Command? They reported to Iltornja. For all Valin knew, they were complicit in the plot. There were dozens of variables, none of which he could control. Longfist, the Ishin, Rampuritan. But about Ranir-Tonja, at least, he could do something. He could try to do something. "Caden is going to have to look after himself for now," he said. "But we can do our vicious, bloody best to make sure that if he's alive, when he does return to Annur, that a backstabbing traitor isn't sitting on his seat." He wasn't sure if he was talking about Iltornja or Adair. Possibly both. Leith raised his hands in surrender, let out a snort, half weariness, half disgust. "The whole thing is above my pay grade. I trained to fly birds, and now we don't even have a Kent-kissing bird." "Speaking of which," Talal said, raising the long lens toward the town once more, "how do you plan to get to that tower? Without Ra, it looks a little tricky." The sun had set, but Valin could see well enough in the grey-green darkness. Dozens of lanterns and fires blazed on the two islands, the extravagance of wood and oil speaking eloquently to the fear in the streets. The loggers' preparations, though, would face east, toward the approaching Urgul. No one would be looking south over the water, and if they were, well, the Ketral wore blacks and worshipped Hull for a reason. "We swim," he said. "Exit at the cliff, climb straight up to the top of the tower." "A half-mile swim in glacial runoff followed by a 70-foot climb," Leith grumbled. "Just what I was hoping for." Valin fought down a sudden and powerful urge to seize the flyer by the neck. There was a time not so long ago when Valin had trusted Leith more than any other member of his wing, but combat had changed both of them, changed them for the worse. Leith's jocularity had crumbled into a series of snipes and complaints, and Valin could feel his own tolerance fraying like a worn rope. No one wanted to swim the fucking lake. No one wanted to climb a tall stone tower in the middle of the night with cold hands and wet blacks, but they were Ketro. "This is what we do," Valin said, leashing his voice, keeping it low, holding back the shouting that snarled and prowled inside. "This is what we are for." "Come on," Talal said, sensing the tension and stepping between them. "Let's just get it over with." Over. Valin almost laughed at the word. Once they swam the lake, they'd have to climb the cliff. Once up the cliff, they'd face the tower. Once on the tower, he'd need to kill Iltonja, and if he managed that, he needed to find a way to free Gwenna and Anik. One fight just led to the next, on and on and on. It wasn't really over. None of it. Not until you were dead. The swim was mercifully shorter than Valin had expected, but the climb above proved brutal. 70 feet of narrow ledges made even more treacherous by the darkness, their sodden boots, and the crumbling mortar of the old tower itself. 3 times Valin trusted his weight to seemingly solid stone, only to have it give when he tried to move up on it, ripping clear of the wall to plummet into the lapping waves below, leaving him to cling desperately with one hand while the other scrabbled for purchase. It was painstaking, difficult work, but Valin found it strangely calming. There were few decisions to make. This stone or that, this ledge or that, and the consequences of each choice were immediate. The rock crumbled or it did not. No lies, no deception, no one to kill. His body warmed with the exertion, and his focus narrowed to the vertical swath of stone immediately above and below him. He was almost disappointed when he reached the roof, pulling up and over onto the rough boards, though his forearms ached and the tips of his fingers bled. For a moment he just laid on his back, staring at the stars, each one a hole stabbed in the darkness. Then Talal's voice pulled him back to the present. "Someone's been working hard," he murmured, nodding toward the eastern bank of the Black. "They've got the place locked up tight." Valin rolled onto his stomach, then pulled the long lens from his oilskin. "What have we got?" Talal nodded into the darkness. "Looks like the bridge is out, destroyed, like you said. Hard to say in the darkness." Between the fires and the stars, the night was plenty bright to Valin, and when he raised the lens to his eye, the chopped pilings leapt immediately into view, jagged teeth stabbing up from the mud flats on either side of the central channel, a few stray planks strewn about. "I wonder who warned them," he said, scanning the town below. The place was a hive of activity, men and women pushing and pulling all manner of carts, some filled with tools, others loaded high with tables or logs, while children scurried through the streets, shouting messages to the adults. It was chaotic, but after watching for a few minutes, Valin could start to see a kind of order imposed on the madness. Laden carts headed east, toward what appeared to be some sort of barricade on the far bank of the East Island, then returned filled with food and jugs of water, all manner of provisions. Valin followed the activity to a knot of figures in the small town square, brought the leader into focus, then almost dropped the lens. "Holy hell!" he breathed, then found himself laughing. Joy and relief washing over him like a cool wave back on the islands, scrubbing away for just a moment all the doubt and the anger. "Meshken Ananshel and holy black hull!" "Is there a joke I'm not getting about the fact that this whole miserable town's about to be burned to the dirt?" Leith asked. For once, even the flyer's cynicism couldn't dampen Valin's spirits. He just smiled and passed the long lens. It took Leith a moment to find Gwenna in the shadows, and then he, too, was laughing. "That tough, stubborn bitch!" he marvelled. "Leave it to Gwenna Sharp to decide she's fed up playing prisoner to an entire army of Urgul." Shaking his head, he handed the lens to Talal. "Anik's there, too," the leech said after a moment, "and Pyr." Valin's face hurt from smiling. It seemed like forever since he'd had a reason. "I wonder how they got free." "Those 3?" Leith asked. "Probably just kept clawing eyes and biting throats until there weren't any Urgul left. Here we are wandering all over Ralte, killing our own men, and they've busted themselves free, humped it back ahead of an entire mounted army, and started preparing the defence." The bitterness had crept back into his voice. "Starts to make you wonder why we even bothered." The smile slid from Valin's face like a shadow. "We bothered," he said, "because it seemed like the right choice at the time." "Well, we're here now," Leith said, rising to his feet on the crumbling roof. "Let's get down there while there's still work to do." Valin hesitated, then shook his head. "No." For a moment no one moved. No one spoke. The wind whipped spray from the waves, tossing it against the rock. It rippled through the boughs of the pines, scratched at the clouds, whipped the fires below into sparks and ruddy blaze. The flyer turned on him slowly, incredulous. "No? We stay here," Valin said, keeping his voice low. "The mission is to kill Iltonja. That hasn't changed." "And what about the fact that our wing is right down there?" Leith demanded, waving a hand at the small town below. "What about the fact that the Kent-kissing Urgul are coming, and these people need help?" "Gwenna has it in hand," Valin said, his own words bitter on his tongue. He wanted to be down there as much as Leith, standing with his wing and his people, throwing up barricades, thinking through strategy. 3 more bodies wouldn't mean much when it came to the actual fight, but 3 Ketrel-trained soldiers could do a lot right now when it came to organising and leading the townsfolk. It would feel good to lift something, move something, do something. It would also jeopardise the mission. "Iltonja's going to be here in a day," Valin said, "and unless you forgot those men down there, the ones with the nice swords are his scouts. If we go down, they'll make us in a heartbeat and report back. If Iltonja knows we are here, we've lost the element of surprise, which, right now, is our only Kent-kissing advantage." Leith snorted with disgust. "Fuck, Valin! Half the wing's already down there. You think if Iltonja hears about Gwenna and Annick, he's not going to assume you're along too?" Valin grimaced. It was an unexpected problem, but a problem didn't mean a disaster. "Gwenna knows the truth about Iltonja. She knows that we're hunting him, and she's smart enough not to piss in the broth." "There's another reason to stay clear," Talal said, frowning. "It's hard to see how this all ends up, but if, when it's over, Iltonja finds Gwenna and Annick, he's going to realize they survived Yur's attack, which means he's probably going to assume they know the truth about him, or at least suspect it. I wouldn't be surprised if he locks them up for questioning, discreetly, of course." Valin nodded. He hadn't considered that angle, but, as usual, Talal was right. "Which gives us 2 reasons to stay out of sight." Leith shook his head. "Right. 2 reasons. What if, and just in case. We're a brave new breed of philosopher-soldier, keeping our hands clean while other people swing the swords." Valin didn't reply. He had a sense that they'd all be swinging swords soon enough, and once they started, there was no telling when they'd stop. 42. Old Piker John said he'd rather die on his porch than run. And he got his wish. Well, the dying part of it, anyway. Gwenna couldn't say how long he'd managed to hold on to his porch, but when the Urgul dragged him out onto the east bank of the Black, he'd lost his axes, his crock of whisky, and, if the way his head lolled on his shoulders was any indication, the ability and will to fight. "They got him?" Bridger said. "Of course they got him," Gwenna snapped. "Did you think one old man was going to see off the entire Urgul nation all by himself?" She bit off the rest of the tirade. She was mad at John, not Bridger, mad at the old man for his stupidity, for his stubbornness, and for making her watch what had to happen next. From behind Annick's barricades on East Island, Gwenna could see the far bank clearly enough, could make out individual faces of the Urgul as they scouted up the river and down along the drying east shore of the lake. She could see the markings on their horses, the fletching on their arrows. They were close enough to shout to shoot, and the only thing holding them back was the narrow strip of mud and water. It seemed a feeble defence. Gwenna glanced up and down the ranks of townsfolk Annick had arrayed behind the barricades. Men and women crouched behind the stacked logs, some kids, too, whose short bows lacked the range to get much past the water. If the Urgul got close enough for those bows to hit, the whole island would be almost overrun. Gwenna would have preferred to send the kids somewhere else, but then, if the Urgul broke through, there wasn't anywhere else to go. Besides, the place was their home. They had more right to die on it than she did. As she watched, someone loosed an arrow. It floated up high over the river, then fell harmlessly into the silt on the far side of the channel. "Knock it off!" Gwenna shouted. They couldn't afford to waste the shafts. There were already more Urgul than arrows, not that she wanted the loggers dwelling on that fact. "No one looses an arrow until they try to cross." She wasn't sure whether to be worried or relieved that none of the horsemen had tried to swim their mounts. It would be utter suicide, obviously, but the Urgul weren't generally known for their sophisticated grasp of tactics. Not before Longfist, at least. Strangely, of the shaman himself there had been no sign. He might have been lurking back in the trees, directing the fight from a safe distance, but his absence made her nervous, as did his choice of lieutenant. If Longfist was nowhere, Balandin Einhoa seemed to be everywhere, stalking up and down the bank in his cloak of dark bison hide, pointing and giving orders as though he'd lived among the Urgul all his life. If the horsemen resented him, none showed it, which Gwenna supposed was smart, given what she knew about Balandin. As she watched, he was directing a knot of Tabe and Xabe to make a space in the open area between the trees and the mud flats. When most of the riders had moved aside, Piker John was thrust, stumbling, to the ground. Balandin stood above the man for a while, gazing over the river toward the town, as though he felt Gwenna's eyes upon him from behind the barricade. While he waited, other prisoners were dragged forward from the trees, scores of them, then forced face down in the dirt where they could see the leech and the old logger. Someone stepped forward with a handful of ropes, and Balandin, with a few practised motions, cinched them around Piker John's wrists and ankles. "What are they doing?" Bridger asked. "I don't know. Something fucking terrible," Gwenna said. She didn't want to watch. It was one thing to kill and see people killed in the middle of a fight. The fear and fury that came with battle didn't leave any time to dwell on the sights and sounds of men becoming meat. Watching from behind the barricade, though, as they hitched the 4 ropes to the saddles of 4 separate horses, Gwenna felt like she might retch all over her boots. A dismayed muttering spread through the crouching townspeople as they realized what was about to happen, and their fear and nausea quickened her own. She wanted to turn away, but she couldn't, not while she was the leader of the town's miserable defence, and yet her body needed an outlet, needed something to distract her from the scene playing out on the far side of the river. She surged to her feet, drew her sword, and levelled it across the river. "Watch!" she shouted. The loggers turned to her, but she shook her head angrily. "Don't look at me, you arseholes! Look over there, at the man you called your neighbour! Watch what they do to him!" The riders of the horses, 2 Tabe, 2 Xabe, nudged their mounts forward, slowly, slowly. As the ropes drew taut around his wrists and ankles, Piker John's body rose into the air, and an awful guttural moan escaped his lips. The Urgul had fallen utterly silent. Balandin, however, began to chant something incomprehensible in Urgul. Where the bastard had learned the words she had no idea, but the thousands of horsemen seemed mesmerized by the spectacle. Gwenna could hear the horses' hooves striking the ground, the strain of the ropes as they pulled. "Watch!" she shouted again, her heart slamming away at her ribs. "You want to know who the Urgul are? This is who they are!" The chanting on the far bank quickened, then quickened further, keeping pace with Gwenna's pulse. The other Urgul joined in, and it grew louder. Piker John screamed, an awful animal sound, and with his scream the riders lashed their horses, crops rising and falling over and over, the body suspended between them writhing, his mouth a gaping howl lost on the storm of Urgul voices. In the midst of the chaos, Anik stepped up beside Gwenna, leaning in to whisper in her ear. "I can stop it. 1 arrow." Gwenna hesitated, watching the horses strain, watching John's body as it twisted and writhed. "Now," she said, swallowing the bile that came with the word, "they need to see this." The sniper turned those hard blue eyes on her. "They're not soldiers. It's terrifying them. They need to be terrified. Gwenna hissed. "If we lose, if the Urgul take the town, this is waiting for all of them, and you won't be there to end it with an arrow." She turned away before Anik could argue with her further, vaulted atop the highest log in the barricade. "This is what is coming," she shouted at the crouching townsmen. "It is not a raid. It is not a skirmish. It is the entire Urgul nation. And if we don't hold them here, they will offer up everyone you know to Meshkent just like they're doing with Piker John over there. This is what they do. This is how they worship. This is who they are. So pay fucking attention." She wasn't sure anyone could hear her over the commotion on the far bank, but the message seemed to get through. One man just at her feet was retching into the mud, but most of the small force straightened up, staring at the horror unfolding in what had, until that morning, been a part of their home. Piker John must have been made of gristle and bone. Even after he lost the strength to scream, his body held together. Even when the shoulders popped from their sockets and the joints went horribly loose, the ligaments held. For what seemed like hours the horses pulled on him, pulled and pawed at the dirt, and snorted and pulled some more, until all at once, with an awful lurch, an arm tore away. The Urgul shrieked in a kind of collective ecstasy as the one rider galloped down the bank, pumping his fist in the air as that grisly tail bumped along behind him. The other riders eased off their horses, allowing what was left of Piker John to settle back to earth, where, amazingly, he writhed until his life drained out of him with his blood. The Urgul unhitched him, dragged the corpse to the river, and tossed it in. Ballandin raised his eyes, looking first at the prisoners cowering behind him, then across the river at Gwenna once more. "It's over," she told herself. "They killed one old man, but they're still on their side of the river." But it was more than one old man. As she watched, a woman, probably someone from the outlying hamlets to the northeast, was dragged pleading toward the riverbank. The sacrifices were just getting started, and with each one, the leech's power, sucked from the terror of his captives, would grow. By the end of the second day, the Urgul had torn apart dozens more people, those poor, miserable souls who lived between Aunt Kiel and the Black, who had had no warning of the approaching army. The far bank was muddy with blood, while the bloated corpses dotted the river mouth, tangling in the roots and rushes where the current slowed. The Urgul killed and killed and killed, but they had made no effort to cross. That made Gwenna nervous. Around noon on the second day she thought they were starting a push. A few dozen Tabe and Xabe had tossed some tree trunks into the river, watching them float down toward the old bridge pilings where they tangled between the posts. It wasn't much. 4 or 5 logs, enough that some brave, stupid shithead might sneak across, but certainly not enough for a full-fledged attack. The Urgul stared at them for a while as though expecting the bridge to grow itself, then went back to killing people. It was like they didn't even care about getting to the town. "What the fuck are they doing?" Gwenna demanded, biting her lip as she looked across the small table at Pier and Anik. After a day at the barricades, she'd had Bridger set up a command post inside one of the most easterly of the buildings, where she could still get to the river fast, but where she could discuss strategy with Anik, Pier, and Bridger out of earshot of the townspeople. It was good protocol, insulating the troops from the decision-making process, but mostly Gwenna just didn't want the people of Aunt Kiel to hear how little their commanders actually knew. "Longfist has to be aware that the Army of the North will get here eventually. Every day the bastard waits is a risk." "We haven't seen Longfist," Anik pointed out. "We don't know he's with his army." "Where else would he be?" Gwenna demanded. Pier pursed her lips. "Off in the forest, perhaps, torturing small woodland creatures." Gwenna ignored her, rounding on Bridger. "Are you sure there's not another way to cross? Somewhere to the north?" He shook his head. "I've been through all that territory logging. In the winter, when the bogs are frozen, you could maybe move across. But now you'd be weeks trying to get through, even on foot, let alone with horses. The firs grow so thick on some of the high ground that you have to squeeze between the trunks, and the swamps will swallow you right up." "And there are no other towns?" she asked. "No bridges?" "Nothing but the log camps, and they don't have any need for bridges unless those horses can balance on rolling tree trunks floating downriver. There's nothing to help him in the north." "I wonder what became of your short, bellicose friend and his large bird," Pierre mused. "Maybe he got to Longfist after all. Maybe they're all just milling on the far bank because they have no idea what else to do." It was a tempting explanation, but after a long pause, Gwenna shook her head. "Doesn't make sense," she said. "If the flea carried out the hit, he'd be back by now. And if Longfist were really dead, wouldn't the Urgul tear each other apart? Even Ballandin wouldn't be able to hold them without the shaman's power backing him." "Just trying to be optimistic," the assassin said with a shrug. "Bridger, do you have any more beer?" She gestured to the tankard in front of her. "Sitting on one's ass, watching men and women get rent limb from limb, tends to lead to a thirst." Gwenna started to respond, but an urgent chorus of shouts from just outside cut her off. She was out the door in 3 steps, scanning the far bank, the near bank, the lake, hunting for the attack that she'd missed. The townspeople were pointing upriver, but in the growing gloom she couldn't make out much. Certainly there was no Urgul assault. "Oh, sweet Sienna," Bridger swore, horror in his voice as he followed her eyes. "The drive." "The drive?" Gwenna demanded. "What's the drive?" "The log drive," he said, pointing to the dark shapes bobbing just above the surface of the river. So thick on the water Gwenna hadn't noticed them, a loose raft of shifting logs jostling one another as they floated south with the current. "They can't cross on those, can they?" Gwenna asked. "Not there," he said. "Not on horses. But that's not the problem." Gwenna scanned down the river, then stopped at the old bridge pilings, fear punching her in the chest. "There," she breathed. He nodded grimly. "That's why they tossed in the first logs. They're going to make a dam." "How many of those are there?" Gwenna asked, gesturing upstream. "Enough to clog the whole north end of the lake. Enough for a dozen bridges if they get hung up." "Why would they get hung up? Don't you drive the logs through these pilings every year?" Bridger nodded bleakly. "But we usually have men and women on the bridge with poles to make sure they don't get stuck, to break up a jam before it starts. Now," he gestured helplessly, "there's no bridge." "How long?" she asked. But even as she watched, it was happening. The logs bumping up against the others, the Urgul had floated in place. A few nosed over, forced on by the press behind. Others spun with the current, then ducked beneath the surface, driven down and replaced by still others. There seemed no end to the logs. As far north as Gwenna could see, the river was packed with them, and there was no way to stop the river. "Those," Pierre said, raising her eyebrows, "are going to be a problem." "They'll fill the whole river," Gwenna said, the horror mounting inside her. They would fill the river, and then the Urgul would cross. That was what they'd been waiting for. "The other channels," Bridger said. "We've got to divert the logs down the other 2 channels, the ones that aren't blocked." Gwenna stared at the mass of logs, the sheer, unstoppable tonnage. "And how in hell's name do we do that?" "We have to—" He shook his head. "I can't explain. I have to go. Miller!" he bellowed. "French!" 2 men from the line of archers turned. "2 drive crews! Get 'em up! Get 'em going! Now!"
"We need poles and dogs."
"Then get them!" Bridger shouted. "Get them and get to North Island!" "Well," Pierre observed as the logger sprinted away, "he certainly seems excited." It was a shocking transformation. Bridger had been nothing but deference since the flea killed the 2 head men in the town square, asking questions and jumping to do as he was ordered. Now that he had a task that he understood, however, all hesitation vanished. The problem was the drive crews were pulling men and women from the line, the toughest men and women by the look of it, and this while the Urgul were riding out of the trees on the far bank, shrieking and bellowing, horses pawing at the ground as the logs piled up. One Xabe, a good bit bolder than she was smart, kicked her horse into a charge. It was an ill-fated attack, her horse bogged in the mud, buried to her knees in the soft silt. Screaming, the young woman leapt from the beast's back, charged laboriously through the rest of the silt, then tried to run across the logs. Gwenna watched as a trunk shifted beneath her. She teetered for a moment, then disappeared, the weight of wood shifting closed before the splash had even subsided. "They can't cross yet," Anik observed. "They will." Gwenna replied grimly. Whatever Bridger managed above the fork, there were enough logs already in the East Channel to form a dam once the current packed them in densely enough. It would be a treacherous crossing, to be sure. Logs would shift, and Urgul would die. But they were coming. The line of archers, so pathetic to begin with, looked like a group of slack-mouthed farmers shown up from the countryside for the village fair, except they were about to be shooting at people instead of straw butts, and if they missed, they died. A few of them were glancing over their shoulders as though thinking of running. Gwenna had been gnawing the inside of her mouth so viciously that it had started to bleed. She spat the coppery blood out into the mud and tried to think. Great generals could win impossible battles. But she wasn't a great general. She was barely Ketrel, and a declared traitor at that. "Are you contemplating the beauty of the northern forest at dusk?" Peer asked. "I'm thinking, you miserable bitch," Gwenna snarled, fury at her own impotence spilling over toward the skull-sworn. The woman had done nothing since they arrived but drink beer and make her mocking little cracks. "Why did you even come here?" Peer took a contemplative pull on her tankard before responding. "You may recall that the choice was this, or a quick, inglorious death among the pines." "Well, this goat-fuck is shaping up to be pretty quick, inglorious, and deadly too," Gwenna said. The flea had left her the command, and now everyone from Aunt Kiel looked likely to die. Worse, instead of figuring out a way to stop it, here she was trading barbs with a woman who actually relished slaughter, who would look with joy on the deaths of children, men, and women, a whole town full of folk who, until 2 days earlier, couldn't imagine that war's hammer was about to descend upon them. "You should have saved yourself the trip," Gwenna spat. "You and me both." "On the contrary," Peer said. "Here I have the comforts of human society as I face my God, the bond of a sisterhood in arms. Bugger your fucking sisterhood." Peer frowned speculatively. "I was picturing a different type of sisterhood." She started to raise the tankard to her lips once more, and then Gwenna's knife was out, stabbing toward the skull-sworn's throat in pure, unpremeditated fury. There were plenty of little knife fights back on the islands. Cadets and vets settling scores by squaring off and fighting to the first blood. This wasn't that. Gwenna put her whole weight behind the thrust, pivoting with the blow, twisting her wrist to feather the blade as it sunk into the flesh. Only there was no flesh to find. The blade clattered against something, and Gwenna's wrist jammed with the impact. She tried to slice sideways, but the skull-sworn had caught the knife inside her tankard. Gwenna yanked it back, trying to pull it free, and Pierre stepped into the open space, hammering up with the heel of her hand, slamming Gwenna's mouth shut so hard that her teeth throbbed and her neck snapped back as she tumbled to the mud. The whole thing had taken less than a heartbeat. Most of the loggers hadn't even noticed, and by the time they looked over, Pierre was extending a hand to Gwenna, her smile broad, her eyes hard. "Careful, sir," she said, echoing Bridger's deference. "The footing through here is treacherous." Gwenna glanced over at the curious archers, shackled her pride, and took the woman's hand. Pierre's grip might have been hammered from steel. When she yanked Gwenna to her feet, she pulled her close enough to murmur in her ear. "I came here to kill Urgul, which means that, in theory, we are on the same side." She paused, allowing Gwenna to regain her footing and pull back. "Am I wrong?" she asked, voice sickeningly mild. "No," Gwenna growled. "You're not wrong." "Excellent," she smiled. "The thing is, I'm good with the killing, but not all that great when it comes to the tedium of tactics and strategy, so maybe you could—" She waved a hand toward the logs piling up in the river. "Think through all that sort of thing. In the meantime—" She held the empty tankard aloft. "I seem to have spilled my beer." Gwenna ground her teeth as the woman turned back toward the houses, tried to ignore the blood hammering at her temples, tried to figure out how to get the fewest people killed. It was tempting to pull everyone back to West Island, maybe as far as the West Bank, and then to destroy the bridges behind them. That would put a little more space between the people of Aunt Kiel and the Urgul, plus 2 more channels of flowing water. The trouble was, she'd already tried that trick once, and Longfist had anticipated it. She could give ground, then find herself on the far bank, facing the same army, without even the semblance of a defensive position. At least here the Orgul would have to pick their way slowly across the shifting and uneven dam, and while they were picking, the loggers could be shooting. Gwenna looked over the crew, trying to see something different, something that might give her hope. She cursed the flea again for putting her in charge. She wasn't a general, she was a demo master. She'd trained to blow things up, not to lead people. Oh, holy hell, she breathed, staring at the dam. Oh, fuck. She tried to run through a dozen calculations at the same time. Weight, force, flow, distance, density, and failed. It was impossible to say how deep the dam went, how tangled the logs were, what it would take to dislodge them, but it was suddenly perfectly clear what she had to do. "Anik," she said, turning to the sniper, "hold them here." The sniper blinked. "Where are you going?" Gwenna waved at the bridge. "I'm going to blow it. They'll fill you with arrows before you get halfway across, and a star shatter on the surface." She shook her head. "It won't work. I'm not going across," Gwenna said. "I'm going under." She had the faint satisfaction of seeing Anik's eyes widen a fraction. She waited for the sniper to tell her it was insane, impossible, that the water was too cold, the dam too wide, the explosives inadequate to the task. Instead, the sniper just nodded. Not that that should have been surprising. Gwenna took a deep breath, then turned away from the barricades. She was going to die, that much seemed clear, but this kind of mission, at least, she understood. "If you don't see anything by full dark," she said, "it didn't work." The sniper nodded again. Then, as Gwenna grabbed her pack of munitions, Anik extended a hand. For just a moment she looked small, girl-like, confused. "Good luck, Gwenna," she said quietly. Gwenna wasn't sure whether to cry or shit herself. By the time she got to North Island, the Orgul were already trying to cross back at the logjam. She couldn't make out much more than the shapes of men, women, and horses in the distance and thickening dark, but it looked as though Anik was holding them. Anik, along with the mudflats on either side of the channel and the precarious nature of the dam itself. Still, the Orgul had the numbers. Sooner or later a group would reach the near bank, and then it would be villagers and their wood axes against mounted horsemen with spears. Gwenna tried not to think about that. To the north, Bridger and his crews had managed to divert the majority of the logs into the central and western channels, but enough still slipped through the east that simply floating with the current would be treacherous. As Gwenna watched, two huge trunks nudged together almost gently, bumping and rolling with the current. A person trapped between them would be crushed. "Well," she muttered to herself, "best not get trapped." It took only a moment to ready her star shatters and drop her boots, then 3 times as long to get up the courage to actually dive into the swirling black water. The icy cold knocked the wind from her immediately, and she swirled out into the main channel, kicking and gasping, trying to get a full breath as her chest constricted with the cold. She'd known it wouldn't be like the ocean around the islands. The black was fed directly from the glacial runoff from the Romsdals, but this... Her teeth were already chattering, and her fingers felt fat and foolish. She'd always found water more frightening in the darkness, as though it were a great pool that went all the way down into the earth, a hungry pit with no bottom, and darkness was falling fast. There was nothing for it but to stroke hard downstream, to try to conserve the meagre heat she'd built, running north by swimming south, and so, star shatters tucked into her belt, she kicked hard for the dam. Halfway there, a log almost took her head off. She dove at the last moment, coming up on the far side as it smashed up against a floating raft of trunks. From the water, the mounted Orgul loomed up in silhouette against the grey night sky. She tried to count them, but it was all she could do to stay clear of the shifting logs, to keep her head above water as her limbs turned to lead. Somewhere ahead, a horse screamed, and someone tumbled into the water, clawing for a moment at the dam, then sucked beneath. And then, all at once, she was almost on top of it, the jagged logs crushed together, looming like teeth from the swirling surface. She caught a glimpse of bodies pressed up against twisted wreckage, riders pinned by the current, drowned, their faces just inches from the good air. It sounded like there was fighting on the island, but she had no way to see it. There was just time to raise the star shatters above the surface, light them with a flick of a hand, to suck in a huge breath, manage half a prayer to hull, and then dive, kicking down, down, down into the frigid, perfect blackness of the river bottom. 43. The midnight gongs had long since tolled when Caden, Keel, and Gabriel began the long walk back to the Temple of Pleasure. They walked in silence, partly because they couldn't speak freely on the streets of Annur, partly because there was nothing to say. Caden had played his gambit, and it had failed. He could still hear the chaos of the warehouse, the various nobles shouting over each other, accusing, condemning, demanding. Such a scene would have been impossible among the Shin. But then that was the problem. Neither Keel nor Caden had anticipated the full extent of the aristocrats' irrationality, the strength of the clutching grasp in which their emotions held them. He kept his hood up and his head down as they moved through the winding streets, eyes fixed on his own feet and those of Gabriel and Keel, who led the way a few paces ahead. For once he was grateful for the disguise. The hood let him stay silent, let him drift in his own thoughts. Those thoughts, visions of failure and futility, had consumed him so fully that he almost strode directly into Keel's back when the man stopped short. Caden started to speak, but Keel pushed him back, quietly but firmly, down the street from which they had just emerged. When they finally stopped, Caden raised his head carefully, glancing from Gabriel to the Xestream. "What?" he asked quietly. "The Ishin," Keel replied. "2 of them, waiting in the shadows just outside the cobbler's shop." Caden took a long breath, forcing himself to calm. "Did they see us?" Keel shook his head. "Who," Gabriel asked, "are the Ishin?" Caden started to explain, then thought better of it. "Enemies," he said curtly. "Do you know another way into the temple?" Gabriel frowned. "Several." He glanced over his shoulder. "These enemies of yours, they can fight?" Caden nodded. "How did they follow you?" Caden considered the question. Matol couldn't have tracked them from the Kenta in the catacombs all the way to the temple. The memory of the Akhanath sprang to mind, of their twisted, unnatural legs, of the red eyes bulging from the joints. But Matol wasn't Xestream. He didn't have Akhanath, which meant the Beshran. "They didn't follow," Caden said. "They anticipated. There are only a few places in Annur I could go, only a few places to which I have any connection. They've probably got men watching all of them." "You did not tell me this," Gabriel said, jaw tight. "I didn't know they would pursue me so quickly." "We can discuss it further," Keel said, "when we're inside the temple." Getting inside the temple proved easier said than done. Gabriel led them to 3 more entrances before they found one, a low stable outside a modest palace, that was unwatched. By the time they'd murmured Morjeta's passphrase to the pair of guards, descended through the long tunnel underground, and emerged into one of the small garden pavilions, Caden wanted nothing more than to sleep. Dawn would be soon enough to fully confront the implications of his failure, both with the council and the Ishin, soon enough to start searching for another path. His mind felt battered by the strange tides of emotion, the hope, fear, anger, and despair. How most people lived with such emotions every day, with feelings 100 times stronger, he had no idea. Even the residual tug of longing and loss was enough to disorder all hope of rational thought. Sleep, he reminded himself. Sleep first, then thought. When they stepped through the wooden door into the pavilion, however, the strain on Morjeta's face said immediately that there would be no sleep. He started to ask what was wrong, but she waved him silent, the motion quick and urgent. Behind Caden, Keel and Gabriel went still. Over the slow wash of water, through the gentle ringing of the wind chimes, Caden could make out a voice, a man's voice, smooth and urbane, but sharp as oiled steel. "I have nothing but respect for your temple and for your goddess, but I speak for the unhewn throne, and in this matter I will not be denied." Caden felt the cold claws of fear prick through the skin of his neck. He had heard that voice only briefly. It had been more than a month since he last saw the man walking out of the Bone Mountains, clothing ripped, face bloody. But he knew the accent and idiom as though they were his own. The Shin had taken from him the luxury of forgetting. While the Ishin were hunting him outside, here within the very walls of the temple, Tariq Adiv had come, searching for someone. "It is not a matter of denial, Counselor," said a woman's voice, warm as liquid honey. "The young man you seek is not within our walls."
"How disappointing," Adiv said, voice slick with disbelief. "You won't mind if my men just check. There are so many people coming and going, and in the aftermath of ecstasy, it's easy to forget certain details."
Caden crossed silently to the wooden screen separating his pavilion from the lush garden beyond. Adiv stood in the soft red light of the hanging paper lanterns. The Mizran councillor appeared fully recovered from his ordeal in the mountains, his dark robes immaculate, dark hair combed carefully back, held in place with a dark blindfold. He was the image of imperial authority, and a leech, and a murderer. Caden could feel Gabriel tensing at his side, and he turned to fix the first speaker with his gaze, then shook his head slowly. Adiv was flanked by half a dozen soldiers, and whatever Gabriel's skills with those blades, he wasn't prepared to face a leech.
"I'm afraid that won't be possible, Counselor," the woman said. "As you know, we hold the identities of those inside Sienna's walls inviolate."
Caden shifted his attention to the Lena confronting Adiv, a tall, voluptuous woman with skin dark and lustrous as wet coal, her hair hanging in hundreds of delicate braids. She looked desperately vulnerable, standing before the armoured soldiers in nothing more than a dress of diaphanous silk, but her face betrayed no fear. She smiled, spreading her hands.
"I'm sure you understand."
Adiv's jaw tightened.
"I'm sure I do."
He glanced around the garden, seeming to look through that blindfold of his from one pavilion to the next. Caden kept still as the non-gaze passed over him, wondering for the first time whether Tan had killed all the Akhanath back in the Bone Mountains. He realized he had no idea where the creatures had originally come from, whether Adiv had more, whether they were stalking him even now, scratching at the high walls of the temple, searching for a way in, a way over. Finally, Adiv turned back to the Lena.
"You know, Demival, that I have more men than these 6.
He left the rest of the threat unvoiced, but the Lena's lips tightened a fraction.
"And you know, Counselor, that the citizens of Annur love my goddess. Many worship inside these walls, and the worshippers would be displeased with any disturbance."
"The citizens of Annur love Intara as well," Adiv replied. "And look what happened to Uinian."
Demival met his smile with one of her own.
"Of course, Uinian was a traitor. I am not. I live to serve Annur and all her citizens after serving my goddess, of course."
"You've always been clever with that tongue of yours, Val. But you know as well as any that serving Annur is not the same as serving the unhewn throne."
"I wish all peace and pleasure upon the lords of our land." She cocked her head delicately to the side. "This is a precarious time for the Dawn Palace. I would hate to see the current instability extended as a result of—" She paused, longer this time, as though searching for the words. "Rash and unnecessary decisions." Maybe it was her light, apologetic laugh, or the simple fact of seeing his will so clearly thwarted, but Adiv's face twisted into a snarl beneath his blindfold, and he leaned in close, seizing the Lena by the arm, his fingers driving into her flesh.
"So we understand each other," he hissed. "I would remind you that what you have here is nothing more than a collection of pretty, perfumed whores. You hide behind the lust of Annur's powerful and rich as though that lust were loyalty. It is not. I will leave you for the moment, but if I discover you have lied to me, you may find that all this soft, decadent flesh you have so assiduously collected, all your beautiful boys and girls, will burn as briskly as your high walls." If Demival was frightened by the threat, she didn't show it. Instead of drawing back from Adiv's grip, she pulled him closer in a mockery of true embrace.
"And in the interest of understanding,"
she whispered sweetly in his ear, the words soft, yet intended to carry to anyone else listening,
"I would remind you that while you serve a man, I serve a goddess. It is a pity your eyes went bad so early, or you might see more clearly the power you confront."
"I could kill him," Gabriel said, frowning at the flame flickering inside the porcelain lamp. Morjeta shook her head vigorously.
"No, you couldn't. Tariq-ad-Dîv is a cruel, vicious man, but he is not foolish. The 6 soldiers you saw tonight were the barest fraction of his strength. And he's a leech," Triste spat. "He can do things."
Gabriel shook his head in disgust.
"Filthy scum."
Caden took a deep breath, then blew it out slowly. After Adiv's departure, Morjeta had hurried them up the stairs to her chambers and double-bolted the doors, while Triste pulled the curtains and lit more lamps. The temple, which had seemed like such a sanctuary for the past several days, now felt dangerous, sinister, a trap sliding slowly shut. He glanced around Morjeta's chamber, but there was little to see. Delicately scented candles on the mantel, flowering jasmine in dark, elegant pots, a harp hung from a hook on one wall, and a scattering of parchment, quills, and ink jars scattered across a low table, the remnants of their long nights drafting the Constitution. Nothing to suggest treachery, nothing to hint that even here, in the heart of Siena's temple, they were being watched.
"How did Adiv know I was here?" Caden asked. Triste stabbed a finger at the garden beyond the curtains. "There are hundreds of Lenas," she said, shaking her head with disgust. "Someone talked."
"What about all that about keeping identities inviolate?" Caden asked.
Morjeta pursed her lips. "Most of us serve the goddess above all." She spread her hands. "But despite the training and the oaths, Lenas are human, with human hopes and flaws. They can be threatened or bribed. They can be manipulated to think they have no choices." She glanced at Triste, and a shadow of anguish passed across her face. "Demival is strict in her adherence to the oaths. This year already she has seen 4 Lenas and a serving girl cut and put outside the walls for violating the trust of the goddess. But this temple houses hundreds, and she cannot be everywhere."
"We will move to my estate," Gabriel said. "These Ishin would not follow you there, and this temple is no longer safe. Now that the counselor knows you are here, he will come back."
Morjeta hesitated, then shook her head. "He doesn't know. Not for certain. We've been careful to keep Caden hooded and hidden at all times, save inside my own rooms. At the most, Adiv has heard that my daughter has returned. You should be safe here, at least for a few more nights."
"He was searching for a man,"
Caden pointed out. "He was fishing," Morjeta said, "hoping Demival would let something slip. If he knew for certain that you were here, that I was shielding you, Siena's walls would not keep you safe." "There must be some way to stop him," Triste said, hands balling into fists. "To kill him?"
"Tariq-ad-Dîv is not the problem," Caden said quietly, shaking his head. "Not yet, at least."
Triste turned to him, aghast. "He tried to murder you once already. He threatened my mother and took me from the temple by force, and now he's back hunting us again. How is he not the problem?"
"He is only an obstacle," Caden replied, "if we decide to remain in the city. We could be gone tomorrow morning, by tonight, and he would have no way to follow us."
"You would run?" Gabriel asked, face hardening. "And what of this empire you pledged to destroy? What of your constitution?"
Caden met the first speaker's angry glare. "I don't plan to run, but until we have devised a way to destroy the empire itself, it's irrelevant whether or not Tariq-ad-Dîv watches over the Dawn Palace, irrelevant whether or not we kill him."
"Killing would be a good place to start," Triste said. "We can figure out the rest as we go along."
"No," Caden said, shaking his head. "Killing Adiv will create an absence in the Dawn Palace, a brief period in which no one rules Annur. But absence is difficult to maintain. If our own council is not there to fill the empty space, then Iltornja or Adair, or another of his minions, will step in almost immediately."
"Unfortunately," Keel said, "after our meeting tonight, forming a council looks unlikely."
"The nobles are fools," Gabriel said, cracking the knuckles of one hand, then the other. "They would poison their own well to prevent others from drinking."
"What if you were able to offer them something?" Triste asked. "Promise them more, if they sign the Constitution."
"I don't have anything else to offer," Caden said. spreading his hands.
"Future rights and prerogatives," Triste suggested, "in the new republic."
Caden considered the idea a moment, then shook his head in frustration. "It was greed over the rights I was offering in the first place that choked off the agreement." Morjeta had been staring at him, eyes bright in the lamplight.
"It won't work," she whispered. "I thought that maybe—" She shook her head. "They aren't going to agree after all. I'm so sorry."
They fell silent at that, Gabrielle glaring moodily into the lamplight, Triste gnawing at her lip. Caden studied them a moment, the thorn of a horrible new thought pricking at his mind, then looked away, watching the delicate curtains shift in the breeze. From the garden below he could make out the light sound of music and laughter, played over the deeper bass of moaning, the fervent cries of physical rapture. The weariness he'd felt just after returning from the warehouse settled on him once more, a heavy, soporific helplessness. These were his people, the patrons of the temple and the angry nobility alike, and yet sometimes they seemed more alien than the Xestream. He filled his mind with a summer Ahn of the meeting, studied various faces in the feeble lamplight. He could see the scene in perfect detail, but it meant little. He could stare at the faces for hours, watch the disaster unfold forward or backward, but he had no idea how to change the result. If it were a crumbling wall, or the broken axle of a cart, a wet clay pot on the spinning wheel, or a goat's carcass to be carved, he would be able to discern the shape of the problem beneath the bright skin of the world, but he could find no pattern in the assembled aristocrats, no shape in the madness. Exhaling slowly, he let the image go, watching instead as the oil lamp sputtered for a moment, the flame waving wildly before steadying itself. He understood how the lamp worked. Oil and air, fuel and space, something and nothing. Starve it of oil, the flame died. Crowd it, the flame died. Caden reached out, tested the heat, then settled his hand over the top of the lamp. The fire didn't quite reach his skin, but it hurt worse, then began to burn. The quick, desperate animal part of his brain screamed at him to pull back, to cradle it to his chest, but he silenced the beast and kept his hand in place, watching the pain but discarding the fear of pain. It felt as though he'd been fighting and running forever, struggling against his foes when he had the strength, fleeing more often. And where had it landed him? Trapped inside a temple, his secrecy fraying, his plans thwarted, enemies circling. He stared at his hand. The skin beneath was seared, blistered, but the fire in the lamp had gone out. He lifted his palm slowly, watching the smoke break apart on the light breeze. The others were exclaiming, but he set the sound aside, following the track of his thought. All this time he'd been trying to guard himself, his few friends, his family. He turned his hand over, stared at the livid red flesh across the palm. The truth was, he couldn't protect anyone, not even himself. He'd failed at fighting, failed at keeping his secrets, failed at eluding Adiv and the Ishin both. "Maybe it's time to stop fighting," he murmured, testing the idea aloud. "What?" Triste asked. He didn't look up, staring instead at the lines in his scorched flesh, studying them as he considered the various pieces of a new plan, rotating them like stones in his mind until they fit, locking into place. He turned to Gabrielle. "I need to meet the council again." The first speaker frowned. "So soon? They would still be furious from tonight's fiasco." "Not right away," Caden replied. 3 days. On my ground this time." Keel raised his eyebrows. "Your ground?" "The Shin Chapter House," Caden said. "It's neutral and discreet." "The Shin Chapter House," Keel observed, "like this temple, will be watched by the Ishin." Caden paused at that, forced himself to hesitate, to smile. "I know, but there are other ways in. The abbot explained them to me when I spoke with him, passages underground." "Why risk these passages?" Gabriel asked, shaking his head. "Why risk the place at all? I can secure another location easily, also neutral, one not watched by these foes of yours." "The meeting has to take place at the chapter house. I have to show the nobles something." Keel studied him a moment. "The Kenta," Caden nodded. "Why?" the Xestream asked,
The gates have been your family's secret since the founding of the Empire. It's the Empire we're trying to replace, Caden observed, carried along by the momentum of his own lie. Triste suggested offering the nobility something they can't refuse, something in return for their participation in the Republic. I intend to offer them the use of the Kenta. The gates would destroy them, Keel said, narrowing his eyes. They don't know that. When they see me disappear, then return the same afternoon, carrying fresh fruit from the markets of Olon, they'll understand the power. They'll sign whatever we put in front of them for a piece of it. And when they discover you've lied to them, I'll tell them it takes months of training to safely use the gates. If we're all still alive, then we can worry about what comes next. Keel nodded. It could work, he said, then paused, studying Caden. There's something you're not saying. Caden smoothed away the barbs of fear, forced himself to meet the Cassestream's gaze. There is, he agreed, then turned to Triste. I need you to take a note to the chapter house, to a monk named Iapa. No, Morgeta exploded, face aghast. If it's watched, they'll take her. Absolutely not. They'll watch her, but they won't take her, Caden said. Not until she's led them to me. They will, the Lena cried, gathering her daughter up in her arms. You already explained to me what these men are like. They will torture her to find out where you are. Caden shook his head. They tried that already, at great length and with little success. Triste shuddered at the memory, and her mother clutched her tighter. Why take the risk? Keel asked. Why not send Gabriel? The Ishin don't know him. They won't pay any attention to him at all. Caden hesitated, trying to decide how much to reveal. I want them to notice, he said finally. The girl disentangled herself from her mother slowly, then turned toward Caden. Why? She asked, voice trembling with a single syllable. They'll follow you back here, he said, but they won't be able to come inside the walls. At that point, they'll go back to the chapter house. They'll demand that Iapa hand over the note that you'd been so conspicuously carrying. Why would a Shin abbot cooperate with these Ishin? Gabriel asked. Because Triste is going to ask him to. She's going to tell him that I asked it. And what, Keel asked slowly, does this mysterious note say? Caden shrugged. That I'm giving up. That I tried to take back my throne and failed. That I'm going back to Ashkelon with another worshipper of the blank god to restart the monastery there. That if any of his monks would like to join us, we would welcome them. For several heartbeats no one spoke. Then Gabriel started laughing. It was a warm, rich sound, and when Morgeta and Triste turned to him in confusion, he pointed across the table at Caden. He may know nothing of knives, but his mind is keen as a blade. You think that when they read this note, Morgeta said finally, that these Ishin will try to follow you back to your monastery? For the chance to capture both Keel and me? Caden asked. I think they'd follow me all the way to Lee. Only you are not going to Lee, Keel said, or to Ashkelon. Caden shook his head, then turned to Triste. There is a risk for you in delivering the message. Fear filled her wide eyes, but she didn't hesitate. I'll go. No, Morgeta protested. Please. Triste peeled away her mother's arms. I'm going. What about the nobles? Gabriel asked. They assembled once out of curiosity. They'll be reluctant to do so again. Caden nodded. Explain to them that I plan to make my earlier offer more compelling. Also make sure they dress discreetly. In fact, tell them to dress as monks. Monks? Gabriel asked. Trust does not flow readily between them. As at our last meeting, they will not feel safe without steel in their hands. Caden nodded. You'd be surprised what you can hide beneath a monk's robe. They can bring whatever weapons they want as long as they keep them hidden. He paused. Can you write me a list of all the names? Gabriel raised his eyebrows. We've been over them already. I know. I want a chance to study them, to learn them by heart, Caden replied. This meeting is going to be difficult enough. I don't want to offend anyone by botching a name.
Gabriel shrugged, then turned to Morgeta. "You have ink and brushes." For a moment the woman seemed not to hear him, staring instead at Caden as though seeing him for the first time. Then, just as Gabriel seemed about to repeat himself, she nodded abruptly and left the room, returning moments later with an elaborate lacquered case, opening it on the table between them. "Please," she said, gesturing to the inks and sheets of fine vellum, "use whatever you need." Gabriel took one brush while Caden selected another. "While you're writing the names," he said, "I'll write a short note to each of our friends explaining how to get into the chapter house unseen. If I seal them up, can you make sure they are delivered?" Gabriel nodded without glancing up from his writing. "It is simple enough." "Thank you," Caden said. As he worked, he was careful to make sure no one in the room could see what he wrote. He thought he had finally discovered whom to trust, but he couldn't be certain, and it would not do for the wrong eyes to see that his notes to the nobility said nothing about meeting in the chapter house, that his letter to Iapa had nothing to do with a return to Ash Clan. 44. Valin felt as though he'd been watching Ballandin tear people apart for days, the shock of the violence matched only by the shock of seeing the leech free, striding up and down the far bank of the Black, the Orgul genuflecting before him as though he were a nomadic chieftain in his own right. Were it not for his fingers, still wrapped in bloody bandages, and his dark hair, dark skin, Valin might have mistaken him for one of the horsemen. It was impossible to be sure what had happened in the long days since he, Leith and Talal rode south out of the Orgul camp, but the basic outlines were as clear as they were horrifying. As the flyer suspected, Longfist had double-crossed them. The Orgul chieftain had clearly decided there were better things to do with a Ketrel-trained leech than cut him apart one joint at a time. Gwenna and the others, discovering the treachery, had managed to claw their way free, to get clear of the whole camp, to cross the Black, and arrive in Antkiel in time to warn the town. As for Ballandin, the fact that he had turned on Iltonja, on Annur itself, wasn't so surprising. Given his reliance on awe and terror for any arcane power, it was little surprise that the leech had thrown his lot in with the Orgul. The casual cruelty of the horsemen, the endless sacrifice and brutality gave him the perfect opportunity to inflict pain and reap his sick reward from the terror of his captives. Back on the islands he'd been forced to keep his torture and murder circumspect, forced to choose his time and his victims. Here he had them lined up by the dozen, by the 100, all those horrified eyes fixed upon him as he flayed the prisoners and burned them and tore them apart. For the Orgul all that pain was a great sacrifice to Quina. But Valin knew better. The sacrifices Ballandin made were to himself. "He's dangerous like this," Talal said quietly, after the 6th or 7th broken corpse was tossed aside. "He's always been dangerous," Valin replied, remembering Ami strung up in the dark garret back on Hook, remembering Harlin. People have always been wary of him, even on the islands, wary, angry, or afraid. Talal shook his head. "That was nothing. This—" he sucked air between his teeth. "I have no idea what he can manage with the power. It must be flooding him." "He can have the Kent-kissing power," Leith spat, "as long as it doesn't help him across the river." And to Valin's shocked relief it did not. Hour after hour the Orgul went about their bloody sport, without making anything but a few abortive efforts at crossing, 2 or 3 idiotic attempts to swim horses, a bizarre push to build a bridge by tossing a dozen logs into the channel and watching them bump up pointlessly against the old bridge pilings. By the time the sun began to set, the Orgul had made no real offensive at all. And then they did. An hour was all it took, half an hour, for the logs to build up. Valin and his wing could only watch, appalled, realizing, along with the townsfolk, what the Orgul intended. Somewhere, probably miles to the north, they'd found the timber that the townspeople had been logging all winter long. There would have been huge piles of it stacked at the side of the river, just waiting for the full summer floods to carry it down into Scar Lake. It wouldn't take more than a few dozen riders to loose it all, thousands upon thousands of logs. With so much weight in the river, there was no need for an engineer. The current built the bridge, forcing the logs up against the remnants of the old pilings and holding them in place. In minutes, the horsemen had gone from riding idly up and down the far bank to a full-blown charge across the precarious and shifting raft. The foremost riders foundered on the loosely packed logs, the legs of their panicked, screaming mounts plunging into the gaps. The river had turned into a deadly chaos of shifting trunks and thrashing, dying beasts, but the unseated Urgul pressed forward on foot, voices and spears both raised in defiance. Valin's eyes fixed on one woman with streaming braids and blood smeared over her face like paint. Her horse was gone, but she was darting forward, leaping nimbly from trunk to trunk, watching the logs, judging their movement, choosing her line. In other circumstances he would have admired her poise, her patience. She would have made good Ketrel material. Problem was, she'd nearly crossed the channel. A few more well-timed leaps and she'd be into the mud flats on the near side. As though sensing this herself, she paused atop the shifting dam and turned back, waving her fellow warriors on, mouth pried wide with a scream he could see, could almost hear, like a fine file drawn over glass. Then an arrow took her through the shoulder, spinning her halfway around, sending her tumbling into a gap between the logs. Valin watched as the trunks, forced on by the current, closed around her chest. She thrashed desperately, heedless of the arrow wound, trying to claw her way free, but there was no freedom to be had. The river flowed on implacably, crushing her, then folding her under into the dark, invisible current. If the dam had remained so precarious, the loggers would have had a shot. But it was clear even in the gathering gloom that both the logs and the water were working with the Urgul. More trunks piled up, stacking closer and closer together until the horsemen were crossing in groups of 3 and 4, sometimes keeping their saddles until the far bank. Valin shifted the long lens to Annur. Her right arm was a blur as she aimed and shot, too fast for Valin himself to spot the relevant targets. Her face was turned away from him, but he could imagine her blue eyes gone grey as slate in the twilight, the hard set of her jaw. The mudflats gave her and her archers time, but the Urgul had numbers to spare and more. With the dam firming up, even Annur couldn't hold them forever. "Where in Shale's sweet name is Gwen off to?" Leith muttered. Valin turned to find her darting north between the houses, away from the fight. Didn't seem like Gwenna to run away. "Getting more archers, maybe," Talal said. "What archers?" Valin asked, shaking his head. "Everyone who can hold a bow is already on that barricade." "We've got to go down," Leith said. Valin shook his head. "And do what? You don't even have a bow." "I've got a pair of swords," Leith spat. "I've got my fucking fists." "Your fists aren't going to turn that tide," Valin growled. "Gwenna has her mission and we have ours." "They need to fall back," Talal murmured. "They've lost the far channel. They need to fall back to the western island and blow the central bridges." Valin turned back to the battle. At a glance it wasn't obvious that the leech was right. Just a handful of riders had actually reached the barricade, and those were dispatched quickly enough by arrows and axes. As Valin watched, Piers stepped from nowhere onto the highest log of the barrier, swung onto a horse behind the rider like a young woman going for a gallop with her gallant, hugging him close around the chest. Valin caught a glimpse of steel in the starlight, and the man crumpled forward, then off, tumbling to the ground. Piers shrugged into better position on the horse's back, then kicked the mount north along the far side of the barricade, alone among the mass of Urgul. She charged directly into 2 more riders, leapt free as the horses went down in a tangle of thrashing limbs and hooves, landed atop the piled logs, then dropped down once more to cut the throats of the struggling Urgul. It still looked like the villagers might hold, unless you glanced over to the far bank, and saw the army pressing forward, unnumbered, spilling endlessly out of the shadows between the trees. The loggers were tough, but they weren't trained soldiers. Everyone had a breaking point, and when they broke, it would be a slaughter. "Annur will pull them back," Valin said, praying that it was true. The sniper had a good mind for tactics, but it wasn't at all clear she cared whether a few hundred loggers died on Urgul's spears. She might have decided on some cold-hearted sacrificial gambit known only to herself. "Annur will pull them back." Talal pointed. "There." The villagers were withdrawing. Not a rout, but a purposeful, single-file retreat westward through the village square and over the bridges joining the 2 islands. Annur stayed. Piers stayed. A few dozen hard-looking men and set-jawed women stayed, too, loosing arrows grimly into the massing horsemen, holding them while the others pulled back. The retreat seemed to take days, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes before the loggers from the barricade had backed across the middle bridges onto the western island. Meanwhile, scores of Urgul had gained the banks of the eastern island, their horses wallowing up through the mud flats or rearing at the barricade. That barricade was high enough to hold off the mounted riders for a few more moments, but it was going to be a close thing for those covering the retreat. A few Urgul had already dismounted to haul haphazardly on the logs. When they'd pried open a gap, the island was lost. "Gwenna better have those central bridges rigged," Balin said, his whole body tight as a bent bow. He ached to be down there, fighting shoulder to shoulder with his wing against the Urgul tide, doing his part to hold back the menace. His fist clenched and unclenched mindlessly, searching for something to seize, to smash. Everything about holding his own position felt wrong, but if he descended, all reasonable hope of killing Iltornja went straight into the shitter. He could feel the claws of rage and readiness sunk deep in his flesh, tearing at him. But it was this moment that he had trained for. Discipline, Hendren wrote, is the mind's leash on the body. "She'd better have those bridges rigged," he said again, forcing his fist to relax. The explosion came, all right, a dull roar tearing through the damp fabric of the night, low at first, then abruptly sharp and percussive, a thousand awful rents and ruptures piled on one another until Balin felt he might go deaf with the sound. The middle bridges, however, didn't move, and it took him a heartbeat to realize that the explosion had come from the easternmost channel, from the packed dam of floating logs. Even as he stared, whole trunks, 10 men high, were tossed into the air like so much kindling, raining down on the mud flats and the river alike, sending up great gouts of grey-white froth and spray, crushing Urgul and shattering their horses. "Holy hell," Talal breathed. Balin could only nod as the great balance of the log raft began to flex, then give way, the pilings that had originally blocked its passage suddenly and utterly obliterated. The riders who had been approaching the makeshift bridge just before it blew reined back their terrified mounts, scrabbling for the dubious safety of the shore, while logs the size of a man's leg still clattered to earth, stabbing into the mud, cracking open on the harder ground beyond. Leif let out a savage whoop, the sound lost in the greater chaos. "Gwenna, you vicious, red-headed genius!" he cheered. "That's our demo woman!" he shouted, seizing Balin by the shoulder in his celebration, stabbing his finger at the wreckage of the bridge. "She did that!" "But how?" Balin asked slowly. "Where is she?" Talal's face was sober. "The charge was triggered from beneath. You can see from the blow pattern." "Which meant she went under," Balin said, staring at the insane mass of splintered logs, huge, jagged shards with the whole pent-up weight of the angry river behind them. The east channel was a churning wreckage of blasted bodies and spinning trunks. The channel had become Ananshel's own sword. If Gwenna were there, and she had to be. "She's dead," Balin said. The words left him hollow. "Gwenna's dead." Leif stared for a second, then shoved him away. "You don't know that." "We don't know anything," Balin spat. "But use your fucking eyes." He stabbed a finger at the river. "Could you swim that out?" "We don't know," Leif insisted. Then more quietly, "Even if she is dead, she did what she needed to do." "Part of it," Balin amended, pointing toward the centre bridge. It felt like a heartless thing to say, but having too much heart in the middle of a battle was just a way to get dead. "She blew the dam, but the Urgul can still cross from the East Island to the west." Talal was staring through the long lens. "At a quick count I put about 300 on the East Island." "Making it an even fight at the bridge," Balin said. "An even fight," Talal said quietly, "except that it's 300 of Longfist's best and bravest against a bunch of loggers and a half-dozen of Iltornja's scouts." The new battle line was already forming up at the west end of the central bridge, just 100 paces from the base of their tower. The loggers had erected another hasty barricade there as well, a waist-high wall of logs with archers spread out on either side. It was a good position. They could rake the Urgul on the bridge with arrows as they crossed, and the bridge itself made it difficult for the mounted riders to come at them more than two abreast. "A good spot," Valin amended silently, "in the middle of a disastrous fucking mess." It had taken the Orgul less than an hour to cross the eastern channel and seize half the village. The loggers were making a good show of it, but they were poorly armed and, judging by their dangerously ragged ranks on the near shore, close to breaking. Gwenna's sacrifice had won them a momentary respite from the full weight of the Orgul force, but even that respite might not matter. As he watched, one rider managed to cross nearly the whole centre span, crumbling just as he reached the barricade, an arrow in his eye. Anik's work, no doubt, but Anik couldn't shoot them all. "Fuck this," Leith said. "I'm going down." "Il Tornja," Valin began. "Il Tornja is your Kent-kissing obsession," the flyer spat. "You kill him." All at once, Valin's shame and helplessness, his resolve and uncertainty boiled over in a burning wash of black fury. Since the wing was formed back on the islands, Leith had done nothing but go with his gut, flying his way, fighting his way, ignoring orders when it suited him, and to hull with whatever it did to the rest of the wing. The son of a bitch seemed to think that just because he was quick with a joke and a pat on the back, everything would work out, that people would overlook all the damage caused by his recklessness. Valin wanted to seize the flyer by the throat and pound some discipline into him, and he half rose, moving toward him, when Talal put a hand on his shoulder. "It might be best," the leech said quietly. "Two of us should be enough to finish Il Tornja, and Anik and Pyr could use some help down there. Someone else to put a little backbone into the local folk." Valin remained in his half-crouch for a moment, then spat over the edge of the tower and sat back. He looked at the flyer and shook his head. "Good luck," he said, voice cold as the dark water lapping the cliff below. Leith considered him warily. "What do you want me to tell them down there?" "About you. What do you want me to tell Anik?" Valin hesitated. "Tell them I'm dead," he said finally. The flyer locked eyes with him a moment, then snorted in disgust. "Yeah, that fits. You might as well be." It might have been a page from one of the textbooks back on the islands, something from a chapter on morale, about the power of a single determined warrior to stiffen the resolve of an entire unit. Leith reached the bridge at a crucial point, just as a knot of horsemen were about to breach the barricade, and he threw himself into the fight with a fury, vaulting over the logs, hamstringing the first two horses, and splitting the skull of one of the fallen riders. Without glancing back to see who was following, the flyer pressed on across, sliding between the horses, slitting tendons and throats with equal ease. Anik and the other archers covered him, and moments later Pyr appeared at his side. It seemed impossible that the two of them could hold the span against hundreds, but the Orgul were used to fighting on the wide steppe, where they could use the speed of their horses and the length of their spears. The narrow space of the bridge worked against them, as did the darkness and the constant rain of arrows. Leith and Pyr turned back the assault, and then, while the Orgul withdrew in dismay, they retreated behind the barricade. Valin watched it all through the long lens, his stomach churning with a bilious mix of worry, fierce pride, and bitter resentment. Once again Leith had ignored orders and broken ranks, choosing to do just what suited him. He was a rogue, a renegade, a shale-spawned menace. But then why, looking down on the vicious fight, did Valin feel like the fraud and the failure? Professionals held to the mission. That mantra had been drilled into him 10,000 times. Professionals didn't go needlessly off script. And yet, lying on the cold roof so close to the fight and so far away, he felt anything but professional. He wanted to scream, but the mission dictated silence, so he held his peace and watched. 7 times the Orgul came, and 7 times the villagers held them, Leith and Pyr at the forefront, swords and knives a moonlit scribbling of quicksilver. Pyr moved like a shadow between the mounted riders, never seeming to hurry, always just beneath the attacker's thrust, just to the side of it, pivoting or twisting to slide her knife into a neck or rib cage with all the delicacy of a dancer. Leith, on the other hand, was a whirlwind of blades, a maelstrom of savage hacking and slicing, a storm come among the Orgul. Valin had seen the flyer fight before, hundreds of times, but never like this. Leith moved as though possessed, unflagging, untiring, as though he could hold the bridge for days, months, as though nothing could cut him down. Then the arrow took him through the lower back. It was bound to happen sooner or later. The villagers weren't snipers. They were terrified. They couldn't see in the darkness like Ketral. Probably the man or woman who loosed the arrow didn't even see it strike, but Valin saw it, saw the shaft punch in just below the ribs, straight through the gut, maybe the liver.
"No,"
Talal breathed next to him, seeing the same thing. Valin closed his eyes, but the sounds of screaming horses and dying men battered against his ears. Somewhere, swaddled in that chorus of pain and death, was Leith's voice. Valin couldn't hear it, but knew how it sounded all the same. A defiant howl, a furious roar. He opened his lids again to see Leith on his feet, refusing to retreat, swinging his double blades in a narrow ambit. Valin wanted to bellow at the flyer to get back, to fall behind the barricade, but the flyer would never hear him. And Leith had never listened anyway. Hot tears sheeted down Valin's cheeks. His heart felt like a stone inside of him, like something that had never been alive. As he watched, an Urgul's spear took Leith through the chest, lifting him up. Up. The horseman fell to one of Anek's arrows, but another of the Urgul was already there, leaning precariously over his horse's back to slash down with his sword into Leith's shoulder. Valin forced himself to keep his eyes open, to witness as though that would do any good, but even the witness was denied him. Drenched in blood, still clutching the spear sunk in his heart, Leith crumpled beneath the press of horses, then vanished from view. Leith. Valin wasn't sure he'd said his friend's name aloud. "May an Anshale be gentle with his soul," Talal murmured quietly. Valin shook his head. Madness filled the bridge, chaos and blood and pain. An Anshale's hand, and it was anything but gentle. 45. The Shin chapter house looked just as it had days earlier. Featureless brick walls, shuttered windows, and a blank wooden door. Of course it was hard to make out the details from behind the dust-streaked windows of the vacant house. Behind him, in the wide, pine-panelled room, the members of his would-be council shifted warily. Gabriel, Kiel, and Triste had been confused when Caden led them there several hours earlier, forcing the back door open, then searching the inside of the house until he found the room he wanted, the one facing the square. "Why are we here?" the first speaker had asked, turning to take in the mouldering space. "This is where we're meeting the others," Caden replied. Gabriel stared. "I told them to meet in the chapter house, and I told them in the notes you delivered to ignore that, to meet here." Triste was shaking her head in confusion. "Why?" "Because the chapter house isn't safe," Caden replied. "It's easier to see than to explain." "Here," he said, gesturing to the mouse-eaten furniture strewn across the room. "Help me set these chairs up near the window so people have somewhere to sit." As it turned out, most of the scions of Annur's great and powerful families, when they finally arrived, preferred to stand. If anything, they seemed to distrust one another more than at their previous meeting. Hands rarely strayed far from knives or swords, and everyone seemed to want a back to the wall. Only Kegelen had availed herself of a chair, subsiding into it with a contented sigh, then propping her feet on another. If she was content, however, the others were not. "We have been here the better part of an hour," Tevis snapped finally, "and you have said nothing, done nothing, except stare out these Kent-kissing windows. I begin to lose my patience." "I suspect," Kegelen replied languidly, "that you never had much to begin with." While the others had arrived in various approximations of monastic garb, Kegelen had made no effort to disguise herself. She wore a dress of the brightest yellow, fresh jasmine garlands around both wrists, and a headdress of peacock feathers that fluttered in the breeze. The ensemble struck Caden as gaudy in the extreme, almost ludicrous. But he noticed that none of the others seated around the long table stared or laughed. The woman might have been all alone, fanning herself gently with an elegantly painted fan. She paused in the motion, then gestured toward the window. I, for one, appreciate the opportunity to look out over a quiet square. After all, it is these neighbourhood squares, this one, and scores like it scattered throughout the streets, that make up the true heart of our great city. She flicked the fan once more. Look there at the tiny temple, or there, at that pale-skinned woman selling figs, or at the darling roses climbing the trellis outside the wine shop. I don't give a fuck for some pauper's wine shop, Tevis snapped, or for the shale-spawned figs. For once, Caden found himself agreeing with the Nishan. The fig vendor and the wine merchant were irrelevant. It was the view over the square itself, and of the Shin chapter house in particular, that was crucial. He needed to see what was about to happen, and, more important, he needed them to see. As he had hoped, Triste's trip to the chapter house 2 days prior had gone without incident. She knocked on the door, delivered the note penned in Caden's own hand, and left. She said that she'd spent half the walk back to the Temple of Pleasure glancing over her shoulder, and the other half running, but no one had accosted her, and as far as she could tell, no one had followed her either. Caden hoped that she was wrong. For the 20th time he went over the plan. It would have been so much simpler to just fight, to attack the Ishin, then Adiv, then Iltonja and Adair, to keep attacking, and attacking and attacking, until his foes were dead or he was. It might even have been possible, with Valin's wing at his back, but Valin had never reached the meeting point. For all Caden knew, Valin had never escaped Asari. He put the grief from his mind, focusing on what mattered. He had no Ketral, no way to attack, nothing. It seemed too much to hope that he might take up that nothingness and use it as a weapon. The memory of Gabriel sparring in the courtyard of his palace filled Caden's mind once more. He watched the motion of the robe as the soldiers circled, watched those long spears stab out, testing, probing. Gabriel had offered no resistance, that was the whole point, letting the mistakes of his men lead them to their doom. Yielding, too, offered a way to victory. Of course, it could offer a quick path to death as well. Caden took a deep breath and turned back to the assembled aristocrats, wondering which path he had chosen. "I've given Tariq Adiv your names," he said, keeping his voice level, calm. Toward the back of the room, Keel raised his eyebrows. Triste gasped. A snarl of shock, then a hiss went up from the assembled nobility, dismay and disbelief twisting their faces. After a moment, appalled stares gave way to exclamation and protest, accusatory fingers and a furious clamour of voices. Caden forced himself to wait, to allow their anger to mount, to let the tension stretch to the point of breaking. For this to work, he needed them scared. Tevis, however, looked anything but scared. "You worthless shit!" he snarled, hand groping for the rapier at his belt. Gabriel started to slide in front of Caden, but Caden waved him away, stepping forward to meet the Nishan's advance. Tevis's hand closed around his throat, cutting off the air. Caden slowed his heart, forced his muscles to relax, glanced over the man's shoulder to lock eyes with Kegelen. Her gaze had gone hard at the revelation, but after a moment she waved a glittering hand. "Set him down, Tevis," she said. "We had best learn the full extent of this foolishness. You can always tear his throat out later." The nobleman pulled Caden close to him, his eyes wide with fury, tendons in his neck strained to bursting, then tossed him to the floor. Caden picked himself up slowly, surreptitiously testing the muscles of his neck. They were bruised, but he'd had worse dozens of times over at the hands of various Yumiels. When he finally straightened, he found all eyes fixed on him, gazes sharp as spear points. "Now," Kegelen continued, her voice deceptively mild, "why don't you explain to us just what sort of mischief you've been up to?" She smiled. Caden gathered his thoughts. "I've made sure that Adiv knows I've returned to the city. Made sure he knows your names and our intention of overthrowing the Empire, our desire to install a republic in its place." "It is hardly our intention," said Azertazine, tapping her long painted nails against the surface of the table, "if I recall our last meeting correctly." Caden smiled. I omitted that detail. Adiv believes we are of one mind, unified and ready to move against him.
I knew I should have cut your throat in the warehouse, Tevis spat. I don't intend to repeat the lapse.
Cutting my throat now will do little to alleviate the problem, Caden observed. Adiv has your names already. He is unlikely to forget them.
May I assume, Kigellen cut in, that you've engaged in this little stunt for some purpose other than your own amusement?
My purpose, Caden replied evenly, is to show you the truth. Kigellen pouted.
Truth. Such a tricky word.
As though punctuating her remark, a great gong rang out, shivering the air, echoed across the rooftops by dozens more, all of them tolling the noon hour. Caden turned to the window, gesturing toward the small square and the Shin chapter house beyond. It was time to see if his own quiet fight would play out as he'd hoped.
Watch,
he said, gesturing to the sun-baked plaza. For a few heartbeats there was silence. On the cobbles below, men and women went about their midday chores and errands, calling out to one another in greeting or irritation.
"And what," Kigellen asked finally, "are we watching?"
Caden's stomach clenched, his shoulders tensed. With an effort he smoothed away the worry. It wouldn't happen right away. Even after the noon gongs, some sort of pause was to be expected. He scanned the square below, searching for any sign, a hint of steel, the clank of armor. Nothing. What would be the consequence, he wondered, if he were wrong? So much hinged on his ability to inhabit the minds of men about whom he knew so little. The Beshran had allowed him to track goats through the mountains, but Adiv was no goat. Matol was no goat. What if one or the other had seen through his trap? What if, even as he watched, they were deploying some elaborate scheme of their own? Gabriel took a step closer to him, face worried, hands on the pommels of his knives. Tevis was still standing, and even Kigellen was starting to look impatient. Caden glanced back out into the courtyard, studying the front of the Shin chapter house. Nothing. Just blank brick and black smoke rising silently into the sky. Nothing. Nothing. And then, from across the small square, a column of 50 men burst into the light, a steel-shod ram at the fore. Caden breathed out a low, unsteady breath, then held up a finger. "There," he said. The armed men crossed the square at a full run, shattering the door to the chapter house with the first blow. As the first 6 hauled the ram aside, others shoved forward into the breach, blades drawn. Even through the closed windows, Caden could make out the sound of steel against steel, bellows of fighting, and then, moments later, the first screams of the wounded, of the dying.
"What in Shale's name?"
Tevis demanded, eyes fixed on the attack. "Those," Caden said calmly, "are Tariq Adiv's men. The attackers."
"And who are they fighting?"
Kigellen asked carefully. "You," Caden replied simply. Tevis rounded on him, belt-knife drawn.
"Talk straight, Malkinian, or you're done talking."
Caden glanced down at the bright blade, forcing himself to count 10 heartbeats before answering. The whole thing could still collapse if it seemed as though he could be bullied by a large man with a knife. "I gave Adiv your names, and told him we were meeting there," he gestured, "in the chapter house. He expects to find you disguised as monks. He believes, right now, that he is slaughtering you."
"Why?"
Aziotazine cut in, shaking her head.
"What's the point?"
"To show you," Caden replied, "just how tenuous your position has become." He paused, looking over the group. Some were watching him, others staring at the blank wall of the chapter house, the brick and gaping darkness of the door hiding the vicious fight beyond. "You hold your secret meetings," Caden continued. "You plot and scheme and gripe, and you think yourselves safe behind your hoods and your money. You are not. Adiv, Adair, and Iltonja tolerate you only because they have more dangerous foes." "They don't tolerate us," Aziotazine said, shaking her head. "They don't have any idea that we hate the Empire. They don't even know who we are." She glanced at the doorway across the square. More soldiers were forcing their way forward into the darkness. "And you thought they wouldn't find out?" Caden asked, raising his eyebrows. "I've been in the city less than a week. I have no money, no connections, no men. I knew none of you before I arrived, and it took me a matter of days to learn your names, to expose you. If you think my sister and the Kennerang, backed by the full might of Annur, wouldn't see you hanging for the ravens within a month, you are greater fools than I took you for." An angry current passed through the room. It had been centuries since the families of the assembled aristocrats had wielded any real power, but the years had done nothing to blunt their pride. Caden might have in Tara's eyes, but he lacked the throne, and aside from Triste and Gabriel, he was years younger than the next youngest person in the room. None of them, Bascan or Briaton, pale or dark, man or woman, appreciated being called a fool. On the other hand, the violence below was proving effective theatre. Even as Caden turned, the shutters barring one of the second-story windows burst open, and a man in monk's robes, sword clutched in one hand, face streaming with blood, fell roaring through the gap, landing with a sickening crunch on the stone below. Ardiv's soldiers fell on him almost immediately, swords rising and falling in a savage butchery that left little but blood and bone smeared across the cobbles. "By now," Caden said, gesturing, "the soldiers are probably realizing that the men inside the chapter house are not you, that they were tricked. The realization is likely to fan the councillor's fury. He tried to take you all in one group, to cut the head from the conspiracy all at once. That failed. He will come to your inns and palaces. He will hunt you through the streets of Annur. If you slip the city walls, he will chase you back to your homes and see you burned or hanged."
"What is this?"
Tevis demanded, face contorted with fury and confusion.
"Your petulant revenge because we would not sign your paper?"
"On the contrary," Caden replied, "it is a final chance. You would not play your stones, and so I have played them for you." Keel stepped forward from the back of the room, passing him the rolled constitution. Caden took it, unfurled it, glanced over the words. Outside, the shouting and the screams had stopped. Silence filled the square, pressing against the windows like a storm. "Individually, you are nothing. If you fight, you will die. If you run, you will die. Even if you escape the city, flee to your homes and manage to raise a rebellion, my sister and her Kennerang will march the legions and put it down." He paused, letting the fact sink in. "They cannot, however, put down a coordinated push from all of you at once. This," he gestured to the page, "is both your sword and your shield." For a moment no one moved, each trying to gauge the reactions of the others. Then Tevis surged to his feet.
"No!"
he swore, reaching for his rapier, shoving his way past the table, cursing at Kegelen when his cloak caught on the arm of her chair.
"You scheming Malkinian fuck! I'll see you dead! I'll see you flayed before I so much as—"
The words fell off abruptly. Tevis's brow furrowed, and he looked down. One of the peacock feathers from Kegelen's hairpiece stuck incongruously from the hairy curls on his arm. The woman yawned as she drove the shaft of the feather deeper. Tevis raised a hand, then, face baffled and rapidly turning blue, let it fall. He stared at Caden, tongue lolling from his mouth, then down at Kegelen. When he finally fell, his face smashed into the table, tearing a gash across his purpled forehead. He thrashed twice on the wooden floor, then fell still. Kegelen raised her eyebrows, nudged the corpse with a slippered foot, looked at Caden, then over the small group. "A man's entitled to his own opinions," she said with a shrug, "but not when they look likely to get me killed." She returned her attention to Caden. "Now, who were the poor souls inside the chapter house that those soldiers just slaughtered?" "Not poor souls," Caden replied. "A group known as the Ishin. A private foe of my own, one that betrayed me and people I held dear." Kegelen flicked open her fan. watching him a while above the delicate whir of the paper, then nodded. "I, for one, am feeling a republican spirit stirring in my fat, jolly heart." The signing of the Constitution took only a matter of minutes. There were questions, of course, concerns and demands, but the blood smeared on the stones of the square below, and Tevis's corpse sprawled across the wooden floor, muted any real objections. As Caden had hoped, once the thing was done, once it was clear there would be no turning back, the nobles began to put aside their own bickering in the urgency of the moment. Only when the ink had finally dried, however, only once the others had departed to muster their own personal guards, their money, their friends, any allies they might have in the city, did Caden finally sit. "Why didn't you tell us?" Gabriel asked, standing by the window. The sun was sinking toward the rooftops, and people had returned to the square, pointing fingers at the chapter house, pointing at the blood, exclaiming in loud, worried tones over the violence. "You thought one of us would reveal your secret?" Triste and Kiel, too, had remained behind with him, and he eyed each of them in turn, gaze lingering on Triste. Finally he nodded. "I thought I could trust all of you, but I couldn't be sure. The fewer people who know a thing." He trailed off, spreading his hands. Kiel pointed to the window. "It was the Ishin waiting inside the chapter house." Caden nodded. "We knew Matol would have the place watched. It was one of the only spots in the city I might go. They wouldn't take Triste, not until she led them to me, but as soon as she left there was no reason not to burst in and demand the note that she had delivered." Triste was shaking her head. "And it didn't say anything about Ashclan. It said we would be meeting there in the chapter house, just the same way you told us in the temple." Caden nodded. "I needed the Ishin there when Adiv arrived. I needed them to kill each other." "And the Shin?" Kiel asked. "I don't know," Caden said quietly. "For Matol to set the trap, he needed the monks out of the way." Kiel raised his brows. "To Eckhart Matol, out of the way usually means dead." Caden nodded reluctantly. It was a risk, and one he had no right to take for the monks. They were no part of the conspiracy, no part of the Ishin effort to hunt him down. Like the murdered brothers he had left behind in Ashclan, those here would have been devoted to quiet, peace, mindfulness, and tranquility, and Caden had brought the twin hammers of Eckhart, Matol, and Tariq Adiv on their sanctuary. He hoped the Ishin might have bound the men instead of killing them, but his hopes were scant protection to those inside. It was one of the reasons he had remained. He needed to see the bodies, to know for sure just how deeply his sacrificial knife had cut. "And Adiv?" Gabriel asked. "How did he come to suspect you were there?" Caden glanced at Triste again. She was staring at the blank floor where Tevis had fallen, but looked up as though she felt his eyes upon her. It was there, obvious to anyone who looked. The marvel was he hadn't seen it earlier. "Morjeta," he said quietly. Kiel frowned, then nodded. Gabriel said nothing. Caden kept his eyes on Triste. For a few heartbeats she just stood there, face blank. "What?" she asked finally. "Your mother," he said, as gently as he could. "She's the one who told Adiv we would be here. She's the one who gave him the names, who told him the people he'd be looking for would be dressed as monks but bearing blades." Triste stared, then shook her head, slowly at first, then more violently. "No," she said, eyes blazing. "No!" Caden nodded. "Yes." It had taken him longer than it should have to piece it all together. The tension in Morjeta's face when Triste reappeared, her odd insistence on cooperation with the man who had seized her daughter, the very fact that she had allowed Triste to be taken in the first place, and then Adiv's unexpected arrival in the temple itself. Oddly, the key had nothing to do with Morjeta at all. The whole thing had clicked into place only when Caden watched Demival face down the Mizran councillor. He had expected Adiv, with his title and the armed men at his back, to crush any resistance by the priestess. After all, that was the story of Triste's abduction. The councillor came, he issued threats, and the laners handed her over. The story looked a good deal less likely after witnessing Demival's unflinching refusal to accommodate his demands. The question was, why? Why would Morjeta willingly give up her daughter? Why would she betray Caden to the counsellor? The answer was scrawled across Triste's face. Adiv's blindfold had obscured the resemblance, that and the fact that his skin was a few shades darker than Triste's, but when Caden called those faces to mind, when he set them next to each other, there could be no mistaking the shape of the jaw, the elegant line of the nose. Adiv hadn't wrested an innocent girl from the iron grip of the Temple of Pleasure. He had taken his daughter. "I don't think your mother meant to hurt you," he said carefully. "Tariq Adiv is one of the most powerful men in the kingdom." He hesitated, wondering whether or not to reveal the whole truth, then plunged ahead. "And he is your father." Her face twisted with fear and revulsion, hands balled into fists at her side. For a moment she stood, a tower of mute fury and grief. Then, with a shriek, she hurled herself at Caden. He caught her by the shoulders, but her fists rained down on him, pounding against his chest, his head. There was none of the inexplicable strength she had shown back in the dead heart, but the blows were powerful enough. As she sobbed, he pushed her back, forced her to stare into his eyes. "She didn't betray you," he said. "Not when she gave you up the first time, and not now. She knows Adiv, she understands his power, his ruthlessness, and she's frightened for you. Frightened that if she doesn't do something to stop me, he'll kill us both. She tried to help me, brought me to Gabriel, helped to set up the meeting with the nobles, but when Adiv appeared in the temple, she quailed. It must have seemed the game was up, and she did what people so often do. She threw her lot in with what she hoped would be the winning side. She tried to protect herself and her daughter." Slowly Triste's fury subsided, replaced by a blank hopelessness. Her hands dropped, and she backed away, not looking at him, not looking at anything. "The list of names," Gabriel said quietly. Caden nodded. He'd already memorized the list of the conspirators. It was a trivial matter, but he couldn't trust that Morjeta would remember them perfectly. He'd given her barely enough time with it, but when he returned there was no doubt. The paper had moved, ever so slightly. There was a new tension around the Lena's eyes. Her knuckles were white and bloodless where she clutched her skirts. "Both of them," Triste said, her voice lost, flat. "Both of them what?" Caden asked. "They both gave me up," she replied. "My mother gave me up to him. He gave me to you." Caden opened his mouth to reply, then realized he had no consolation to offer. "Yes," he said quietly, "they gave you up." 46. Il Tonja tried to dissuade her.
"It's going to be a brutal march, Adair,"
he said, nodding out over the inky expanse of the lake. The sky was still full black, the stars undiminished by any hint of dawn. And yet the army of the north and the sons of flame were already ranked in their marching columns, the men muttering to one another. They kept their voices low in the way of people everywhere who speak before the sun has risen.
"You can't ride," the Kennerang went on. "The lake bottom won't support a horse, and if you give up halfway there, Ameridad can't spare more than a few men to guard you."
She bristled at the talk of giving up. "These are my soldiers," she replied stiffly. "They are marching to defend my empire. I will march with them."
"There is little you can do when we reach the Urgul."
"I can be there." Adair didn't know much about soldiering, but she'd read enough treatises on war to understand the importance of morale. "I can show them that I'm not going to hide while they lay down their lives. And," she added silently, "I can keep an eye on you." She'd been forced to make common cause with the Kennerang, but that didn't mean she trusted him, not even with Nira's hidden noose of fire tight around his neck. Stream. Her mind still bucked at the notion, refused to truly accept it. She'd read thousands of pages about the Stream, treatises penned by scholars who had pored over their ancient cities, speculation by philosophers, religious tracts and fantastic tales. But for all the ink spilled, none of it had seemed real. The fact that Il Tonja, her father's killer, Her former lover, the man who at that very moment stood at her side gazing north into the night, was thousands of years old, had worn hundreds of names and played dozens of roles through the millennia. It just seemed impossible.
"Adair,"
he began. "I'm going," she said. 70 miles, 35 a day.
"More, with the convolutions of the shoreline."
"I'm going." He nodded, as though he had anticipated her stubbornness. How much of what she'd done had he anticipated? The question made her flesh crawl. She had no answer.
"At least," he pressed, "march with the Army of the North, with me."
Adair hesitated. The plan hammered out between Iltornja and Western Ameridad, while Adair looked on, was to split the armies. Ameridad would take the Suns up the eastern shore of the lake, while Iltornja and the Army of the North moved along the west. The division meant that if the Orgul did try to slide down the sides of the lake, there would be a force to meet them whichever route they chose. Better if the two armies were able to match pace. A big if. They'd have a chance to catch Longfist between them. The arguments made good sense, but the division worried Adair. Ideally, she would have been able to keep an eye on both Ameridad and Iltornja, but then the world wasn't ideal. "The Suns are mine," she said. Iltornja nodded.
"Understood. But you are Emperor now, which means the legions are yours as well. It would do the men good to see you among them. Ameridad is more than capable of leading his own soldiers."
Adair hesitated. It was a question, really, of who she could trust more, or who she trusted least. Ameridad had nearly killed her, but of the two, Iltornja was by far the more dangerous, which meant staying with Iltornja. "All right," she said finally. "I'll stay with the legions." He nodded, then waved over a messenger.
"Inform the commander of the Sons of Flame that the Emperor has decided to march with the Army of the North."
The man repeated the words back, saluted, then jogged east across the drying lake bed toward the assembled ranks of Intara's faithful. Adair wondered how Le Havre would take the news, then decided it didn't matter. For a while they stood side by side in silence. An emperor who was not truly an emperor, and a general who was far more than a general, watching the cold breeze ruffle the surface of the lake, shattering and shifting the reflected light of the stars. "What happens if we don't get there in time?" she asked.
Iltornja shrugged. "Antkiel is a choke point across the black," he replied. "It's the one place we know the Orgul have to go. If they get past it, we could be hunting them all over the north, chasing them down while they burn towns and murder Annurians from Briata to Katal."
"But the swamps," Adair said, "the lakes. If we can't move through this mess, how can they?"
"Oh, the terrain will slow them down for a while. It might take weeks for the army to break out of the 1,000 lakes, but they can split into dozens of bands, work their way through the wetlands at whatever pace they want. Once they break out onto solid open ground, it's over. They have a mounted army. We don't."
"Well then," Adair said grimly, "we'd better get there in time." And so, as the sun rose through the trees and the cool wind gusted south across the lake, Adair marched north, Ranil Tonja at her side, Fulton stalking a pace back, the long ranks of the Army of the North strung out along the narrow strip of dry lake bed between the trees and the lapping water. That water seemed to go on forever, stretching north to where it hazed with the horizon. 70 didn't look like much on the maps. Adair had covered 10 times that distance since fleeing the Dawn Palace, not, however, at the pace of the army quick-step, not hammering 6 or 7 miles before the sun was even up. Her legs trembled, the arches of her feet ached, her shoulders had wound into a knot so tight it hurt to turn her head, and all she could see to the north was the endless line of dark firs marching away into the distance. Rounding a sharp promontory some time before dawn, she stumbled on the uneven stones littering the newly dried fringe of the lake. In a moment, Fulton was at her side, taking her elbow discreetly. Adair shook him off. "I'm fine," she said. "I'm fine."
"Of course, Your Radiance,"
he murmured, dropping his hand but remaining at her shoulder. For a while they walked in silence, listening to the thousands of boots crunching behind them, to the clank of steel on steel as soldiers shifted their weapons. Adair glanced over. The Adolian was wearing a quarter his weight in armour, well more than the most heavily laden legionary, but if the strain bothered him, he didn't show it. Hand on the pommel of his sword, eyes fixed resolutely ahead, he marched with all the strength of the younger men following behind. He was no longer as cadaverously thin as he had been in Olon, but the past months had left their marks on his face, in his greying hair. "Thank you," Annur said quietly, surprised that she had spoken. He turned to look at her.
"For what, your Radiance?"
"For coming after me," she replied, "for staying after what I did, at the well."
"No thanks are necessary, your Radiance," he replied. "We all have our duty. Yours is to rule. Mine is to make sure you stay alive to do so."
"I just want you to know that I appreciate it, everything you've done for me." He watched her for a while.
"Please do not take this the wrong way, your Radiance," he replied at last, "but it isn't for you."
Annur shook her head, confused. It was a long time before Fulton spoke again. When he did, his voice was low, private, as though he'd forgotten she was there.
"I decided a long time ago what kind of man I wanted to be. I've sworn oaths to your family, but it is the promises a man makes to himself that he must keep."
She waited for him to say more, but he turned his eyes north, picked up the pace slightly, and walked on in silence, leaving Annur to her pain and her pondering. She was jealous of it, she realized, this unwavering fidelity to one's own code, the keeping of unspoken promises offered up in silence from the self to the self. She envied the Idolian his ability to stay true to his convictions, and more, she envied him the convictions themselves. She had had convictions once, beliefs about justice and honour, right and wrong, but the slow turning of the world, like a mill wheel over grain, had ground them down to flour so fine that it slipped softly and silently between her fingers. Dawn seemed a long time in coming. Valin watched as the sky faded from black to bruise, from bruise to a wash of sallow yellow, dull as warmed-over wax, pale light suffusing the air above the serrated tops of the firs. By the time the sun finally rose, a blanched and pallid disk in the morning fog, the extent of the destruction below was already clear. The eastern island, abandoned by the villagers the night before, still cracked and smouldered. The Orgul had put the homes, barns, and stables to the torch almost immediately, using the livid conflagration to light their assault on the central bridges. The houses had burned most of the night, white-hot at first, then orange, then red, glowing beams collapsing in on themselves every so often in a spray of sparks and a renewed hissing of embers. By morning, the fires had ceded their light to the dull glow of the sun, but oily, acrid smoke still lingered in the air, and the hooves of the horses moving between the burned-out frames kicked up clouds of ash. Half a town destroyed in a single night. People's homes, their history. Valin didn't give a shit. You could rebuild a house. An axe, a few good logs, a month to work, that was all it took. He stared at Leith's leg. It jutted out from beneath a fallen horse. The dead flyer and dead beast alike tumbled onto the mud flats when the villagers finally managed to bring down the second bridge. That was all he could see of his friend, a boot and a few feet of dirty cloth, the fabric so worn and filthy that it looked brown rather than black. There were scores of bodies down there, Urgul and Annurian, twisted in all the various poses of dead. Dancing with an anshell, the Ketrel called it. It didn't look like dancing. It looked like death, and there was no rebuilding the dead, not with any number of axes or months. That the loggers had brought down the bridge was just about the only bright spot in the murk of the morning. When Leith fell, the Orgul had redoubled their attack, heedless of the arrows rained on them, seemingly indifferent to the screaming of their horses as they crashed through the bridge rail and into the channel below. Even Pyr was forced back, behind the barricade, and for a few horrible minutes it looked as though the horsemen would break through. Then the loggers working beneath, with their heavy felling axes, managed to cut through the pilings, and the whole western end of the span sagged, groaning as the wood bent beneath the strain, then snapped. It took half the barricade with it, but that didn't matter. Without a bridge to cross, the Urgul had no way to press their attack, and so, sometime around midnight, they fell back onto the eastern island, regrouping for the dawn. "Balandin's there," Talal said, pointing through the smoke toward what had been the town square. "He's crossed the first channel." Valin raised the long lens. Gwenna's explosion had blasted out most of the log dam, but it was still possible to sneak across on foot, darting from one trunk to the next. The Urgul had been doing so all night, replenishing their numbers on the one island they held. It was a slow and painstaking process, one that forced them to leave their horses behind. But then, if they found a way to cross the central channel, it would be the numbers, not the horses, that mattered. Valin focused on Balandin. There had been no sign of the leech all night. What he'd been doing during the last attack, Valin had no idea. But there he was, arms stained past the elbows with blood, bison cloak wrapped around his shoulders, feathers in his hair twisting in the morning wind, eyes fixed firmly on the island to the west, where Valin watched from atop his tower, and the loggers prepared for the next assault. Valin shifted the long lens. He brought his prisoners. Talal nodded silently. The captives, dozens of them, knelt in ragged ranks across what had been the northern end of the town square. Their wrists were bound and rough rope noosed their necks, linking one to the next, preventing anyone from running. None of them looked likely to try. Most kept their eyes on the mud, as though by shirking the gaze of their captors they might somehow escape notice. The faces of those few who did look up were filled with terror, rather than defiance. They watched Balandin as he paced back and forth in the square with all the mindless helplessness of livestock waiting their turn at the slaughter. A wave of dark disgust rose inside Valin. "Almost 100 of them," he muttered, "and not one making any sort of play. Not one fighting back." Talal shifted his eyes from the square to Valin. "They're not Ketral," the leech said quietly. "They don't know how to fight back." He was right, but that didn't make the spectacle of several dozen men and women waiting meekly for their own horrific murders any easier to stomach. Valin watched as two Xarbe cut an older man loose from the line, then dragged him forward to the centre of the square. Balandin considered his captive for a moment, then smiled and drew his knife. The man began to pray, a frantic, repetitive plaint to Heket that did nothing to stop the blade. Balandin took his right eye first, then his ear, then his shriveled cock. "He's gathering his power," Valin said, forcing himself to watch. Talal nodded. "The question is, what's he going to do with it?" They didn't need to wait long to find out. Balandin left his victim alive. Barely. A defaced and disfigured creature thrashing weakly in the mud, a spectacle for the others to contemplate. Then he turned toward the centre channel, raised one hand halfway, finger extended, and fixed his eyes on the shattered bridge. After a few heartbeats, it began to rise from the mud, twisting and contorting in midair like some massive wooden snake testing the morning breeze. The planks and logs shifted, grinding against one another, the whole thing undulating with Balandin's uncertainty. The leech didn't move. He didn't even seem to breathe. And after a few more heartbeats, the bridge settled into place. "Holy Hal," Valin said. Talal just stared. The Urgul eyed the newly repaired bridge with trepidation, clearly as shocked and dismayed as the villagers on the West Island. Then a horn began to sound, and another, and the warriors began screaming, shaking spears and swords, swarming forward onto the resurrected decking. "How long can he do that?" Valin asked. Talal hesitated. "I don't know. With all those prisoners fueling his well?" He shook his head. "Balandin took down Manka's tavern just drawing on one girl. Holding something up is harder than tearing it down, a lot harder. But he's got nearly 100 people there, all terrified of him. Plus the people of Antkil." He shook his head. "He's probably leeching off us, even. At this distance, he can feel our hate, our anger." "Anik," Valin began, but even as he watched, an arrow drove through the morning air toward the leech. Then, as though glancing off invisible steel, skittered away into the mud and rubble. 2 more followed with no more effect. The corner of Balandin's mouth turned up.
"He's stronger than I realized," Talal said. "A lot stronger."
Valin glanced down at the bridge. It was precarious, shifting and swaying with some unseen wind, and the Urgul couldn't cross as quickly as they would have liked. With enough arrows and enough backbone, the loggers would be able to hold them for a while. A little while. He turned to the lake. No sign of Iltornja or Adair, no sign of either army. From atop the tower he could see at least 10 miles south along both banks, which meant there would be no relief that morning.
"We have to stop him," Talal murmured.
"You can't stop him," Valin said. "You can't even get close to him." The leech frowned.
"I don't need to get close to him. I just need to get close to his well."
Valin hesitated. "The prisoners," he said slowly.
"The prisoners."
"You're going to try to free them?"
"No,"
Talal said, his face weary, defeated.
"I'm going to try to kill them." "Gwenna!"
The pain woke her as much as the voice, pain like a blade buried low in her back.
"Gwenna!"
She shifted, cried out, then felt a strong hand clamp down on her mouth. When she tried to thrust it away, the pain lanced out into her wrist, shoulder, leg.
"It's Talal. Don't shout. The Urgul are right on top of us."
Talal. So she wasn't dead. That was a good thing. She tried to nod, and the pain spiked up through her neck. She subsided against the mud and reconsidered. Maybe alive wasn't such a good thing after all.
"Did we—"
she began, then started coughing, the spasm racking her so viciously that she passed out all over again. When she came to once more, she could see more clearly. She was inside, somewhere, planks overhead blotting the sun. She could hear water. When she turned her head a fraction, she realized she was lying in the Kent-kissing water. Talal was cradling her head, eyes wide with concern.
"You blew the bridge," he murmured. "It worked."
"Well, thank Hal for that," she said, her tongue fat and swollen in her mouth. The leech grimaced.
"There's more. Balandin got across, and a lot of Urgul. They're attacking the western island now."
Gwenna forced herself up on one elbow. The pain gouged at her in a dozen places, but she ground her teeth and closed her eyes until it subsided.
"Where are we?" "Under one of the docks," he replied, "on the south shore of the eastern island. Thanks for coming after me."
He gave her a rueful smile.
"I didn't. We thought you were dead."
"We?"
"Valin and I."
She stared, trying to think past the pain and confusion. Talal was there? And Valin? Probably Leith, too, all of them in Aunt Kiel.
"What are you doing here?"
Talal opened his mouth to explain, then shook his head.
"There's no time. I swam over because Balandin's using the captives, using their terror to hold up the centre bridge."
Gwenna took a moment to absorb that.
"All right,"
she said, levering herself into a seated position.
"How do we stop him?"
The leech glanced down at her leg.
"You're pretty beat up, Gwenna. That ankle's broken, and I pulled a jagged length of wood out of your back before you woke up. Another inch to the left and you'd be dead."
She tested the flesh of her lower back weakly, finding a hastily wrapped field dressing. When she pressed down on the cloth, she almost passed out all over again.
"Just tell me the plan," she growled.
Talal shook his head helplessly.
"Kill the captives. Balandin has himself shielded, but if I can get to them, if I can kill even half, I doubt he'll have the power to hold up the bridge."
"Kill half of them?" Gwenna asked, shaking her head weakly.
"How are you planning to do that?" "They're backed up to some burned-out buildings. I'll make my way through the rubble, slip in behind them and start cutting throats. The Urgul aren't very well organized on this side. They don't expect an attack on their prisoners."
Gwenna stared, aghast.
"They don't need to be fucking organized. You might kill 5 or 6, Talal. 10 at the outside, and then they'll be all over you. There's no cover in that Kent-kissing square, nowhere to hide."
Talal took a deep breath.
"I know. But it's this or we lose the town. Iltornja's army is nowhere in sight. I don't understand Balandin's nearly as well as I'd like, but even 10 prisoners might make a difference. I have to try."
"Well, fuck," Gwenna said, shifting onto her knees. "I guess that makes 2 of us."
"No,"
Talal said, glancing at her broken ankle again. "You'll just slow me down." "I might slow you down," she replied, gritting her teeth, "but I've got the explosives." The armies were close, maybe 9 miles off and marching at the double, but they might as well have been lazing around on the God's Way back in Annur for all the good they were able to do the people of Kiel. For the better part of an hour, Valin had watched the Urgul swarm over Balandin's unnaturally supported bridge, pressing forward against the crumbling barricade at the far end. 3 times they'd made it across, only to be driven back by Iltornja's scouts, Annick and Pier, who seemed to be holding themselves in reserve to deal just with such breaches. Each time the Urgul managed to thrust through, the small knot of soldiers hammered them back, holding the line while the reeling loggers regained their footing and their confidence. They were saving the town, and with it the northern atropies of the Empire, while Valin watched, hidden on the roof of the tower, holding to a discipline that felt crucial and evil at the same time. He watched the Annurians beat back another attack, then cursed under his breath, jerking the long lens around to the south, studying the 2 armies once more. Judging from the standards, the Sons of Flame were to the east, while the army of the north was working up the western shore. Iltornja's group was making better time than the Antaran troops, but not enough better. "Just get here," he muttered. "Just get here, you fucking bastard. Get here." The words, of course, changed nothing. The army could only march as fast as it could march, and Valin could only watch, first the battle below, then the distant troops, running the numbers over and over in his head, hating the answer every time he arrived at it. Since slipping over the side of the roof nearly an hour earlier, Talal had disappeared. Valin thought he'd seen the leech out in the lake, swimming toward the eastern island, but he'd lost track of him amongst the bobbing logs and hadn't been able to find him again. He swung the long lens over to Balandin. The corpses were piled around him now, 8 or 9. As Valin watched, one of the Urgul riders was gesturing urgently to the south. Balandin grimaced, then nodded, holding one hand out toward the central bridge as though to fix it in place, then turning toward the eastern shore. To Valin's horror, the loose raft of logs bobbing between the pilings began to pack tighter, stacked by some invisible force. Sweat streaked Balandin's face, but his jaw was set, and as Valin stared, the Urgul dragged out 2 more prisoners, a man and a woman, and began to tear the skin from their flesh. Balandin's lips moved as he directed the hideous ritual, and from the far shore the Urgul began to stream across the dam, no longer afoot, but on horse, riding straight over the island toward the central bridge and the loggers beyond. Valin searched the burned-out rubble desperately for Talal, stared until his eyes watered and his hands had twisted into claws around the long lens. There was no one. Nothing. Nothing but smoke and embers and death. The slowness hurt. It hurt because Gwenna could hear the loggers fighting for their lives on the far side of the bridge, the high, strident calls of people struggling and losing slowly. It hurt because she could glimpse, through the burned-out hulks of the buildings, the awful mutilation of Balandin's captives, the blood and piss and terror that she and Talal were too slow to prevent. And it hurt because just plain moving fucking hurt, and moving slowly just drew out the pain. The cover was for shit, and Urgul were everywhere, afoot, on horse. Most were charging west from one of Balandin's bloody bridges to the other, the endless parade of horseflesh and steel that couldn't end in anything but death for the people of Kiel. Enough, however, had spread out over the island, searching for Shale only knew what, that Gwenna and Talal were forced to hunch in shadowy corners for minutes at a time, to drag their way under still smouldering beams and through rubble-filled cellar holes, all of which also hurt. Gwenna would have cursed the fact that she couldn't actually stand on her broken ankle, but then standing only would have got her killed quicker, and so she sucked up the pain, kept her belly in the mud and ash, and dragged herself forward on her elbows behind Talal. It came as a shock when she lifted her head to find the hunched backs of the prisoners just a few paces off. She had no idea how long it had taken them to traverse the island. It felt like days, but the screaming and dying to the west meant the battle wasn't over yet. They weren't too late. She turned her attention to the square. Balandin stood near the centre, ringed with the dead and dying, his face a mask of rapture and rage. the vessels at his temples pulsing, sweat matting his hair to his scalp, slicking his cheeks. Gwenna ducked back down behind the low, broken wall that hid them from view. "Why don't we just shoot him?" she hissed. Talal shook his head. "Anik tried. He's shielded. We can't get at him." Gwenna took a deep, shuddering breath. Between the pain, the disorientation, and the shock at finding herself alive at all, she hadn't allowed herself to consider what they were coming to do. It was the logical, tactical decision, the only decision as far as she could see, and it meant murdering scores of Annurians. "What about a star shatter?" she asked, pulling the last remaining munition from her belt. "Will his shield stop that?" Talal spread his hands hopelessly. "I don't know. I don't know." Gwenna's stomach clenched, and she forced down the urge to vomit. She could take a chance on Ballandin, but they would only get the one chance. She risked another glance over the wall. A young man no older than her was grovelling at Ballandin's feet. His eyes were gouged out, and when he tried to scream, the sound came out a gurgling, slithering mess. Someone had slit his tongue, she realized, and they were starting on his fingers. "Sweet Shale," she said, sliding back behind the wall. "I don't know if I can do it." Talal nodded grimly, hesitated, then extended his hand. "You light the wick. I'll throw it." "It doesn't matter who fucking throws it," Gwenna spat. The leech didn't flinch. "Yes," he said quietly, "it does. You don't have to do this alone. You light it, I'll throw it. We came here together and we'll finish it together." Suddenly, for no reason Gwenna could understand, she found herself weeping, the tears hot as coals on her cheeks. "All right," she said, words choking in her throat. She fumbled for the striker, found it, made a flame and pressed it to the wick. "Together," she said, passing the star shatter to Talal. He took it, stared a moment at the burning wick as though it were a snake, closed his eyes and mouthed a silent prayer. Then, with a roar, he stood from behind the wall and hurled it into the centre of the doomed captives. With a roar. The last thing Gwenna thought before the star shatter exploded, tearing through bone and flesh, rending the bodies of dozens of helpless people like so much rotten meat, was that, until that moment, she'd never heard Talal raise his voice. 47. The histories were horse shit. Adair had read about warfare in the histories. She had pored over the intricate maps of Annur's most famous battles, studying the neat lines of advance and retreat, committing to memory the most classic short pieces. Fleck's 5 Principles of Cavalry, Venner's Longbows and Flatbows, Hewell Hang's The Heart of a Conflict. She'd been through Hendron's cryptic volume twice during the march north, grilling Fulton and Ameridad on the more obscure points. She didn't expect to become a battlefield commander, certainly not by reading a few old books, but she had hoped that her hasty study of war might help her to better understand the events churning around her, maybe even to save a few lives. The soldiers who had marched all this way to fight and die at her command deserved an emperor who would make an effort to understand what she had asked of them. And so she had pored over the books until her lids drooped and the maps swam before her eyes, only to discover here, now, in the midst of the furious battle for Aunt Kiel, that the books had told her less than nothing. The chaos in the streets of the tiny logging town seemed more like a riot than a battle. There were no disciplined blocks of men working in concert, no ordered sequence of attack and defence, no clear delineation between friend and foe. Instead, there was madness. The leather-clad loggers of the town ran in all directions, some cradling vicious wounds, some collapsed in doorways weeping, some hurling buckets of water on burning buildings, some charging down the street, brandishing axes and crude spears, pointing and hollering in a direction that Adair desperately hoped was east. 3 times she'd seen knots of Urgul horsemen, some no more than 20 paces distant, and 3 times Fulton had forced her to backtrack, to take a different route, his face grim as he spat orders at the Idolians under his command, gesturing with his naked sword. He had almost refused to let her into the town at all.
"You can only do 2 things in Aunt Kiel,"
he told her bluntly, staring at the smoking village from the western shore of the Black, where they had paused, while Iltornja and the army of the north pushed ahead.
"You can get in the way, or you can die, Your Radiance."
"I need to see it," she had insisted.
"You can see it from here. It will make even less sense up close."
She stared at her Idolian. "Are you defying me?"
"I am protecting you."
"There are other threats to my life and rule than an Urgul spear in the chest." Fulton shook his head curtly.
"That is why my order exists, why I exist."
Adair blew out a frustrated breath. She had no doubts about Fulton's loyalty, but loyalty was not the same as judgment. "Listen," she began, uncertain just how much she wanted to reveal. "The legions love Iltornja. Have you heard what the men say? He's invincible, he's unstoppable, fearless, brilliant."
"Good qualities in a Kennerang."
"You and I both know he is more than the Kennerang. The true question is how much more he hopes to be." Fulton narrowed his eyes.
"I understood you had him in check, that your Mizran counsellor had thwarted him."
Adair leaned close. "You saw exactly what I saw, a collar of flame. It was there for a few heartbeats, then it disappeared. Nira says she can keep Iltornja in check, but what do I know about a leech's kenning? What do you know?" The Idolian started to respond, but she cut him off. "And even if it's true, even if we have Iltornja controlled, he's not the only danger. I'm new to the throne, Fulton. In fact, I've never even sat on the fucking thing. I'm young, I'm a woman. The Sons of Flame follow me because of what happened at the ever-burning well, but the legions follow Iltornja. If I'm going to win their support and loyalty, I need to prove myself something more than a callow young princess with more ambition than spine."
"Wading into a battle is no way to demonstrate your bravery."
"Unfortunately," Adair replied, "it is." She gestured to the small town. Smoke rose over the far shore, but the nearest island appeared relatively untouched by the violence. At least she hoped it was untouched. According to her scouts, Iltornja was in the tall stone tower that seemed to grow straight out of the cliffs on the island's southern coast. It looked close enough for her to reach. "I have to go," she said again, willing Fulton to see the wisdom of her words, hoping desperately that they were, in fact, wise. "I have to go." Fulton grimaced, flexed and unflexed his sword hand, then nodded curtly.
"But once we cross the river, you obey me. If I tell you to move, you move. If I tell you to drop, you drop."
He fixed her with a glare.
"Do you understand? Your Radiance."
Adair nodded. "I understand." Despite the chaos raging in the streets, they reached the tower without any of the Idolians being forced to bloody their blades. Iltornja's own men stood at the base, their eyes widened at the sight of the Emperor and her guard, but they bowed and moved aside. Only when Adair had stepped out of the light and madness into the cool, sepulchral dark of the tower did she realize she was trembling. Her hands balled into aching fists at her side. She uncurled them slowly while Fulton ordered the other Idolians to join the Kennerang's men at the entrance, then started climbing the spiral stair before he could notice her fear. The stone of the tower dampened the worst of the sound, the clash of steel on steel, the screaming of men and horses, and Adair found herself climbing more slowly as she reached the top. When they approached the trap door at the top of the spiral, she paused, allowing Fulton to step past her, then followed him into the blinding light and battering noise of the battle. She had expected a square room, something with windows to let out the light of Aunt Keel's beacon, but there were no windows. She realized as she blinked against the sun that there weren't even walls. The top floor was open to the elements on all sides, a round stone pit 6 paces across at the centre, blackened from the signal fires. Half a dozen stone pillars ringed the circumference, supporting a conical roof clearly intended to keep the worst of the rain and snow off the signal fire. Between the stone floor and the ceiling above there was nothing but air opening onto a sheer drop in every direction. Adair's stomach twisted. She wanted nothing more than to shrink back through the trapdoor into the relative silence and safety below. She, however, was the one who had insisted on coming, on being brave, being seen being brave, and after a moment she forced herself to take a step forward, to look at the full panorama of blood and suffering spread out below. The bridges were gone, but the Urgul still crossed on felled logs, lashing their panicked mounts forward into the churning mass of gore and struggling bodies that had overtaken the two small islands. Adair stared. Every street and small square, every tiny alley was packed with men, steel, and horseflesh. There was no way to make sense of the slaughter, no way to organize it. Two women, one in black, one in what looked like a fur coat slung over tattered red silk, fought back to back, ringed by a dozen riders. Adair stared. The black-clad one looked like little more than a girl, but she was holding the Urgul at bay somehow, twin blades spinning in her hands. As Adair watched, the horsemen forced them out of sight behind a burning building. Fully half the town's houses were burning, bright and indifferent flame shimmering the air. A 2-story log structure groaned as fire lapped the beams, then collapsed into the street, crushing a score of legionaries. Down by the river, the press forced soldiers into the turgid current, where they flailed for a desperate moment before their armour dragged them under. 2 streets over, a pair of Annurians hacked at the legs of a rearing horse, while the rider plunged his spear downward over and over. The full fury of the struggle had not yet engulfed the tower, but men fought and died just 100 paces distant. "This is battle," Adair told herself angrily. "Look at it." It didn't look like battle. It looked like mutual slaughter. She wanted to vomit.
"Your Radiance," Fulton said, extending an arm at arm, "please keep back from the edge. This is a dangerous place."
"I am not going to fall off the tower," she told him, trying to keep her voice firm, confident, turning her attention from the dead and dying to her immediate surroundings. Iltonja sat at the very edge of the stone floor just a few paces away. He had left all his guards below, but a dozen young men, battle messengers judging from their light armour, stood at attention, eyes moving nervously from Iltonja to the battle, then back. As Adair watched, 2 more runners burst up through the trap-door, sweat streaming down their faces, chests heaving as they took their places at the end of the line. Blood dripped from the hand of the closest man. His blood, or someone else's, Adair couldn't tell. The Kennerang himself might have been carved from stone. Unlike the famous generals whose paintings hung in halls of the Dawn Palace, men standing high in their stirrups or brandishing a sword from a rocky escarpment, Iltonja sat on the stone floor with his legs crossed beneath him, hands in his lap. He wore a sword buckled at his belt, but it remained sheathed. Adair couldn't see his face, but there was something about the man's absolute stillness that made her pause. "No," she reminded herself, "not a man. Access-stream." "The battle?" she asked, choosing her words carefully. "Is it going as planned?" Iltonja didn't turn, didn't speak. The wind shifted his hair, tugged at the collar of his cloak, but the general himself remained motionless. Adair glanced at the line of runners and signalmen. The nearest, a black-haired, wide-eyed youth, met her gaze, shook his head slightly, then pursed his lips. It took her a moment to realize he was mouthing the word "no." He looked almost as frightened of Iltonja as he did of the battle below. Adair hesitated, then pushed her way forward. She hadn't risked the trip into town only to be cowed by her own Kennerang. Access-stream or no, he still had Neera's collar around his neck, a deadly, invisible noose. One word from Adair and the old woman would kill him. Not that Neera was there. Even spry as she was, she couldn't have managed the forced march north. Adair tried to ignore the fact. "General," she said, stepping forward, taking Iltonja by the shoulder. He turned his head. "I said—" The words withered in her mouth. She had locked gazes with her Kennerang hundreds of times, over a shared pillow and a bared knife, in lust, love, and furious distrust, and she thought she understood the range of his emotion. She thought that she had fought past his lies and betrayals to finally understand something of the creature to whom she had tied her fate. Staring into his face, however, she realized for the first time the depth of her error. Gone was the wry amusement she had seen so often, gone the wolfish hunger. All emotion had been scrubbed from those eyes, all expression Adair might have recognized as human, gone. His face was the face of a man, but for the first time she saw the mind behind in that unwavering stare, a mind cold and alien and unknowable as the dark space between midwinter stars. She wanted to shrink into her cloak, to turn away, to flee. For half a heartbeat, the terrifying drop from the tower seemed to offer escape, rather than certain death.
"Stay," he said,
the word quick as a knife nicking a vein.
"But do not speak. It is a near thing, this contest."
"What?" she began, then faltered.
"I am what you kept alive to wage your wars. Now you will see why."
Adair nodded numbly. She felt that if she looked into the emptiness of those eyes a heartbeat longer, her mind might unhinge. Far below, blood ran heavy as spring snowmelt in the town's crude gutters. The fight crashed up against the base of the tower. Men fought and screamed and died, but she no longer feared the battle. That, at least, was a fight between men, courage matched against courage, will against will. She was no warrior, but she could understand their hope, terror and rage, emotions that seemed warm as summer rain, soft as a down bed when compared to the eyes of the creature beside her.
"One runner to the bridge,"
Iltonja said. He didn't turn to look at his messengers, nor did he raise a hand.
"Tell them to abandon spears. Use swords."
A man darted through the trapdoor without a word. Adair searched desperately in the madness for the Annurians holding what was left of the bridge, found them, finally. There couldn't have been more than 20, holding what looked like a desperate defensive position, their thicket of bristling long spears the only thing keeping the attacking Urgul at bay. Fulton, following her gaze, shook his head slowly. "They'll be slaughtered," Adair breathed. "Without spears they'll be slaughtered." She glanced at her Idolian, hoping she was wrong, but he nodded grimly.
"They need those spears." "Most will die," Iltonja said, voice smooth as unscratched ice. "Some won't. 2 runners," he went on. "1 to the 4th Street, 1 to the 5th. Archers on 4th to retreat. Archers on 5th to charge. Redirect the 14th squad to support that Ketrel woman and her companion, the woman in red." The runners saluted briskly, then bolted down the stairs. "Ketrel?" Adair asked, staring at the young girl in blacks she had seen earlier. "She's Ketrel?" "Yes,"
Iltonja replied flatly,
"and she and the woman beside her are all that holds that entire street. That street anchors that flank. If they go down, we lose."
"Can they do that?" Adair asked, hands clenched at her side. "There are only 2 of them."
"They are doing it,"
the Kennerang replied. Then, shifting his focus to a different quarter of the town,
"Signal arrows. 2 red, 1 green."
Bowmen stepped forward, lit oil-soaked rags at the tips of their arrows, waited for the unnatural flames to catch, fired high into the air, then stepped back without a word. Adair had no idea what the signals meant. She tried to find some corresponding movement in the battle below, found nothing but death and terror. Over by the burned-out bridge, the first messenger had reached the spearmen and convinced them to abandon their long shafts. As Fulton predicted, the Urgul pressed close, slaughtering the soldiers from the backs of their horses. After a few dozen heartbeats, the entire position collapsed. "They're dying," Adair protested.
"Yes,"
Iltonja replied. "Why?" He shook his head, the barest hint of emotion.
"It's too complex."
Adair spent the hour that followed in a kind of horrified trance, watching as the Kennerang sent runner after runner into the chaos below, listening as he uttered order after inscrutable order. "Hold this street. Retreat into this alley. Burn that building. Charge." Twice he sent soldiers into the fray to do nothing more than wave Annurian flags above their heads. He instructed his archers to light the docks on fire, despite the fact that there was no one on the docks. He even ordered several dozen troops in 3 different locations to surrender. None of it made any sense, not the insanity below nor Iltonja's response to it. He was like a madman commanding the troops at random, only there was no madness in those impossibly blank eyes. And despite the Urgul numbers, despite the fury with which they attacked again, and again and again, despite the chaos engulfing the Annurian soldiers, he held the horsemen back. Finally, as the sun began to settle in the sky, the Kennerang rose smoothly and unexpectedly to his feet.
"It is finished,"
he said, gesturing over his shoulder, suddenly indifferent. Adair stared at the carnage below. She could see no slackening of the battle, no shift in the violence. Exhausted soldiers heaved their weapons over and over into the flesh of their foes, screaming as they killed and were killed in turn. Iltonja paid them no mind. Instead he faced his signalmen and messengers, then bowed.
"You men have done well," he said as he straightened. "Thanks to you, the day is ours. You are dismissed."
It took the bowmen and messengers just a few moments to file back into the tower, leaving Adair alone on the roof with Fulton and Iltonja. When the trapdoor had clattered shut behind them, she turned to the general. "What do you mean, it's over?" she demanded, voice cracking as she spoke.
"The battle is done. The rest is—"
He paused.
"You have seen a chicken struggle after the head is parted from the body?"
Adair nodded, horrified.
"This is that. A last spasm of blood and emotion. The real work is done."
She stared. "Where is Longfist, the Urgul chieftain?"
"Not here."
There was something in his voice, something Adair couldn't place. Not regret, certainly. Hunger, perhaps. A great hunger held in check.
"He refused to take the field." "It doesn't look done to me," Fulton growled. "Those horsemen are 50 paces from the tower."
Iltonja shifted his gaze to the Adolian.
"That is why I am the Kenarang and you are a guard."
"How do you know?" Adair demanded. He fixed her with that hollow stare, and once again she felt that dizzying vertigo, as though she teetered on the very lip of a bottomless well, as though if she fell forward she would fall forever. Finally he turned away, gesturing to the far bank.
"How many trees?" he asked.
Adair stared. "What?"
"The trees. How many are there?"
She shook her head, staring at the dark ranks of fir and pine. Even as she watched, the Urgul were slipping into the shadows between those trunks. Retreating, she realized. They were pulling back. "I've no idea," she said. "Why does it even—"
2,608, between the mouth of the river and the stone point."
Adair stared. "You've been counting trees this whole battle." He turned the empty pits of his eyes on her.
"I don't need to count them, Adair. That is what I have tried to tell you. This thing you call thought, call reason, this plodding, deliberative mental process, it is unnecessary to my kind."
"That doesn't make sense," she said. "Thought and reason were the essence of the success stream. All the histories agree." He bent his face into a smile.
"Ah, the histories."
He raised a hand, held up 2 fingers.
"How many?"
Adair stared. "What?"
"How many fingers am I holding up?"
She shook her head. 2.
"How do you know?"
Did you count?" "Of course not. I just see them." The Kenarang nodded.
"In the same way. I just see," he waved a hand at the slaughter taking place behind him, "all this."
For a while all she could do was watch dumbly as the men screamed and the blood flowed. Iltonja's claim was too big, like being told there was another sky behind the sky. "So we won?" she asked at last. In an instant the Kenarang slipped back into his habitual wry smile. The horrifying emptiness drained from his eyes.
"We?"
he asked, amusement in his voice.
"Yes, Your Radiance. We won."
The words should have been a relief, but when she thought a moment about what they meant, about what this general of hers could do, about how tenuously Adair herself understood the kenning that bound him to her will, his victory seemed suddenly sharp and cold, a knife in the dead of winter pressed against her ribs. 48. The armies arrived too late. Not too late to fight the Urgul. There was fighting aplenty when the legions and the Sons of Flame finally caught the horsemen between them. Streets washed in blood, men and women locked in furious battle just about everywhere Valin looked. But too late to make a difference for Gwenna and Talal. The vanguard of Iltornja's army arrived a little over an hour after the 2 Ketrel set off the Star Shatter, killing half of Balindin's prisoners and maiming most of the rest. It was a horrific, gruesome spectacle, bodies and parts of bodies strewn about like meat in an untidy abattoir. Valin had watched one man cradling his own severed leg as though it were a baby, weeping into his lap until he bled out and died. Of Gwenna and Talal there was no sign. It was possible they'd escaped, or been crushed beneath the remnants of the wall. Valin had scanned the bloody ground for them, sweeping the long lens back and forth, staring at corpse after corpse, his heart growing heavier and heavier inside his chest. The blast worked. That much was clear. It didn't kill Ballandin, didn't even seem to hurt him, but it severed his connection with his well, and as he turned in shock to stare at the rising smoke, at the mangled wreckage of his prisoners, the two bridges sagged, then collapsed into the dark water beneath, carrying dozens of riders with them. Not that that ended the fight. If anything, the violence redoubled with the collapse of the bridges. Thousands of Urgul had forced their way onto the westernmost island before the spans went down. Twice that number remained on the eastern island, and the far bank teemed with the rest of the enormous force. The trapped riders fought with a renewed savagery, understanding that their only hope of survival lay in a crushing victory, and the Annurian forces, outnumbered and exhausted from their march, reeled beneath the assault, struggling to form up in the unfamiliar terrain. It looked altogether possible that, despite the fallen bridges, despite the arrival of the imperial armies, the Urgul would still win. Then Iltornja arrived on the roof of the signal tower. Valin had taken up the position initially because it offered the best sight lines over the town. From the tower he could see both armies, consider their deployment, then choose the best angle of attack when the time came. That the Canarang might use the Kent-kissing thing as his command centre had seemed too much to hope. Valin had watched, gut-tight, as Iltornja rode down the muddy street, guards behind and before him. It was tempting to take the shot then. To kill the general in the midst of so much swirling chaos seemed almost trivial, and Valin went so far as to level the wound-up flat bow and sight in on the man's forehead. It was Leith who stopped him, Leith and Gwenna and Talal. As far as Valin knew, all three of them were dead somewhere in the twisted wreckage, all to hold back the Urgul. Finishing the battle was Iltornja's job, and Valin would be shipped to Shale before he undercut his wing's sacrifice. He eased his finger off the trigger. Adair said the man was a genius, and judging from the madness below, he was going to need to be. For most of the morning, Valin lay still, hidden on the roof of the tower just a few feet from the Canarang, listening as he wove his inscrutable web. Despite a lifetime of military training, most of the orders made no sense at all to Valin. Iltornja abandoned points he could have held, and held points he should have abandoned. He would send a runner with one message, then, moments later, contradict it with another runner, or a signal arrow. He sent directives to let cornered Urgul escape, and more than once he gave direct orders that led to the capture of his own soldiers. And he killed men, killed them by the scores and by the hundreds, sacrificing entire units to Urgul traps that he could see clearly from the rooftops, sending men into fights they couldn't possibly win, demanding that they hold positions they couldn't possibly hold. It was insanity, utter insanity. And it worked. Valin had no idea how, but as the sun laboured steadily higher, the Annurians began to win. There was no single victory that could account for it, no stunning charge or heroic stand. At least, not if you ignored the circle of death that surrounded Anik and Pyr for hour after hour, until they were pressed back behind a building and Valin lost sight of them. In fact, he was hard-pressed to make any sense at all of the individual scenes of brutality and suffering playing out below. He could, however, see the larger pattern as it emerged. The Annurians were pushing back, the Urgul. Nothing startled the Canarang, nothing shocked him, not the collapse of an entire company of archers, not the Urgul pressing up against the tower itself, not even Adair's unexpected arrival on the tower roof. Valin tried to catch the man's smell. The world was awash in mud and blood and terror, but from Iltornja, nothing. He smelled like stone, like snow, like emptiness. When the Canarang finally announced that the battle was over, all Valin could do was stare. Men still screamed and died in the streets below. Buildings still burned, steel still smashed against naked steel. It looked anything but over, and yet he could hear Iltornja rising to his feet below, could hear the messengers and signal men departing down the stairwell, the trap door clattering shut behind them. So, he thought, breathing out a slow, even breath, it is time. He put his ear to the roof, listening to the people below. Adair and Iltornja continued to talk, and he could hear the Aedolian breathing, the grating of his armour as he shifted in place. The attack would have to be quick and brutal. Unfortunately, the Kennerang had moved to the other side of the floor below. Valin considered changing position before he struck, but the roof was warped and creaky. Any movement now would give him away. Striking from his current position would mean going through the Aedolian, but Valin could cut his way through a guardsman. He would have preferred not to kill the man, but he would have preferred a lot of things. The time for setting up and second-guessing was over. Just a few feet below and a couple paces distant stood the man who had murdered his father, the one responsible for the slaughter of Caden's monks, for Armies' murder, and Harlin's. Valin felt as though he'd been waiting forever, but the waiting was over. He took a deep breath, bared his teeth, and went. The Aedolian managed to block the first blow, getting his armoured forearm between his neck and Valin's knife at the last moment. The man was smart. Instead of reaching for his own sword, a reaction that would have given Valin the space and time necessary to finish him, he pressed forward, counting on his armour to block the knife, trying to bring his weight to bear as he lunged for Valin's throat.
"Adair!"
he shouted roughly, eyes wide, lips turned back in a snarl.
"Get back! Get down!"
Someone had trained the Aedolian well. Most fighters instinctively limited their attacks, taking only the shots from which they thought they could recover safely. This man hurled himself forward with one intention only, clobbering Valin back, brutally enough to buy time for Adair to escape. It was a bold, brave attack. It was suicide. Valin pivoted, knocking the Aedolian's hands clear, slipping inside his guard, driving the small dagger up into the unarmoured space beneath the armpit. He twisted it hard, then spun away, pulling it free. The guard collapsed, blood drooling from his lips, eyes glazing. Valin tossed the knife to the ground behind him, drew his double blades, and fixed his eyes on the man across the fire pit. If the Kennerang was shocked by the attack, he didn't show it. Before Fulton's body hit the floor, his own blade had whispered from its sheath. He held it level between them, in a type of hybrid low guard Valin didn't recognize. Iltornja's eyes flitted to the dead guardsman, to the trapdoor behind him, then back to Valin. Valin could smell Adair's grief and panic, could feel it deep in his lungs. From Ran Iltornja, however, there was nothing. He might have been made from the stone beneath his feet. The man looked calm, ready, which suited Valin just fine. This was better than a bolt in the heart. He was looking forward to shattering the calm, to taking the bastard apart one finger at a time.
"Valin hui Malkinian,"
the Kennerang said. His voice was smooth as brushed velvet. Valin opened his mouth to respond, but Adair shoved her way forward, putting herself between them, arms stretched out as though her slender hands could hold back the blades. "No, Valin!" she screamed, staring at the crumpled body of the guard. "Oh, sweet Shale! Fulton!"
"He's dead,"
Valin said, his own voice flat, emotionless.
"No,"
Adair said, stepping across the fire pit, collapsing to her knees beside the Aedolian.
"No! Why?"
Valin didn't look down, but he could hear her scrabbling pointlessly at the man's armour behind him, as though she could find the wound, could staunch the flow of blood.
"He might have been part of it,"
Valin said, stepping forward. "A part of the plot. The men who came for Caden were all Aedolians."
"He wasn't part of anything," she wailed. "All he did was try to keep me safe."
Well, he knew what he was signing up for. Maybe the man was guilty. Maybe he was innocent. It didn't matter. A lot of innocent people had died already.
"You've made a mistake, Valin," Iltornja said, not lowering his guard.
Valin took a half-step to the left, and the Kennerang turned with him, adjusting the angle of his blade. Valin moved right 2 steps, and again Iltornja adjusted, the movements subtle but precise. So, the man could keep his cool during an attack, and he knew how to fight. "I've made plenty of mistakes," Valin said, "but this isn't one of them. You murdered my father. You ripped out the heart of Annur, and I'm going to rip out yours."
"He just saved Annur," Adair spat. "This fight, this battle, this whole fucking thing, we won because of him."
"And now that we've won," Valin said, keeping his eyes on the Kennerang, testing his responses to changes in guard, posture, We are finished with him."
"And what about you, Valin?"
Iltornja asked, cocking his head to the side.
"Where have you been while we battled back the Orgul?"
He gestured toward the fighting still raging below.
"What role did you play in saving Annur?"
"I was waiting for you." "And while you waited," Adair snarled from behind him, "people died. Were you huddled up there the whole time? This is about more than your own personal vendetta." "Don't talk to me," Valin said, trying to still the sudden trembling in his hands, "about watching people die." Memories of the night before filled his mind, of Leith fighting on the bridge, of the flyer falling, spears buried in his flesh. "While you've been primping and playing emperor, I've been fighting my way across this whole fucking continent." "You were sent here," Adair protested, "by Longfist, by the bastard who just attacked the Empire." "It doesn't matter," Valin said. "I'm here, and I'm going to kill your pet general."
"In fact," Iltornja said, "you may decide that it does matter, when you know the truth."
"What truth?" Valin snarled. More than anything he wanted to be finished talking, but talking gave him time to probe, to test, to study the Kinnerang's responses. Iltornja was a swordsman as well as a general, that much was already clear. If Valin was going to kill him, to be sure of killing him, he needed to know more. Somewhere behind him, Adair was still sobbing, still trying to staunch the hole in Fulton's flesh. Valin blocked out her cries. "You left the truth behind long ago," he said, moving as he spoke, studying Iltornja's response. "Left it when you killed my father."
"This is bigger than your father,"
the general said. "Save your breath. Adair already fed me this line. We need you to defeat the Orgul, to defeat Longfist."
"And have you paused to wonder," Iltornja asked, "just where your friend Longfist has been during this whole bloody battle?"
"Elsewhere," Valin spat. "Who cares?"
"You might, if you hope to save Annur."
"We saved it already. Right here. The Orgul are broken." Iltornja smiled, a careless, easy expression. If he was nervous to be facing one of the Ketrel, he didn't show it.
"It might be more accurate to say that I saved it. Put up your blade for a moment and I'll tell you why. I'll explain where Longfist is."
Valin tested a low feint. Iltornja stepped aside easily.
"He is in the waste,"
the general said. "That's impossible," Valin said. "Unless he has a bird, he couldn't have made it out of the northern Atropes."
"He has something better than a bird," Iltornja replied slowly. "He has the Kenta. I take it you've heard of the Xestream Gates. From your brother, perhaps?"
Valin tried not to stare, tried to keep his mind loose, ready. When the attack came, it would come fast. "What I learned from my brother is that only the Shin can use the gates. I don't know much about Longfist, but he's obviously not a monk."
"No,"
Iltornja said.
"He is a god."
"Horse shit," Valin spat, lunging forward, committing to the attack this time. Iltornja knocked it away.
"Unfortunately not."
"A god?" Adair asked, voice high and tight.
"Meshkent, to be precise."
The Kinnerang raised his brows as he watched Valin. "Sweet in Taurus light," Adair breathed. Valin shook his head, fury at his sister's stupidity flaring up inside him. "He's lying, Adair! Meshkent!" For a moment words failed him. What the fuck would Meshkent be doing here, taking part in some border dispute?
"He hates you,"
Iltornja said simply.
"Your empire, our empire. Before Annur, there were 100 tribes, 1,000 spread across Vash and Eridroa, making daily offerings of violence and pain to their bloody god. Your ancestors banished the practice."
"No," Valin said, clenching his teeth. "No! I'm through with this, with hearing your excuses. You killed my father!" Iltornja nodded, but raised a conciliatory hand.
"Let me explain."
"Explain?" Valin spat, almost choking on the word. "Explain? So you can poison my mind the way you did my sister's? So you can turn me into your fawning little puppy? So you can explain to me how my father needed to die for the greater good of Annur? So you can tell me tales about some Kent-kissing god you claimed to be fighting? Fuck you and fuck your explanation." He struck just before the last word, lashing out with both blades in a double vein. It was just another test, another probe, but Iltornja turned it aside easily.
"You can't win, Valin."
Valin laughed at that. A sick, dead sound even in his own ears. "Really?" He jerked his head behind him, where Adair still crouched over the corpse of the Idolian. "That poor shit was one of your best. He was in full armour, and I killed him with a belt knife. You know how to handle your blade, but I'm Ketrel."
"Valin," Adair pleaded, "we need him. You don't know everything. I didn't tell you everything."
"You can tell me when he's dead." He struck again. Open fans sliding into horns twisting through the milling stone, one form becoming the next, his body more certain than his mind. Again Iltonja blocked the attack, his one blade matching Valin's two, and again Valin stepped back. The man was better than good. In truth, as good as the best bladesman back on the islands. Valin hadn't expected that, but it hardly mattered. He felt strong, ready, his slan-tainted blood hot in his veins. "I'll find an opening," he said, "sooner or later."
"You can't, Valin," Adair insisted, just at his ear now.
"Watch me," he said grimly. Iltonja's eyes darted to the left, to Adair, but before Valin could turn, the knife plunged into his side, hot and freezing all at the same time, stealing the words. For a moment he just stared, unable to make sense of the feeling. How? He thought, staring at Iltonja, trying not to lose his hold on his own blades, trying to keep his feet as his whole body began to crumple. Adair, he realized, as she wrenched herself away, sobbing, taking what felt like half of his guts with her. "You can't kill him, Valin," she screamed. "I need him." She went on, shouting. Valin's own belt knife still clutched in her hand, her knuckles white where they weren't sticky with his blood. She was screaming and screaming, something about murder and loyalty and the Empire, her face twisted with grief and fury both. Doesn't make sense, the thought drifted through his mind. I wanted to save her. Before he could follow the idea, it broke apart like cloud on a windy day. Shock. He was going into shock. He tried to focus on the pain, to understand it. It gave him something to concentrate on, which helped to keep him from drifting into unconsciousness. Below the lung, a part of him thought, below the lung, or I'd be gurgling at each breath. He dropped his sword and pressed the fingers of his free hand into the wound, almost fainting as pain lanced his side. She got past the muscle, though, probably in the liver. Soldiers sometimes survived stab wounds to the liver, not often. Legs like water beneath him, he staggered back almost to the lip of the tower.
"It's over, Valin," Iltonja said, shaking his head. "Drop the other sword and we'll patch you up."
Valin shook his head weakly, clutching desperately to his remaining blade. "No," he murmured, "it's not over." "You can't fight, Valin," Adair said, stretching out a bloody hand toward him, her eyes red, cheeks wet with tears. "Just put down the sword."
"You can't win,"
Iltonja said. "I don't have to," Valin replied. The Kennerang hesitated, then shook his head.
"Meaning what?"
"Caden," Valin breathed. Iltonja nodded slowly.
"Where is he? Is he determined to see me dead the way you are?"
Valin shook his head weakly, a smile stretching his lips. "Caden is nothing like me," he said. "He isn't angry. He isn't rash. He is level as the sea before a storm." His legs trembled beneath him. "Caden will not trust anyone. He will not make mistakes. He will wait as long as it takes, and then, someday, when you are tired or relaxed, when you forget to bolt the door, when you're out riding or signing papers, he will come for you. He's not like me. He will not fail." The Kennerang's lips tightened. "Valin," Adair said, "you don't understand. It's not too late." She took a step forward.
"Yes,"
he said,
"it is."
He had one more play left, one final thrust before he collapsed. With a roar he hurled himself forward, hacking up and across. It was a desperate attack, and Iltonja treated it that way, knocking Valin's blade aside, then flicking out with his own sword, a casual, almost contemptuous motion. Valin jerked his head back, but too late. Too late. The blackness came before the burn, a darkness as absolute as anything in the pit of Hull's hole. Then the fire. A searing line slashed across his face. His eyes, he realized dimly. The Kinnerang had slashed his eyes, blinding him. Valin stumbled, half fell, then pushed ahead with what meagre strength remained. A single step into the darkness, then another, on, until there was no more stone beneath his feet, until he was dropping helplessly, hopelessly toward the cold, dark water, slapping at the rocks below. 49. The cloying air inside the Shin chapter house reeked of blood and death. It reminded Caden of the slaughter of goats back in the Bone Mountains, only the slaughter of goats happened outside, in the clean air beneath the bright gaze of the sun. The small rooms of the chapter house admitted little light and less air. In the struggle someone had kicked a large pot of beans into the hearth, and the sludgy mix of wood, ash, and broth still smoked, filling the rooms until it was difficult to see, to breathe. Bodies lay everywhere, dozens of them, twisted in broken postures or seated against the stone walls as though sleeping. Some had been nearly hacked apart, flesh rent in wide, ragged wounds. Some had been killed by tiny holes no larger around than Caden's thumb. "Adiv's men," he observed, frowning at the bodies. 6 or 7 of them for every one of the others. Keel nodded. The Ishin know their work, and they had prepared the ground for an ambush. Triste stared about her, hand clasped over her nose and mouth to keep out the smell or to stop herself from retching. Since learning of her mother's betrayal, she hadn't said 2 words together. Caden had wanted her to remain behind, to go with Gabriel, but when he said that he intended to look for Adiv's body in the wreckage, she had insisted on coming, face hard as stone. "He's my father," she'd said, "and if he's dead, I want to see it with my own eyes." The chances were slim. Caden hadn't seen a quarter of the faces of the Imperial soldiers, but it seemed unlikely that Adiv had involved himself in the attack. In fact, Caden had insisted on waiting until dusk, in case the councillor was secreted somewhere else in the square, watching the smouldering chapter house from his own hidden vantage. Certainly, as they explored the rooms, he saw no sign of Adiv, no sign either of Eckhart Matol. The absence of both men worried Caden, and as they pressed deeper into the chapter house, he felt the muscles of his chest grow tighter. "Matol is a shrewd, dangerous fighter," Keel said, as though hearing his thoughts. "It's possible he escaped." "If Matol is still alive," Caden replied, "then this whole thing failed." "It brought the nobles over to your side," the Xestream pointed out. "That was only one part of the plan. I had hoped that Adiv and the Ishin would destroy each other. If they have not, if Matol is still alive, I have a problem. They will make a bid for control of the Kenta, denying me the gates." "It's possible he used the Kenta here to escape," Keel said. "It is part of the Imperial rather than the Ishin network, but he knows of it." Caden nodded grimly. He had already considered the possibility that the Ishin might escape through the gate. It was a flaw with the plan. But he'd hoped that their desire to capture him, combined with the shock of Adiv's arrival, would have stunned them long enough to break off any possibility of an orderly retreat. He had hoped that Matol himself would have been leading the ambush, more evidence of an old Shin truth. Hope is a straight road to suffering. "Where is the Kenta?" he asked. Keel crooked a finger at the floor. "Down." Caden hesitated. Someone could be waiting there. They could have doubled back. Triste, however, shoved past him. "I'm going," she said. "I need to see." And before he could reach her, she was running down the stairs. They'd barely reached the basement when the attackers hit them. Caden had tried to study each hollow as they passed, holding his lantern high, listening for the scuff of boot on stone. He'd heard nothing, seen nothing. And then a bright, shattering pain erupted across the back of his head, and he was falling forward, head striking against the stone wall, then the stone floor. Blood flooded his mouth. He realized vaguely that he'd bitten into his tongue, but there was no time to worry about that. As his mind swayed, thought coalescing, then scattering like a school of skittish fish, the fighting continued around him. Triste was screaming, and then suddenly silent. Caden tried to rise to his feet, but something slammed him back down. A weight settled across the small of his back, grinding him into the floor. He opened his eyes to see Keel struggling with an armed figure, and then, quick as thought, the Xess stream too was down. It happened too fast for Caden to have any idea what was going on, but there was no mistaking Eckhart Matol's face when the man crouched down beside him, his skin spattered with blood, eyes wide.
"You remember some of the things we did to your little whore here?" he asked, voice soft but savage. "The fire, the slivers of glass."
Caden kept his mouth shut, focused all his effort on shoving aside the red welter of pain, on seeing the dimensions of the trap that they had sprung. There were 4 figures in addition to Matol, one driving a boot into his back, the other leaning over Keel a few steps away. Matol himself was holding the Xess stream Naksal in his hands. "Tan's spear," Caden managed. The Yashin shook his head.
"Not any more."
"Where is he? Is he all right?"
"You can ask him yourself when we're back in the heart," the man chuckled. "Course, he might have trouble answering you." "Matol," one of the other men cut in, "we need to move."
It had taken them only a few moments to bind Keel's hands behind his back. The Xess stream swayed slightly, but he was doing better than Triste, who lay slumped in a heap where the wall met the floor. Matol scowled, then nodded.
"Get the girl,"
he said, gesturing with the spear.
"We'll be secure once we're through the Kenta."
A moment later, Caden felt himself hauled upward by the back of his shirt. The Yashin had made no effort to tie his hands, another measure of the contempt they felt for him, but a short knife appeared at his throat.
"Walk,"
Matol hissed. Caden walked. They followed the corridor for a few dozen paces, turned into a smaller passageway, then descended another stairwell. When they reached a small room, stone walls, rough cut and dripping, Matol pulled him up short.
"The Kenta is just ahead. You might want to prepare yourself."
Caden stared. The shock of the attack had so disordered his mind that any thought of reaching for the Vanyate had been jarred free. Without the warning, he would have stepped through the gate and into his own obliteration.
"I don't know if I can,"
he said quietly. At his side, Matol just snorted, then pressed the knife deep enough into his skin to draw blood.
"Ah, the Vanyate," he mused. "The Shin methods are so much more humane than ours, but they do have their limitations. You have to court the emptiness, woo it." He pursed his lips, shook his head in disgust. "Our way has fallen out of favour with the monks. But," he shrugged, "you can't argue with the result."
A few paces off, the Kenta loomed out of the darkness, the slender arch of stone tossing back the lamplight at strange angles. The man hauling Triste, Caden didn't recognize him, carried her through over his shoulder without a moment of hesitation. Keel was shoved through a few heartbeats after. Caden scrambled to find the wide, empty space of the trance, reached for the bird that had guided him through before. As though frightened off by the chaos in his mind, the bird refused to alight. He called it, and it fled. He strained for the Vanyate, and he failed. Matol watched him with a hungry smile.
"Having a little bit of difficulty letting go? The calm not coming as easily as you'd hoped?"
As he spoke, he pressed the tip of the knife deeper. Caden could feel his own blood trickling over the clavicle and down his chest.
"Don't let the pain distract you," Matol chuckled. "It would be a shame to lose your focus now."
The pain. Caden dove into the sensation, leaning into the knife, pressing it farther into his neck, until the bright ache lanced down his collar and shoulder, up into his jaw. Matol was shoving him toward the Kenta, but Caden closed his eyes, concentrating on that pain, watching it spread like a growing plant, green tendrils driving into the cracks of his mind, breaking apart the edifice of thought. Matol was saying something, but Caden ignored it, letting the bright green pain lace through him until there was no emotion left, nothing but the wide blank of the Vanyate. Now, he realized, it has to be now, right on the other side. He opened his eyes in time to see the Kenta looming before him, then stepped through. The Ishin were waiting on the other side, just a pace from the gate, but they were watching Keel and Triste. Caden gave them no time to respond. He hurled himself forward, launching himself squarely into the nearest man's chest. He had just a heartbeat to hear Triste shouting, Matol cursing, both sounds devoid of meaning inside the emptiness of the Vagnate, both voices almost lost in the gulls screaming overhead, the waves crashing against the cliffs below. He had half a heartbeat to feel the sun, hot as a slap to the skin, a quarter heartbeat in which his foe tried to shove him off, while Caden wrapped his arms tight and drove forward with his legs, pushing until they were both falling through the next Kenta. The one that Keel had warned him led into the Dawn Palace. The Ishin went through first, backward, somehow keeping his balance as Caden strove to bring him down. Even as they moved, Caden could feel the other man shifting, adjusting, dropping his weapon and bringing his hands to bear, starting a pivot that would end with a throw. Caden had no doubt he would be on the ground in moments, his face pressed into the dirt, but the man didn't have moments. The hot sun winked out as they slipped through the invisible surface of the Kenta into a stone chamber lit on all sides by torches, a stone chamber guarded by a dozen men, half of them with crossbows. Silence reigned for a heartbeat. Then the first bolts leapt from the bows, outpacing the shouts of alarm that followed, the quick responses of reflex and fight, moving so much faster than understanding. Several must have flown wide, but Caden could feel at least two of the bolts punch into his adversary's flesh, jolting them both. The man didn't cry out, didn't so much as groan, but Caden could feel him hesitate, sagging as the steel lodged tight. Emotion should have come over Caden then, relief or fear, or savage joy, but there was no emotion inside the emptiness. He had accomplished one goal. Many remained. Quickly he pulled himself free of the corpse, considered the rounded Kenta chamber, then stepped back through the gate into the blinding sun. He'd been gone just a few heartbeats, but everything had changed. The man he'd dragged through the Kenta, who was now lying dead on the other side in some secret chamber beneath the Dawn Palace, had been the one guarding Keel, which meant that, at least for the moment, the access stream was free. His wrists remained bound behind him, but that hadn't stopped him from moving to the Kenta leading to the Shin chapter house, hadn't prevented him from kicking Matol's legs out from under him as he emerged. It was a feeble attack, and the Ishin commander was already rising to his feet, teeth bared. But he had dropped Tan's Naxal, and Caden took it up, the shaft cool and smooth in his hands. The violence seemed to have jolted Triste fully awake, and she writhed in the arms of her captor like a caught wolf, screaming and scratching, biting and clawing. The Ishin was larger, but the same brutal strength with which the girl had broken Matol's hand back in the dead heart seemed to have surfaced once more. Caden circled them, cool and distant inside the Vagnate, considering his options. The Naxal was deadly in Tan's hands, but he wasn't even sure which end to strike with. Any effort to attack Triste's captor was just as likely to hurt her as it was to reach the Ishin. He watched, searching for an opening, seeing nothing but a flurry of arms and struggling flesh. It was no good. He wasn't Valin or Pyr. The monks hadn't possessed so much as a single sword. He'd stayed alive in Annur this long only by deflecting and dodging attacks, pitting the strength of one foe against another. Adiv's men against the Ishin, the aristocrats against the imperial guards, the soldiers on the other side of the Kenta against whoever he had shoved through. The strategy had worked, until now. On the green circle of grass, cliffs dropping into the wide blue sea on every side, there was no more dodging to be had, no more deflecting. It was time to fight. And Caden knew nothing of fighting.
"I've changed my mind," Matol said. "I'm not taking you back to rot with your teacher. I'm going to gut you right here."
He stooped, never taking his eyes from Caden's face, to pick up the sword dropped by his lost companion. The other Ishin shifted, blades at the ready, faces closed. The Vagnate, Caden realized. He wasn't the only one acting from inside the trance. They were all inside the Vagnate, all except Triste, who had redoubled her thrashing. As Matol talked, Keel slipped to Caden's side. "Cut me free," he said, glancing over his shoulder to the rope knotting his hands. Matol pointed his sword at Caden.
"You murdered my man to help this inhuman scum, and you're still helping him, dancing when he says dance like a demented puppet. I'm going to put this steel in your flesh, and I'm going to watch you squirm. You should thank me. I'm going to cut the strings."
Caden ignored him, turning instead to slit the rope binding Keel's wrists. The rough fibre parted effortlessly beneath the Naxal blade. That made 2 of them free. Caden hesitated, then handed the spear to Keel. "Can you use this?" The Xestream took it, sighted down the shaft. "It has been many centuries," he said, spinning the blade in a smooth, practised motion. "But the memory is strong." Keel slid in front of Caden, blocking Matol's advance, and suddenly the odds didn't look so long. Matol's jaw tightened. Evidently his reading of the scene mirrored Caden's own. "Bullock," he said, turning to one of the remaining soldiers. "Get the others. They're just beyond the Cavalton gate. You can be back in 20 breaths." Caden had no idea where Cavalton was, or which Kenta led to it, but it hardly mattered. Somewhere close, more Ishin waited, maybe dozens more, heavily armed and ready. When they came, there would be no escape. It was just a fact, true as the sky above them was true. Billick charged across the green sward, passed through the Kenta, then vanished. Triste chose that moment to twist in her captor's grasp, sink her teeth into his collar, and then, as he roared and jerked back, to wrench free. Matol cursed, shook his head, then spat into the grass. Triste's panicked escape had thrown her almost directly into the man's path, and he stepped forward, raised his sword, then hacked down in a vicious arc. Caden could only watch as the sword fell toward her head, but Keel was quicker, sliding the Naxal into the gap, deflecting Matol's blow into the dull earth. The Xestream withdrew the spear, preparing another thrust, but before he could move, Triste staggered to her feet. Caden expected her to flee, to hurl herself away from the blades, but instead she lunged forward into Matol. Her face drawn with fear and fury, eyes wide as suns, hands clutching around his back, pulling him close even as she drove them both back. "Get off me, you soulless whore!" Matol spat. He twisted but couldn't wrench free. With his sword arm trapped against his side, he couldn't bring the blade to bear. "It is you," Triste murmured, "who abandoned your soul." No, Caden realized, that isn't Triste. The frightened child who had sobbed in his pavilion back in Ashkelon was gone, replaced by the woman who had shattered Matol's wrist weeks earlier. The Ishin was older than her, taller and stronger, but Triste was bearing him up and back somehow, forcing him to give ground. Her muscles bent to the task, tendons straining in her legs, the backs of her knees, her neck. Strangely, she was smiling, full lips parted with the effort of breath. "I warned you," she said, voice lapidary as polished stone, "that this day would come." Matol struggled and cursed, and lost ground. She was forcing him toward the Kenta, and for a moment Caden thought he understood her plan, thought she intended to force him through into the hail of crossbow bolts as he had the other Ishin. The plan had worked once. It could work again. Only she was moving toward the wrong Kenta, toward the gate that led back into the basement of the Shin chapter house. "No, Triste!" he shouted, gesturing to the palace gate. "The other one! The other one!" She ignored him. "You gave up your soul," she said. "You thought you had burned it out, with your vicious rituals, your petty faith in the power of pain." She laughed, a full, throaty laugh. "Pain is so limited." "I'll show you pain, bitch!" The 2 remaining Ishin moved toward the Kenta and their commander, but Keel was faster, stepping forward to block them, raising the Naxal. "I'll show you pain like you'd never believe," Matol snarled, dropping his sword, wrenching his hand free and scrabbling with it at her throat. "You would be shocked, you weak little man, at what I believe." Matol's fingers closed around her neck, but Triste just smiled, pulling him closer, then pressing her lips to his. Caden stared as she wrapped him in her embrace, her eyes closed with something like rapture as she moved against him, hip to hip, mouth to mouth, like lovers in desperate ecstasy. The Ishin was still choking her even as his mouth opened to her kiss, responding to some animal call older than thought, older than hate. Triste clutching at his free arm, pressing it back through the space of the Kenta. Matol jerked as though stabbed, tried to shout, to pull away, but Triste's hand was locked on the back of his neck. He yanked his arm from the Kenta, only there was no arm left. just a blank slab of flesh with 2 circles of bone at the centre, butchered as though with an impossibly sharp cleaver, bone and flesh, then blood in a fountain. Triste pulled back a moment, smiling as Mattol flailed. "Don't think about the pain," she cooed. "Think about the pleasure. You thought you had burned it out of your soul, but I am returning it to you." Then her lips were on his again, questing, probing, her chest pressed up against his chest as she forced him toward the gate once more. He took a step back, his leg passed the invisible plane, and he buckled, as though someone on the far side had kicked his foot out from under him. Triste held him up, pulling him into her lips, her arms, her horrible embrace. The leg was gone. Both Mattol and Triste were soaked in blood, and still she didn't let him go. Mattol writhed inside her arms, but it was no longer clear he was trying to escape, no longer clear that he could. As Caden stared, shock scratching at the edge of the Vanyate, Triste slammed the Isheen leader up against the post of the Kenta, forcing her body against his, sliding a hand down his breeches even as she pivoted him against the stone once more, pivoted him into the hungry emptiness of the gate. Mattol's spine arched, his head craned back, his whole body convulsed, a series of awful, bone-racking spasms, and then, finally, Triste let him fall. There was little left but the head and a sliver of torso. He looked more like a side of bloody beef than a man. Triste was drenched, as though she had stood for hours in a rain of blood, but she paid no attention to the red streaming down her face, dripping from her fingers. She stared at Mattol, her face hard and unreadable, then licked the blood from her lips. "Triste," Caden said, his mind still scrambling to make sense of what he'd seen. She shook her head, eyes huge and blank. "What?" Then, before he could respond, the Isheen were pouring through the gate on the far side of the island. There were at least a dozen, all in boiled wool and leather, all carrying blades and bows. A few faces Caden recognized, others he did not. The numbers were what mattered. Triste could hardly yank all of them from the Vanyate, could hardly drive all of them through the gates.
"Here!"
Billick called, gesturing. "Ring the men!" As the Isheen spread out, Caden watched all chance of freedom slip away. No sorrow came with the realization of failure. No fear.
"Bring them down with bolts and arrows,"
the Isheen went on. "To the legs only. I want them crippled, not dead." He glanced once at the mangled smear of flesh that had been Mattol, then hefted his blade as though testing its weight. They were taking their time, choosing their shots, but it wouldn't be long before the arrows flew. "Behind the Kenta," Keel said, gesturing. Caden understood, retreating behind the gate with Triste just before the first hum of the bowstrings. A half-dozen arrows streaked toward them, then vanished into the emptiness of the Kenta. The gate was a shield, but it was immobile. Even as he watched, the Isheen was spreading out, moving to the flanks. Over his shoulder, just a few paces behind, the island dropped away, cliffs plunging straight down into the shattered rocks and spray below. There would be no escape there. "We have to go through," he said. "The palace archers," Triste said, lips drawn back in a smile or a snarl. Face and hair dripping blood, she might have been some figure from Nightmare, but inside the Vanyate, Caden was beyond all nightmare. "We're behind the gate now," Caden said, mind humming. "We'll come out on the opposite side, putting the Kenta between us and the palace guards. It'll shield us." He glanced at Keel, and the Xestream nodded. "Until they adjust," he murmured. "They're not taking me," Triste said, eyeing the Isheen with something like hunger. "They will never take me." "Our odds on the other side of the gate are slim," Keel said. "They're slim either way," Caden said. "Right now, confusion is our friend." Before they could debate the matter further, Triste loosed a defiant scream, then hurled herself through the Kenta. Caden hesitated, probing the boundary of the Vanyate. It flexed beneath his mind's touch, like the surface of a pool of water when a leaf settles upon it, but the trance held. He took one more look at the Isheen, then followed. The stone chamber was in chaos. Men were shouting orders at one another, waving weapons, pointing bows. The sound redoubled as Caden emerged through the gate, reverberating off of the walls and low ceiling. The cries of anger, fear, and confusion battering him from all directions. The crossbowmen loosed another volley that passed harmlessly into the Kenta. Keel lowered the blade of the Naxal, levelling it inches from the gate. "The Ishin have a hard choice," he said, voice calm as though discussing the evening meal. "We're waiting on this side, the guards on the other, and they know it." "There's only 3 of us," Caden said. "But we are here," Keel replied, "which gives us an edge." For a few heartbeats, nothing happened. The palace soldiers struggled to reload and crank their weapons, while their commander shouted pointless orders. Caden scanned the tiny space for some escape, but there was nothing to be found. The chamber was only 10 paces across, and seemed to be far underground, the only exit a narrow corridor blocked by a line of soldiers and crossbowmen with swords at their hips. The corridor or the Kenta? The soldiers or the Ishin? There were no good choices. Caden reached behind him, took a torch from its sconce on the wall. It was a foolish weapon, but felt better than facing all that steel with nothing in his hands. "We wait for the Ishin," he said. "They'll absorb some of the attack. When they come through, we have to force our way back through the Kenta. Hope we can slip past whomever they left on the island." Keel nodded, but Triste didn't move. She was staring, bloody eyes fixed on something in the corridor, a shape moving in the darkness. Caden squinted. It looked like another soldier, a lone man arriving from the barracks or halls above. Then he stepped forward into the light. "My father!" she snarled, hands balled into fists. As usual, Adiv's blindfold did nothing to hinder the sense that he was looking at you, looking straight through you. The counsellor studied them, then waved a hand to the soldiers under his command. "Advance!" he said, voice hard. "Kill them!" The palace guards managed 3 or 4 steps before the first of the Ishin charged through the Kenta. Unlike Caden, they hadn't seen the ground, and they paused for a second just inside the gate. The guards, too, hesitated, then plunged ahead with a roar. The next moments were madness. Without the Kenta shielding them from the worst of the violence, Caden, Keel, and Triste would have been cut to pieces almost immediately. Most of the Ishin met the palace attack, although 2 or 3 turned, searching for their quarry. Keel stabbed one through the neck and another through the hamstring, dropping him to the floor. Caden thrust his torch into the fallen man's face, blocking out his scream, ignoring the stench of burning flesh. "Fall back!" Adiv was shouting, his voice somehow carrying above the chaos. "Drop back!" Some of the guards retreated, while others, turning at the command, fell to the Ishin. There was a rumbling, Caden realized, a low, implacable grinding of stone on stone. A sound he'd heard hundreds of times in the high mountains, as the granite shifted against itself with a spring thaw, as great blocks sheared off from the cliffs, sliding down the crags, the terrible, thundering weight shattering trees and smashing boulders, crushing everything beneath. He glanced up to see the stone ceiling shifting, the carefully mortared blocks grinding against one another, fine powder sifting down into his eyes, filling his lungs. "Back!" Adiv called again. Caden could hear the voice clearly enough, but he could no longer make out the leech, hidden as he was by the rising dust and the darkness of the corridor. As he strained to see what was happening on the far side of the gate, an enormous stone 10 times the size of a man tore free from the ceiling, smashing down into the Ishin, crushing 2 and trapping a third, blocking off the Kenta. Caden turned to Keel. "What's happening?" The Xestream's eyes were hard, intent. "The leech," he said. "He's trying to crush us." Caden stared. Several of the torches had guttered out, and the tops of the walls were trembling. There was no telling how much weight hung suspended above them. But the stone of the vaulted arch was dropping away seemingly everywhere but right above them. "Go!" Triste growled, her voice thick with strain. Caden turned. Her eyes were wide, lips parted, and her chest heaved as though she'd just sprinted the circuit of ravens. Sweat sheened her forehead and face. Matol's blood dripped. "Go!" Caden glanced up. "I'm going. Come on. This whole place is falling apart." "I know, you fool," she groaned. "I'm holding it up." There was no time to stare, no time to ask questions. Caden seized her by the arm, thrust his torch before him into the half-lit darkness of choking stone dust, and dragged her forward. By the time they reached the door, the entire chamber was shaking, stones the size of his chest raining down like hail, shattering on the floor. "Faster," Keel said, sliding in front of them, Naxal held at the ready. The corridor, too, was collapsing, the grinding and shattering blotting out all other sound. Of Adiv and his men there was no sign, just 100 paces of straight stone hallway ending in a staircase. No guards. There was no need when Adiv could pull the entire structure down on their heads, burying them in the rubble. As though in a trance, Triste stumbled forward behind Keel. Caden began to follow, when a fragment of stone caught him across the back, slamming his body to the floor and blasting apart the vanyate. Pain and fear flooded in, the hot red reek of his own mortality. Powerless to shout, he watched as Triste and Keel reached the stairs, then started up, not realizing he'd fallen. He took a breath, almost choked on the dust, then dragged in another. Each movement of his lungs sent a stabbing pain through his back. Something was broken, maybe a rib, but there was no time to dwell on it. Without Triste to support the ceiling, the corridor was coming apart. Grimly, Caden thrust back the wash of feeling, dragging himself to his feet. The 46 steps were the longest of his life, but by the time he reached the upper landing, the tunnel had stopped shaking. He could hear the last stones smashing against the floor below, but the sound was muted, partly by distance, partly by a louder, more strident noise shoving it aside, drowning it out. Men were screaming in the hallway ahead, shouting and sobbing, voices bright with desperation. Caden took a step forward, slipped, caught himself, then looked down. The stone was awash in blood. A few paces off, a soldier lay crumpled against the wall, beyond him another, then another. Dread, mounting, Caden limped ahead, forcing down the pain in his chest, trying to still the battering of his heart, trying to think. They were in the Dawn Palace, or beneath it. Adiv had marshalled his men, but someone was killing those men. Keel had proven himself capable with the Naxal, but it wasn't Keel. Caden stared at another corpse as he passed. The face had been utterly smashed, features caved into the back of the skull. No weapon could do that. Triste. It had to be. When Adiv tried to tear down the tunnel, she had held it up. Like her father, she was a leech, a powerful leech, and something inside her had snapped. He redoubled his pace, following the corridor around one corner, then another, pushing past dozens of bodies until the dank, cold scent of the stone began to give way to fresh air. He rounded a final bend and pulled up short. 30 paces away, silhouetted by the bright blaze of the noonday sun, arms outstretched as though eager for some terrible embrace, Triste stood in an arch leading outside. Beyond her, Caden could make out fire and smoke, could hear screams. But Triste herself remained motionless as stone. As Caden stared, Adiv stepped from an alcove halfway down the corridor. He didn't spare a glance for Caden. All his attention was focused on his daughter, and as he moved, the bare knife in his hand glinted with reflected sunlight. Caden threw himself into a lurching run. There was no point shouting a warning any more than there was trying to cover the sound of his approach. The violence beyond the doorway was deafening even inside the hall. It was a race, pure and simple, with Triste's life as the prize, and though Caden knew nothing about fighting, nothing about war or politics, nothing about leeches or their powers, he knew how to run. He'd been running his whole life, running hungry, running in the dark, running hurt. And so, gritting his teeth, he ran. He hit Adiv a few paces from the entrance, a few paces from Triste, slamming him to the floor. Agony scarred his back, but he ignored the agony. He had only moments, less than moments, before the leech turned on him and tore him apart. Caden found the knife, tried to pull it to Adiv's throat. He was stronger than the counsellor, but the other man had an animal's desperate tenacity, and Caden could get no purchase on the handle. He grimaced. Then, steeling himself against the pain, he wrapped his fingers around the blade itself, feeling the keen edge bite into his flesh, tendon, bone. He ignored the blood and sudden, stupid uselessness of the fingers, forcing the knife closer to Adiv, wrapping his legs around the leech's torso, dragging it closer and closer. The counsellor cursed, snarled something, and suddenly Caden felt himself losing the fight, as though a great invisible hand had lent its strength to Adiv's struggle. He was losing. He had no idea how to fight back against a kenning. Then, abruptly, the man went limp. Caden stared, then shoved the leech aside to find Keel standing over them, Naxal buried in the counsellor's back. A momentary surge of exultation flared up in him, but Keel's expression doused it. "Quickly," he said, reaching down to help Caden to his feet. "It's Triste." Caden shook his head. "What?" "She's killing them." "Killing who?" "Everyone." By the time Caden reached the doorway, it was all over. People were still sobbing, screaming, flames still lapping the sky, but Triste had dropped her arms. She stood like a marionette, as though her whole body was suspended by a single, impossibly thin string. "Triste," he said carefully, setting a hand gently on her shoulder. She turned to him, eyes blank as cloud, but didn't respond. "What did you do?" he asked. "I don't know." The words were dark, leaden. "I don't know." There was no fear in her tone, no worry, just a deep, unplumbed helplessness. Caden took her face in his hands, looked into her eyes. There was nothing to see, and when he let his hands fall, she crumpled to the floor, folding in on herself. Caden started to kneel, but Keel waved him forward toward the arch. "You had best look," he said. Caden hesitated, then limped from shadow into sunlight. For a long time he had no idea what he was looking at. Keel claimed the Kenta let out inside the Dawn Palace, and the guardsmen below certainly seemed to confirm the idea, but Caden didn't recognize the blackened, blasted courtyard before him. There were a few twisted trees all on fire, scores of corpses, dozens more wounded and dying. The walls enclosing the small space were scorched, and at least one building was fully ablaze. It was only when he turned that he saw the twin towers, Yvonne's and the crane, flanking him, while above and behind them, like a bright point lodged in the belly of the sky, stood Intara's spear. He turned back to the courtyard. There was nothing to see but horror, nothing to hear but the keening of the wounded and the clattering boots of more guardsmen drawing near. Caden watched them burst into the small square, levelled their spears, then pause. He raised his eyes slowly, straightened his back. He had returned to his palace, to the home of his father, of his family. If he were going to die here, he would die with his eyes open. He would die on his feet. The commander of the guards stared, then, to Caden's shock, dropped to his knees. Behind him his men shifted in confusion. The air was thick with smoke and warped by the heat of the still burning flames, but if he could see them, they could see him, and one by one they saw. One by one they fell to their knees, pressed foreheads against the bloody stone. For what seemed like a long time there was only the crackling of flame, the sobs of the mangled. Then, like the low rumble of a flooded river, the voices came. "All hail the Scion of Light, the long mind of the world, holder of the scales and keeper of the gates." Caden felt like choking, like vomiting. He wanted to fall to the stones and weep. But the Shin had taught him to stand even when his body flagged. They had taught him to look at the world without weeping. "All hail," the voices continued, rising above the wind, above the flame, "he who holds back the darkness. All hail the Emperor." 50. Adair stood at the end of the dock, back to the still-burning desolation of Aunt Keel's eastern island, eyes on the small boats quartering through the waves. There were half a dozen of them, and they'd been at it all morning, back and forth, dropping their weighted nets, trolling the bottom, then pulling them up slick and glistening with small fish. They kept those fish, tossing them into wooden barrels before lowering the nets once more. Adair chafed at the delay, the distraction, but she could hardly fault them. She had given the fishermen of Aunt Keel this task, had asked it of them at a time when such asking was hard. Their town still smouldered, many of their dead remained unburied, the wounded, both the screaming and the silent, needed tending, And still she had asked these men to go out in their small boats to trawl for bodies. "You will want to search for your mothers and fathers swept into the lake, for your brothers and sisters," she had said, then added silently, shamefully, "and for my own." The fishermen had just glanced at each other, looked out over the waves, then nodded. Half of Antkiel was in flames, including storerooms and root cellars stocked with the last of the winter's provisions, food intended to carry the townsfolk through to the harvest. It made a certain sense to take to the boats. The living would need to eat, and these men knew their business. They could do their usual work while they searched for the dead. Adair stood on the docks all morning, staring south, staring until her eyes ached with the strain, a stone settling in her stomach every time they pulled another sodden body from the water. She could tell, even half a mile distant, whether the corpse belonged to a logger or to one of the Orgul. The horsemen were stripped of valuables, then tossed unceremoniously into the hold to be burned ashore later. No sense dragging the same corpse out of the water a dozen times. The dead of Antkiel, however, were laid gently on the decking. The living fishermen hovered over them, as though they were spirits slipping clear of the wet flesh. Adair couldn't hear anything at that distance, but from the angle of the heads, the stillness of the poses, she could imagine them praying. She had tried to pray herself. "In terror," she began, over and over, "Lady of Light, please—" That same invocation, again and again. She never got any further. There was no way to know if the goddess was listening, if she cared, if she was even real. But none of that was the obstacle, not the true obstacle. There was always doubt in matters of faith, doubt that had never before, even at Adair's most sceptical, stopped her from praying. No, the reason she could not finish her prayer here, now, staring out over the blue-grey waves of the lake, watching the men in the small boats haul up struggling fish and the calm, unstruggling dead, was not a problem of the goddess, but of Adair herself. She couldn't end the prayer because she didn't know what to pray for. Her brother was dead. She had killed him, or helped to. "Valin," she said silently, the name like a nail lodged in her mind. He was her brother, and she had killed him. The truth scalded, but it was the truth, and so, rather than turning away from the lake, rather than burying herself in the thousands of other matters that needed her attention, rather than drinking until she dropped, or talking until she forgot, or working with her hands until exhaustion delivered her into sleep, she stood at the end of the dock, rehearsing what she had done, saying over and over the name of a dead brother, trying and failing to pray. "Your Radiance," Lahav's voice behind her, the scuff of his boots on the wooden dock. She closed her eyes, measured out the last moments of her solitude in his approaching steps. "The town?" she asked, when he paused at her shoulder. "Do they know yet how many died?" "It's a mess," he replied grimly. "It's hard to know anything. Maybe half." Half a town killed. Was that a victory against the might of an Orgul army? A failure? What about the sons? "We took a beating. Not as bad as the army of the north. I heard you were atop the signal tower." Adair nodded, still not looking at him. "That was foolish," he said. Before the battle she would have bridled at the comment, would have argued the point loudly and long as she had done with Fulton. Fulton, who was dead. Dead because she had insisted on seeing the battle up close. She shook her head slowly. It seemed important. A cold wind blew through the long pause that followed, nicking the waves, fueling the fires behind them. "I will leave you," Lahav said finally. He did not leave. Adair took a long, unsteady breath. "In Tara," she prayed inwardly, "Lady of Light." She had tried so many times already to compose this prayer, had failed so many times that when the last words came they surprised her. "Lady of Light, forgive me." She couldn't have said for what transgression she was begging forgiveness. She had failed her father and made common cause with his killer, had taken a leech as her counsellor, had raised up an army to fight against armies of Annur, had stolen a throne from one brother and slid a knife between the ribs of another. It had all seemed so necessary.
"Forgive me,"
she prayed again without entrusting the prayer to speech. Sunlight shattered on the waves. It burned her eyes. Behind her the flames still raged. Forgiveness, it seemed, lay far from the Providence of Fire. She watched a moment longer as the fishermen hauled another quiet body from the lake, then turned to Le Havre. He was studying her, his prophet, chosen of Intara, Emperor of Annur, with dark, uncertain eyes. "Let's go," said Adair Hui Malkinian before he could speak again. "There is work to be done." 51. For a while Caden considered it. He hadn't expected to end the day in the Dawn Palace, hadn't expected to be heralded as the Emperor of Annur, but then, as the Shin said, to expect is to err. When he emerged into the burning square at the centre of the Dawn Palace, when the guardsmen knelt before him, intoning the ancient formula that had preceded all Malkinian rulers for generations, it seemed harder to refuse the honour than to accept it. Whatever play Adair had made for the throne, she was hundreds of miles away in Ralte, and had made no formal declaration of her own intent. The citizens of Annur were confused, and Caden, standing at the centre of the empire, was best situated to turn that confusion to his advantage. It looked suddenly, shockingly simple to take the throne and declare himself his father's heir. In the end it was that very simplicity that made him hesitate. Ranil Tornja was not a simple thinker, neither was Adair. Winning a single battle meant little in the larger war, and seizing the unhewn throne was a far cry from holding it. A single man, even a man inside the walls of the Dawn Palace, was too easy to topple, too easy to kill. They would expect him to seize the reins of power, and they would have plans in place to handle him when he did so. The events of the last day had seen Adiv killed and his force of loyalists gutted. But Caden had no doubt that there were still people in the palace, ministers, guards, concubines, who would plant a blade in his back at a word from the Kenarang, not to mention the enemies he would make with the members of his newly formed council. Of course, even the ceding of imperial power was not a straightforward matter. Caden spent the rest of the night just setting in motion the most basic wheels, sending messengers to the various nobles of the council, talking down the dozens of ministers who gathered like ill-fed ravens, baffled that Caden would surrender his titles and fearful that any transition would mean an end to their sinecures, reassuring the palace guard, arranging to conclusively seal off the Genta chamber, seeing to it that the scores of people killed by Triste's fury were properly washed, wrapped, and transported out of the palace for burial, instructing the palace staff to clean the wreckage strewn about the Jasmine Court, and then finally, just as the tip of Intara's spear began to glow with the pale light of the unrisen sun, collecting his newly forged council in the Hall of 1,000 Trees, unfurling the Constitution before the sight of the entire court, and administering the oaths to defend and uphold the fledgling republic against all foes. When the audience was finally over, Caden felt ready to collapse on his feet, and there were still hundreds of questions to answer, thousands of tasks, tiny and enormous, that had to be addressed if the Annurian Republic were to have any hope of survival. Caden wiped his face with his hands as he exited the hall, as though he could scrub the weariness from his eyes, the cobwebs from his thoughts. Kiel and Gabriel walked at his side. "There is something you should know," the Xestream said quietly, glancing over at Caden as though gauging his readiness to hear a difficult truth. Caden stared at him, then waved him on. "In preparing Adiv's body for the fires, his blindfold was removed," Kiel said. "He could see. He has eyes." "Just like any other man." Caden shook his head. "No," Kiel responded, "not just like any other man. Tariq Adiv shared your burning irises." Caden stopped walking. For a long time he didn't move. There seemed no point. There were 1,000 tasks ahead of him, none of which he understood. "A relative," he said finally. Kiel nodded. "Your family is old. There are many branches. Intara's touch is strongest upon your own, but there are others." Caden had never considered the notion before, but it made a certain sense. If Sanley Toon had known, he might have given Adiv a high post in the government out of some kind of loyalty. And Adiv himself, how would he have felt after a lifetime hiding his eyes while the Malkinians flaunted their own? Bitter enough to turn on an emperor who had favoured him? Bitter enough to kill? Caden shook his head. More questions and no answers. "I shall go to my father's study," he said. "Look over his papers before the council meets again. What do I have, a few hours?" "What you should do," Keel said, "is sleep." Gabriel nodded. "Work without rest, and you will achieve nothing." The first speaker in the success stream had not left his side, since the great gate was thrown open and the council admitted to the deafening tolling of the gongs. Caden was grateful for the support, more than grateful, but after hours of talking, negotiation, and reassurance, he longed for a few hours of silence, of solitude. Gabriel, as though sensing his thoughts, patted him on the shoulder. "Come, we will see you to your chambers, and I will command the watch at the door myself." If the first speaker was exhausted after the long night, he didn't show it. But then the first speaker hadn't spent the afternoon fighting for his life against Adiv, Matol, and the Ishin. Caden started to accept, then shook his head. "There's Triste, too," he said. "I have to see her." In the chaos following his emergence from the Kenta, in his urgency to see the council installed before any opposition could coalesce, Caden had allowed the girl to be led away, her eyes blank, baffled, and hopeless. The palace guards had wanted to kill her on the spot, but Caden stopped them, insisting on her imprisonment instead. In truth, he had no idea what to think about her final bloody massacre, no idea how to feel about it. Certainly she had saved his life, both by holding up the tunnel as Adiv sought to tear it down, and by killing the soldiers under the leech's command. It seemed, however, that something inside the girl had snapped, some cord tethering her mind to the world. He had walked among the bodies in the Jasmine Court, had looked at their faces. There were ministers among the number, and courtiers, one old woman, and at least 3 children. They couldn't all have been a part of Adiv's plot. They weren't all supporters of Adair and Iltonja. The sight sickened and saddened him, both for the victims and for Triste. Whatever fury had consumed her, whatever power had torn the lives from 5 or 6 score Annurians, it was clear that she understood it no better than anyone else. In the wake of the slaughter he wanted nothing more than to sit with her, comfort her, try to understand just what had happened and how, but there was no time. Instead, he had seen her drugged with adamant root, locked in a barred chamber inside the crane, and placed under triple guard while he went about wrenching aside the final foundations of empire. Now, before he slept, he owed her a visit. Gabriel seemed to have other thoughts on the matter, and his jaw tightened as Caden changed course for the crane. "Whatever your past with that woman, she is an abomination. She should be killed, not coddled." "She's hardly being coddled," Caden replied, his own voice harder than he'd intended. "She's locked away." "Allowing a known leech to live is hardly a way to build support for the Republic," Gabriel said. "Especially a leech who only just now cut down hundreds of your subjects." "They're not my subjects any more," Caden said, "and it will be the Council, not me, who determines Triste's fate. It doesn't change the fact that she has been with me since this all started, has saved me more than once, and I intend to see her now, to offer her what comfort I can." Gabriel shook his head. "Then you go alone. I will be outside your quarters when you have finished with this folly." "Not alone," Keel said. "I will join you, if you allow." Caden nodded wearily, watching the first speaker turn on his heel and stalk across the courtyard. At first, Caden thought the room was empty. Someone had drawn the heavy shutters without bothering to light the lamps, blocking out the faint blush of light seeping into the eastern sky. He could make out a small pallet at the far side of the room, 2 lacquered chairs and a basin with water on a low table. The chamber was hardly a cell, but it was certainly a far cry from the other guest suites in the palace. The air was hot and stuffy, as though the window hadn't been open for months. Caden took a few tentative steps into the room as Keel pulled the door shut behind them. "Triste?" he called. Silence. He crossed to the window, unlatched the shutters, and pushed them open. When he turned, he saw her, crouched between the pallet and the wall, arms clutching her knees to her chest, eyes staring at nothing. Despite the bowl of water, she had made no effort to scrub the blood from her face or hands. It had dried and cracked, making it seem as though her skin was sloughing away. Her dress, too, was black and heavy with blood. She paid no attention to any of it, staring blankly at a section of wall a few paces distant. "Triste," he said again, crossing toward her hesitantly. "Are you all right?" Her body convulsed, shaking with something that was part sob, part bitter laugh. "My mother is a traitor," she said without shifting her eyes or raising her voice. "She sold me to my father, who was a traitor and a leech. I am a leech, and I just murdered I don't know how many people." The bald statement of the facts brought Caden up short. He wanted to offer some consolation, but had no idea what to say. As the silence stretched, she raised her eyes at last. "When will I be executed?" The words held no fear. If anything, there was a note of hope in her voice. Caden shook his head slowly. "Triste, the council will decide. But I'm going to fight for you, fight to see you saved. Not all leeches are evil." Her mouth dropped open in disbelief. "I saw the bodies, Caden, the people I killed. A child with her head torn halfway off, a man holding his intestines in his arms. I slaughtered them." Caden hesitated, then nodded. "You killed them, but you didn't mean to kill them. That's important." "I didn't?" she asked, staring at him bleakly. "How do you know?" "Do you remember what happened?" Caden asked. "In the tunnel, back on the island with the Kenta?" She shook her head, a tiny, defeated motion. "Parts. Glimpses. I remember fury. And blood." She paused, tears streaking her blood-soaked face. "And power. I'm a leech. A leech! Just like the Atmani." "Maybe you are," Caden said. "But there are worse things to be." His years with the monks had ground out most reflexive aversion, but there was still something deep inside him, some vicious muscle trained in his early childhood that recoiled at the thought. All the old words, like dumb fish rising to the light, floated into his mind, foul, twisted, loathsome. He looked at Triste, at the delicate arc of her neck, the fall of her hair onto her shoulders. It seemed cruel of Bedisa to weave something so vile into a being so beautiful. "Put it away," he told himself, taming the feeling that crouched, muttering inside of him. At every point since he'd met her, Triste had been kind and generous. When events came to a head, when she fell into the hands of the Ishin, it had been Caden who failed her, not the other way round. If she was a leech, she was a leech. "It doesn't change who you are," he said, though as the words left his lips he remembered her pressing Matol up against the Kenta, his hand at her throat, her lips pressed to his as she forced him struggling through the gate, remembered her standing, silhouetted at the end of the corridor, her scream loud as the sun. She raised her head. Firelight reflected in her streaked tears as though she were crying flame. "Who am I?" she whispered, eyes boring into him, both defiant and desperate. Caden shook his head helplessly, and for the first time Keel stepped forward, crouching a pace away from Triste, considering her carefully. "Tell me everything," he said. "Start at the start." "Why?" "Because," the Xestream replied, "you want to learn the truth. I have lived a long time, and seen more than you know." Triste glanced at Caden, then back at Keel, and then the words were tumbling out of her, like water spilling over the lip of Umber's pool back in the Bone Mountains, falling too fast and far to recall, pulled by a force as old and strong as the earth itself. Keel listened in silence, nodding when Triste faltered, his face still as stone, eyes intent as she recounted it all, the flight through the mountains, her reading of the script in Asari, her impossible passage through the Kenta, and killing of Eckhart Matol, right up through her utter destruction of Adiv's guard. "There's something wrong with me," she concluded finally, voice breaking. "Something awful and broken." She had managed to dam up her terror and grief, but Caden could hear them pressing behind her low voice, a massive weight barely restrained.
I know things, she concluded. Things I shouldn't know. I can do things. She trailed off, staring out the window. Keel glanced at Caden, then returned his gaze to the girl. "A remarkable account," he said. "Unique." "I'm a leech," Triste said, circling back to where they began. "Almost certainly," Keel replied. "It would explain your ability to match pace with Caden and Tan in the mountains, not to mention the fact that you just held up 100 tons of stone. You are not just a leech, but an extremely powerful one." Triste nodded helplessly, but Keel pressed ahead. "There is more." Caden nodded slowly. "Just being a leech wouldn't allow her to pass the Kenta, would it?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "No, not that I've heard of." He turned to Triste. "How did you feel when you stepped through the gate?" She frowned. "Terrified. Every single time. Confused and terrified." Keel nodded. "It should have destroyed you." "And then there's the languages," Caden said. "You didn't learn them in the temple." Triste shook her head weakly. "I wanted to believe that, but no." She paused, gazing out at the blank sky, eyes wide and lambent as the moon. "It's like there's someone else." Caden narrowed his eyes. "Someone else?" She grimaced, wrestling with the unspoken words. "Someone else inside me. She could read the writing in Asari." "She was the one who spoke after breaking Matol's hand back in the heart," Caden said. He summoned to mind the girl's words. "Stoppered to your cries will be my ears, and dried to dust the wide lake of my mercy." Triste shuddered. "Do you remember saying that?" he pressed. "I don't." She hesitated. "I'm not sure. It's like something I dreamed and then forgot." "It doesn't sound like you," Keel observed. "Different syntax, different idiom." Triste looked from Caden to Keel, then back again. "What does it mean?" she asked. "How can I not be myself?" Caden shook his head. The Shin would have torn apart the question as predicated on incoherence. The very words I and self were marred in error, referring to nothing more than illusion, a shifting amalgamation of senses and perceptions with no core, no foundation, no indivisible essence. And yet the thing that made the illusion so deceptive, so persuasive, was its very coherence. For Triste's self to shift, to shatter. The monks had never spoken of such a thing. "This other aspect," Keel said carefully. "She seems to emerge only under certain conditions." He ticked them off on his fingers. The flight through the mountains, the attack in Asare, your assault on Matol. Conditions of extreme stress. "Like my mind is broken," she said. "Like something broke it." Keel nodded, but Caden shook his head. "Broken suggests two halves from a shattered whole," he said, then indicated her with a vague hand. "But there's nothing missing from you now. You're a whole person. And what Keel's calling the other aspect doesn't seem like an aspect. She's confident, angry. She seems to have a memory of her own, abilities of her own. There might be some bleeding between the two of you, but you both seem whole, distinct, like another soul was somehow planted in your body." The whole thing seemed impossible if Caden paused to consider it, but Triste's eyes blazed. "Who is she?" Keel shook his head. "It doesn't seem like you can know. There may be some seepage between the two of you, but not enough for you to remember or understand." Triste's lips tightened. "Ask her." Caden shook his head. "That's what they were doing back at the heart," he said. "That was the whole point of the torture. Matol demanded to know who you were 12 times, and all he ended up with was a broken hand. But," Keel pointed out, "Matol was a foe. Tan was a foe. Maybe she would talk to us. To you." "Ask her," Triste said. "All right," Caden said, frowning. "The next time she emerges, I'll ask." Triste shook her head grimly. "Now!" "It won't work," Keel said. "You can't just call her out." "Yes,"
Triste said, seizing the knife from Caden's belt and pressing it to her stomach. "I can!" Caden and Keel both started forward, but she was already driving the knife into her flesh, slowly but steadily, the cloth of the robe and the skin beneath parting under the pressure. Her face twisted in pain, and Caden extended a hand, but Keel held him back. "Come out here, you bitch!" she spat, voice hoarse and ragged. "Get the fuck out!" "She'll kill herself," Caden said, body tight as a bowstring. "It is her mind," Keel replied. "And her body. Her choice." Caden hesitated. The first inch of the knife had disappeared, and blood soaked her dress, drenching the gruesome fabric. Her lips had gone dark as night, and her eyes rolled in her head, but she kept her white-knuckled grip on the knife, the slow, relentless pressure. "It's over," Caden thought, horrified at what he had allowed to happen. "It's over." Then the knife stopped, and her eyes, rather than lolling blankly in their sockets, went abruptly sharp as nails, driving into Caden. "Fools!" she spat, voice strong as a great river in full flood. "You must keep this child from her idiocy. If she destroys this body, you will, all of you, suffer beyond your paltry imagining." Caden stared. "What?" he began. Triste shook her head impatiently. "Your world teeters. My husband, power-maddened, roams nearly at will. An ocean of misery rises, and I am trapped." She glanced down at her body. "Inside this flesh." Caden found himself shrinking before that gaze. He wanted to close his eyes, to cover his ears, to flee. Instead, he forced himself to lean closer. "Who are you?" he asked softly. The woman looked at him a moment, and then, to his surprise, released the knife, raised a hand, and ran a finger along his cheek. "The monks worked hard to cut you off from me, Caden Hui Malkinian. But you are a man, and even the great emptiness cannot sever you utterly from my touch." A welter of emotions rose up in Caden, fear and wonder undiluted by his years of training, the feelings taking him in their grip as powerfully as they had when he was a small child. There was something new there as well, something hot and cold at once, burning from the tip of her finger where it touched his skin down through his heart into his very core, filling him with heat. "Who are you?" he asked again, his voice a husky whisper. "I am the joy in your heart," she said, smiling grimly, "and the pleasure in your loins. I am the mother of everything you have laboured to deny." She held Caden's gaze a moment, then glanced off to the side as though listening to a new wind approaching across the water. "She is as strong as she is foolish, this vessel of mine," she said with a grimace, then locked her eyes on Caden once more. "The Obviate," she said, voice bent with urgency. "You must perform it. Keep her safe until the Obviate, for if she dies while I am trapped inside, my hand will vanish from this world, and you will sink beneath a wide sea of suffering." "Who are you?" Caden asked again, although a terrible thought was growing inside him. The woman smiled. The moment suspended seemingly forever, then plunged her face into her hands, sobbing. When she spoke again, it was with Triste's voice, trembling and terrified. "Who is she?" she moaned. "Holy Hal, who is she?" Caden shook his head, the answer too large to voice. It was Keel who replied. "She is your goddess," he said gently. "The one you have named Sienna." Triste stared. "That's impossible." "No," he said. "The gods took human form during the Xestream Wars."
"But why?"
Caden asked, his voice hoarse.
"Even if it's true, why now?"
He shook his head. "I don't know."
"What does it mean?"
Triste demanded. "It means," Keel replied, staring at the blank wall, "that something interesting has begun." Triste glanced down at her blood-slick hands, then up at the Xestream, her eyes wide, terrified.
"Interesting,"
she demanded, voice fraying with panic.
"How is this interesting? It's horrifying."
The Xestream studied her a while, then nodded. "Yes, that seems accurate. For those of you who can feel horror, it will be horrifying." 52. Seamless dark. Cold. Then creeping heat. Low hum of insects. Lapping water. Pain like a blanket. Then worse than the pain, memory. Leith holding the bridge, then falling. Gwenna and Talal standing as they hurled a star shatter into Belendin's prisoners, then falling. Adair burying the blade in his side, Iltornja slicing him across the face, all sight extinguished, then Valin himself falling, smashing into the water at the tower's base. Failure bitter as blood in his mouth, and the darkness, unrelenting and absolute, clamped down around him like a vice. Valin raised his head from the mud, then let it fall. How he had washed up on the shore of the lake he couldn't say. He remembered swimming, his body going through the dumb, bestial motions that had been trained into the fibres of his muscle, remembered floating when he was too tired to swim, then swimming some more. Why, he had no idea. Habit, stubbornness, cowardice. He raised a trembling hand toward his eyes, desperate for the truth and terrified of it. The pain burned so bright he could almost see by it. He could endure the pain, but at the thought of a life lived in darkness, constant, unrelieved darkness blacker than the deepest pit of Hull's hole, his heart quailed. He slid the tips of his fingers over his eyes, yanked back at the stabbing pain, then forced his hand to the wound once more. The gash started at his temple and sliced clean across both eyes and the bridge of his nose. The skin wept blood, and when he steeled himself enough to test the eyeballs, he found that they were cut cleanly as half-sliced eggs. He jerked his hand away once more, rolled onto his side, vomited into the mud, and lay still. Fir needles sifted the wind. Smoke, thick and sickening. A twist in his innards where Adair had planted the knife. Though she had torn the blade free, he could feel the queasy shift of his own slick viscera. "Might as well know the worst," he muttered. His own words felt lighter than ash in his ears, sounded like something already dead. Fingers slick with blood, he probed the wound, driving his hand in past the second knuckle, pushing through skin and muscle, hunting the worst until he passed out, darkness in his mind rising up to meet the great encircling dark beyond. When he came to, he knew he was going to die. The contours of his wound were wrong. There was too much blood. The steel had sliced thin walls that were not to be sliced. He drew the knowledge around him like a warm cloak, closed bloody lids over the ruin of his eyes, and slept. Cold. Low call of an owl. Dark beyond dark. "Come on, Shale," he muttered, teeth chattering. "Come on!" Annan Shale's absence. His whole body shaking, Valin hauled himself from the frigid mud. "There's got to be a warmer place to die," he groaned, crawling forward on hands and knees, groping blindly for some pile of leaves and needles, some swath of moss where he could lie down finally and quit. No, he realized with a sudden shock. Not blindly. As always, he could hear 1,000 sounds, could feel the 10,000 strands of the air itself eddy around his scrabbling fingers, but there was more. His mind remained dark, but there were layers to the darkness, shapes that were not shapes, form etched into the formless void left by his stolen sight. Hemlock boughs? Rotted pine? The swift flick of a bat's wing in passage? He didn't see them. There was nothing to see in the unending dark. He knew them. Bruised and baffled, he tested the wound at his side. It continued to weep blood. It should have killed him, but he was not dead. "How?" he demanded of the darkness. No reply, just the slap of chop on the rock, the leaves shifting in the breeze, and beneath the distant sobbing and cries left behind by the battle. "How?" he demanded again, forcing himself to his feet. As if in reply, threaded on the wind, the long, low cry of the owl. Valin closed his eyes and breathed. The wound at his side stretched, then tore, but he kept breathing in, hauling the cold night air into his lungs until he felt that he would burst, tasting it as it passed his tongue, drawing it through his nose, in and in, sifting the smells. Moss and rotted leaves, balsam and wet rock, dead fish farther off, and smoke, and steel, and thousands of gallons of blood slicked on the lake. Deeper, horseflesh, dead and alive, vomit and piss, festering wounds. Deeper, 1,000 hair-thin strands shifting and tangling until... There, leather and sweat, whisper of nitre, anger. Gwenna, copper and steel, wet wool and wariness, Talal. Blood and cold, resin and steel, Anik. Alive, all three, though how he knew he could not say. Lungs burning, he blew out the great breath, sagging into a pine's jagged limbs. When he had the strength, he tried a step, another, then tripped on an unseen snag and pitched forward. Pain like lightning up his arm. He stood again, stumbled a few steps, knew too late a tree stood in his way, even as the broken branch bit into his shoulder, tossing him to the uneven ground. It was pointless. The whole fucking thing was pointless. He couldn't smell anyone, not at this distance. Certainly couldn't sort his own wing from the scents scribbled across his mind. He couldn't see. His eyes were gone. "You're losing your mind!" he screamed, heedless of who might hear. "You don't even know how to die!" His eyes wept hot blood. "Quit with the fucking bullshit! Just quit! Just lie down!" Again the owl's cry. He listened to it fade, then shook his head. "I'm done," he said dully, the rage gone, snuffed out. Everything hurt. Everything wanted to quit. His hands hung wooden and useless at his sides. "I'm through getting up. I'm done." He took a long, unsteady breath, stared at the dark shapes sculpted from the deeper darkness, clamped a hand over the wound at his side, and got up.
This audiobook is over, but the story continues. Keep listening after the credits to hear the beginning of the next book in the series, free.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Providence of Fire by Brian Staveley, performed by Simon Vance. Performance copyright 2014 by Brilliance Audio, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417. Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of The Last Mortal Bond by Brian Staveley, performed by Simon Vance. For my friends, slower than the Ketrol, louder than the Shin, sloppier than the Ksestream, and yet still, somehow, the inspiration for all of it. Prologue. The dogs were closer. Axta closed her eyes, unbraided the tightening knot of sound into the individual threads of canine baying. 36 beasts a quarter-mile off. She ran the angles, 100 of them, mapping the memorized terrain against long-established patterns for the propagation of sound. "They have taken the bait," she said. 4 groups. She pointed back the way they had come, through the shattered boulders, thigh-high ferns, and the mossy trunks of the great rotting pines. There and there. There and there. Sos didn't look. His eyes were fixed on a break in the trees where the gleaming tower bisected the sky. If Axta had set her snare correctly, there would be fewer than 40 humans left to guard the base of that tower, 40 mortal women and men, and behind them, somewhere inside that inexplicable artifact, their gods, trapped in their mortal skins. In the branches above, a jay notched 4 strident notes on the sky, then fell silent. Axta unlimbered her bow, her few remaining arrows. If she had known earlier what was happening here, if she had known that the gods of the humans would converge on this one point, at this one time, she could have built a better, surer trap. But, of course, she had not known. She and Sos, on a different mission altogether, had stumbled across the convoy purely by accident. There was no time to go back, to try to bring to bear the feeble forces of Xestream that remained. There wasn't even time to make more arrows. "I will cover your attack," she said, "but they have bows of their own." Sos nodded. "I will go where the arrows are not." The claim seemed implausible, but Axta had watched him do it before. She was the better tracker, the better general, the better stones player, but no one navigated battle's labyrinth more readily than Sos. Alone he had slaughtered the human garrison at Palinquois. In the dark woods of the winter-long battle at First Pines, he held together the whole western flank of the Xestream force, ranging through the trunks and shadows, carving apart his human foes day after day, week after week, until they crumpled, fled. Sos fought like a cartographer following his own perfect maps through a world of the blind, baffled and lost. He slid his twin swords from their scabbards. Axta studied the moon-bright arcs. Alone among the Xestream, Sos had named his weapons. Clarity, he called one sword, the other Doubt. She had watched him stand against 3 Neverim once, thousands of years earlier, bearing those same blades. "How do you tell them apart?" she asked. The weapons looked identical. "One is heavier, one sharper." A few feet away, a butterfly landed on a fern's serrated leaf, flexed indigo wings. Axta had spent a century, thousands of years earlier, in the study of butterflies. This species had escaped her catalogue. "Which blade is which?" she asked, turning her attention back to the warrior. "I have not decided." "Strange, to let the names come so untethered from the world." Sos shrugged. "It is what language does." Axta carved off a portion of her mind to consider that claim. Had there been more time, she would have pressed Sos on the point, but there was no more time. Behind the dog's baying she could hear the men with their blades. She turned back toward the tower. "If we kill the gods today, we win. This is what Tanis believes. If we carve them from this world, we carve away the rot that blights our children." Sos nodded. The butterfly twitched into flight. "What will you do," she asked, "if there is no more war?" In all his long years, the swordsman had kept no catalogue of butterflies. "Prepare." "For what?" "The next war." Axta cocked her head to the side, wondering how he could miss such a simple point. "If we defeat them here today, the humans will be gone." Sos considered his own ancient blades as though they were strange in his hands, artifacts of unknown provenance, farming implements, perhaps, or instruments. There is always another war. He cut through the shocked human guards in moments, stepping from safety to safety as though he had studied the whole battle in advance, as though he'd spent a week charting his course through the bloody scrawl. Axter followed him, slit a woman's throat, a bearded man's hamstring, and then they were inside. The Xestream had studied the tower, of course. In the long years before the war it had been empty, a gleaming, indestructible shell from some age antedating all recorded thought. It was empty no longer. The humans had built a massive wooden scaffold inside the space, huge pines notched and pegged one to the next, framework for a rough staircase spiralling up and up into the light. Behind Axter, soldiers poured through the doorway, bellowing, screaming. Sos, like a careful craftsman about his masterpiece, killed them. Axter started climbing. Somewhere up there, in the dazzling light, were the gods, Heket and Kavra, Ira and Mart, Orella and Orelon, whose touch had polluted her people, whose corruption had turned the Xestream into beasts, like those broken creatures below, hurling themselves into Sos's defence, parting their soft necks on his blades. Axter climbed like an insect trapped in the sun's amber, her constant movement a form of stillness. Why the gods had come here she had no idea, nor why the humans had spent so much time building the scaffolding and the winding stair. As her hot heart shoveled blood through her veins, she tried to pass the probabilities. Reason buckled. Inference and deduction failed. At root, all knowledge required witness, and so she kept climbing. When Axter reached the tower's top, stepping from light into light, Sos was a pace behind her. Clouds scoured the sky's blue bronze, polishing it smooth. On the tower's wide summit, the gods, all 6 of them, Heket, full-shouldered and carved with scar, His-thin Mart, Orella and Orelon, one bone white, the other dark as storm, Kavra with her long fingernails, Ira huge-haired, who might have been a girl, lay closed-eyed and still. Wind filleted its invisible flesh on Sos's naked blades. Axter didn't move. Finally, the swordsman slipped one of the weapons into its sheath and knelt, pressing his fingers to Heket's neck, then to each of the others in turn. "Dead," he said finally, straightening from the corpses. Dead. Axter revolved the notion in her mind, tested it as though it were late winter ice. For decades and more, these gods had walked the world inside their chosen human shells. Tanis had managed to take 2, to kill them, but the others had survived, had eluded all attempt at capture. The ongoing existence of the humans was predicated on that survival. "No," she said. Sos arched an eyebrow. "These are human bodies," Axter continued, "but the gods that lived inside them are gone." The swordsman sheathed his other blade. "Where?" "Wherever it is they came from." She studied the flawed, lifeless flesh. "Strange, just when they were winning." Sos shook his head. "Not winning." Axter turned to him. "They've taken every important fortress, seized every road. There can't be more than a few hundred of us left. Some of the humans have even learned to use the Kenta." "They are not winning," Sos said again. "They have won. This is why their gods have departed." They have won. Axter studied the proposition for flaws, found none. At her feet, the broken bodies that had carried those broken gods, just so much meat, were already turning to rot in the afternoon sun. 1. Men the size of mountains ploughed waist-deep through the world's oceans. Polished blades, each one long enough to level cities, flashed sunlight. Boots crushed delicate coastlines to rubble, obliterated fishing towns, gouged craters in the soft green fields of sear and crash. This is the way the world ends. This was Caden's first thought, staring down on the destruction from above. A city, after all, was only stone, a forest no more than sap-wet wood. What was a river's course but a flash carved through the land? Apply enough force, the world itself would deform. The shapes of ridge and valley meant nothing. Bring enough power to bear, and you could split cliffs, tear down mountains, rend the very bedrock and see it scattered across the waves. Bring fire, and the world would burn. Bring water, and it would sink beneath the deluge. The old forms of sea and stone could be remade in flood and deflagration, and those other shapes, the desperate, petty lines that men and women dreamed across the dirt to indicate their kingdoms, their little empires, those, too, would be annihilated with all the rest in a heartbeat's Armageddon. No. This was Caden's second thought. It is not the world. It is just a map. A vast map, true, the size of a small parade ground, the most expensive map in all the world, commissioned by a vain Annurian republic for their council chamber, but still just a map. Legions of craftsmen had laboured day and night for months to complete the project, masons to carve the mountains and seaside cliffs, gardeners to cultivate the myriad grasses and perfect stunted trees, hydraulic engineers to guide the rivers in their courses, jewellers to cut the sapphires for the mountain tarns, the glaciers of glass and diamond. It stretched the full length of the hall, some 200 feet from end to end. The granite from the Bone Mountains came from the Bone Mountains, the red stone of the Ankars from the Ankars. Pumps hidden beneath the surface fed the great rivers of Vash and Eridroa, the Chervian, the Vina, the Agavani, and the Black, along with dozens of streams whose names Caden didn't know, those flowing between high banks and around oxbows, over miniature cataracts and through wet swamps built up from soft green moss, emptying finally into the small world's seas and oceans that, by some clever contrivance, rose and fell with the orbit of the moon. One could stroll the catwalks above, staring down at astonishing replicas of the great cities, Olon and Sia, Dombang and the Bend. Annur itself sprawled over a space the length of Caden's arm. He could make out the sparkling facets of the Temple of Intara, the great avenue of the Godsway, complete with diminutive statuary. The tiny canal boats swinging at anchor in the basin, the stark red walls of the Dawn Palace, and stabbing like a lance up past the catwalk, so high that you could reach out and touch the tower's top without stooping, Intara's spear. Like the men and women who sat day after day bickering above it, the massive map was both magnificent and petty. Until that moment, it had served a single function, to make those seated above it feel like gods. To that end it had showed nothing more than a dream world, one unmarred by all their failures. No fires raged unchecked in the northern forests. No towns burned in the south. No one had churned the grass fields of Gan to mud or blockaded the desperate port of Kiokang. Small painted soldiers indicated the location of field armies, tiny men representing Adair's treacherous legions and the Council's own more numerous Republican guard dotted the terrain, swords raised in motionless postures of challenge or triumph. They were always standing, those false men. They never bled. Of war's ravages and destruction, the map bore no trace. Evidently Annur lacked the craftsmen to sculpt starvation, or terror, or death. We didn't need craftsmen, Caden thought. We needed soldiers with heavy boots to remind us what we've done, to grind this little world of ours to mud. The sudden, unexpected, undeniable violence made the map more accurate, more true. But these men with their steel had not come to bring truth to the world's most elaborate map. Caden shifted his gaze from the destruction playing out below to another knot of armed men surging across the catwalk. Idolians, the men charged with guarding the rulers of Annur. Despite his own training, Caden felt his stomach lurch. Something had obviously gone awry. Mautamut, the first shield of the guard, would not have ordered his men into a sealed meeting of the council otherwise. This was no exercise. Each soldier wore half his weight in gleaming armour, and all had broad blades drawn as they spread out through the hall shouting orders, taking up positions at the perimeter, guarding the doors to keep someone out. Or in. Half the members of the council were trying to stumble to their feet, tripping on their long robes, spilling wine over carefully cut silk, bellowing questions or crying out in dismay. The rest sat rooted in their chairs, eyes wide, jaws agape, as they tried to make some sense of the unfolding madness. Caden ignored them, kept his own gaze trained on the Idolians. Behind these men in steel, the memory of other soldiers filled Caden's mind, Idolians hacking their vicious way through Ashkelon, murdering the monks, hounding Caden himself through the mountains. He had spent months after his return to the Dawn Palace reviewing the records of the remaining guardsmen, scouring their personal histories for any hint of treachery, of allegiance to Adair or to Ranil Tonja. The entire guard was placed on parole, while hundreds of scribes investigated thousands of stories, and in the end, the council had dismissed more than 100 before reinstating the rest. Caden reminded himself of those measures, but he could feel the tension in his shoulders all the same. "See the world," he told himself, taking a long breath, then letting it out. "Not your dream of the world." 24 Idolians charged over the suspended catwalk, then surrounded the council table. Caden rose to his feet, discarding his own fear as he did so. "What is happening?" Despite his misgivings, his voice was steady. Mautamut stepped forward. The furious motion of the Idolian entrance was finished. Waves lapped at the shore of the map, tiny tsunami. Sun streamed through the skylights overhead, warm and silent, playing over the armour of the soldiers, glinting off their naked blades. The members of the council went suddenly silent, frozen, like statues littering the catwalks, caught in the various postures of their own unreadiness. "An attack, first speaker," Amut replied grimly, eyes scanning the walls, the doors, inside the palace itself. Caden glanced around the room. "When?" Amut shook his head. "We are not certain." "Who?" The first shield grimaced. "Someone fast. Dangerous." "How dangerous?" "Dangerous enough to enter the palace, to get inside Intara's spear unnoticed, to subdue 3 of my men, 3 Idolians, and then to disappear." 2. Night was a foreign nation. It had always felt that way to Adair Hui Malkinian, as though the world changed after the setting of the sun. Shadow elided hard edges, hid form, rendered sunlight's familiar chambers strange. Darkness leached colour from the brightest silk. Moonlight silvered water and glass, made lambent and cold the day's basic substances. Even lamps, like the 2 that sat on the desk before her now, caused the world to shift and twitch with the motion of the captured flame. Night could work this unsettling transformation on the most familiar spaces, and these cold rooms, high in the stony keep at the edge of Ergad, were hardly familiar. Adair had lived inside them almost a year without ever feeling welcome or safe, even in the daytime. Night transported her even further, to a place that was hard and alien and barbarous. The sounds of night, too, required translation. Morning footsteps in the hallway were normal, servants and castle staff going about their work. Past midnight, however, those same footsteps sounded furtive. A shout at noontime was just a shout. A night cry might herald danger, disaster. The courtyard outside and below Adair's window was a chaos of activity during the day, but this late, with the gates long locked, it was usually silent, and so, when she heard the clatter of hooves on the cobbles, the terse commands snatched away by the wind, she set down her seal of office abruptly, careful to keep the ink from puddling on the pages, then, with her heart hammering inside her, crossed to the closed window. A messenger at midnight was not the same thing as a messenger at noon. She throttled her fear as she nudged open the shutters, and the northern air slid cold over her sweaty skin. A rider at this hour could mean anything. Urgul already across the black, long fists, savages burning another border town, or his mad leech, Ballandin, twisting the fear of Adair's people into some new, foul kenning. A rider could mean she was losing. Could mean she'd already lost. Reflexively she looked to the river first, the Hague, carving its way south just beneath the high walls of the city. She could make out the stone arches of the single bridge spanning the flow, but night hid from her any sign of the sentries posted there. She took a deep breath, relaxed her hands on the casement. She'd half expected to find the Urgul, she realized, barely a quarter-mile distant and storming the bridge, ready to lay siege to the city. "Because you're a fool," she told herself grimly. If Ballandin and the Urgul had broken through Ranil Tornja's legions, she would have heard more than a few horses on the cobbles. She shifted her attention to the courtyard below. Erigad was an old city, as old as Annur itself, and the castle she had taken from her own had been the ancestral seat of the kings who ruled the southern Romsdals long before the rise of her empire. Both the castle and the city walls looked their age. Though the builders had known their work, there had been no need to defend Erigad in more than a century, and Adair could see gaps in the tops of the ramparts, gaping spaces where ice had eaten away at the mortar, sending huge blocks of stone tumbling into the river below. She had ordered the walls repaired, but masons were scarce, and Iltornja needed them to the east, where he was fighting his months-long holding action against the Urgul. Moonlight threw the jagged shapes of the southern wall onto the rough stones of the courtyard. The messenger was dismounting in the shadow. Adair could see his shape, and the shape of his horse, but no face, no uniform. She tried to read something in the posture, in the set of those shoulders, anything that would warn her of the message that he carried. A whimper broke the night's quiet, an infant's cry from the room behind her. Grimacing, Adair turned away from the courtyard to where Sanlitun Hui Malkinian, the second of that name, twisted uneasily in his small wooden crib, disturbed by the hooves on the cobbles or by the cold northern air from the open wind. Adair crossed to him quickly, hoping that he hadn't truly awoken, that she could soothe him with a soft hand and a few words, that he would slide back into his slumber before she had to confront whatever news was coming. "Shh," she whispered. "It's all right, my little boy. Shh." Sometimes it was easy to soothe him. On the better nights, whispering meaningless comfort to her squirming child, Adair felt as though someone else was speaking. A woman who was older, slower, more certain, some other mother who understood nothing of politics or finance, who would fumble even simple figures, but who knew in her bones the soothing of a colicky child. Most times, however, she felt lost, baffled by her motherhood, desperate with her love for the tiny child, and terrified by her inability to calm him. She would hold him close, whisper over and over into his ear, and his body would shudder itself still for a while. Then, when she thought the grief had passed, when she pulled back to study his face, his chest would heave, the sobs would force his small mouth wide, and the tears would well up all over again. He had her eyes. Looking into them when he cried was like staring into a mountain pool and finding red-gold embers glowing unquenched beneath the water's surface. Adair wondered if her own eyes looked the same behind tears. It seemed a long time since she had cried. "Shh, my little boy," she whispered, running the back of her fingers softly over his cheek. "It's all right." Sanlitun screwed up his small face, strained against the swaddling, cried out once more, then subsided.
"It's all right," she whispered again. Only when she returned to the window, when she looked out once more and saw the rider had moved into the moonlight, did she realize she was wrong. It was not all right. Maybe the child had known before she did who had come. Maybe it wasn't the cold or the wind that had woken him at all, but some infant's knowledge that his father was near, his father, the Cassestream, the Kennerang, general of Adair's shrinking empire, murderer of her own father, possibly a mortal foe, and one of her only allies. Ran il Tornja was here, striding across the courtyard, leaving a groom to lead away a horse that looked half dead. He glanced up toward her window, met her eyes, and saluted, a casual motion, almost dismissive. This sudden arrival would have been odd enough in the daytime, but it was not daytime, it was well past midnight. Adair pulled the window closed, tried to still her sudden shivering, straightened her back, and turned to face the doors to her chamber, arranging her face before he entered.
"You should have the men on the gate flogged,"
Il Tornja said as soon as he'd closed the door behind him.
"Or killed. They checked to make certain it was me, but let my guardsman pass without a second glance."
He dropped into one wooden chair, shoved out another with the heel of a boot, put his feet up on it, and leaned back. The nighttime ride that had half killed his horse didn't seem to have wearied the Kennerang in the least. A little mud speckled his boots. The wind had been at his dark hair, but his green riding cloak and tailored uniform were immaculate. His polished sword belt gleamed. The gems laid into the hilt of his sword glittered with all the brightness of lies. Adair met his eyes. "Are we so spoiled for soldiers that we can start knocking them off for minor infractions?" Il Tornja raised his brows.
"I'd hardly rate a lapse in the Emperor's security a minor infraction."
He shook his head.
"You should have my soldiers at the gate, not the Sons of Flame."
"You need your men to fight the Urgal," Adair pointed out, "unless you plan to prosecute this war all by yourself. The Sons are capable guardians. They let your men pass because they recognized you. They trust you."
"Sanlitun trusted me," he pointed out. "I put a knife in his back."
Adair's breath caught like a hook in her throat. Her skin blazed. "My father," she reminded herself. "He's talking about my father, not my boy."
We hope you enjoyed this free preview. To keep the story going, get the complete book today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.